Chapter 201. Woman? Lin Fei reacted quickly and thought. Miss Lu, you have become more flirtatious since the last time we met. I wonder which family's young master is so lucky. Mu Ning's words were filled with anger. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something going on between the two. Unexpectedly, the woman was very calm at this time. She twisted her waist and giggled, I also want to find an ideal husband. Unfortunately, so far no one has caught my eye. Sister Ning, how about introducing one to me? These two people had a grudge. Lin Fei turned around and immediately saw the woman in red. Her every frown and smile carried a seductive flavor, especially her proud twin peaks, as if they would jump out in the next second and breathe the fresh air outside. So big. So perky. Ever since he crossed over to the Xiantian continent, Lin Fei was busy running for his life and gave up many hobbies. Now that he finally had the ability to protect himself, he would recall his hobbies on Earth from time to time. For example, beautiful women. What did this girl eat to grow up? She looks like she is at least 36D. Is she not afraid of gravity? Lu Yen looked young and seemed to be about the same age as Mu Ning. But there was a big difference between the two. Mu Ning was a young and attractive young girl, while Lu Yen was a mature woman. If she wore black stockings, she would look even more attractive. Therefore, if it was anyone else, their eyes would fall on Lu Yen. When two beautiful women met, the size of the breasts and temperament determined the men's eyes. As soon as Lu Yen opened her mouth, it was no less than throwing a bomb. Those with weak willpower had already revealed the appearance of a perverted man, almost drooling. As for those with better willpower, they pretended to be a gentleman, but in fact, their eyes were always on Lu Yen. Lu Yen saw the changes of the people around her. Humph, little girl, you are too tender. Mu Ning also noticed the changes of her fellow apprentices and sighed inwardly. She was just a woman, why did they have to show such a look? Did you not see a woman? Both of them were facing each other with equal harshness. Mu Ning was obviously inferior to Lu Yen. Miss, I am Yunfei from the Rune Guild. Nice to meet you. May I have the honor to know your name? Yunfei came out with a gentleman's face. Lu Yan's eyes were like silk, exuding a charming aura. I am Lu Yen. Yunfei, what are you doing? Mu Ning was very unhappy. She felt even more disgusted with Yunfei in her heart. On the contrary, it was Lu Yen who shook her chest and revealed a victorious smile. Yunfei said with a smile, Senior Mu, we are communicating. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Lu Yen belonged to the category of mature sisters. For him, she was just a beautiful woman who was pleasing to the eye, but not to the extent of taking the initiative to visit him. This was not because Lin Fei had high standards, but because he had unknowingly developed a different idea after cultivating. Lu Yen was indeed a good woman. Compared with the beauties of the future generations, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. One was a real beauty, while the other was a beauty with makeup. After Lin Fei laughed, Lin Fei's expression changed. Yunfei looked very unhappy. Similarly, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. No one knew what she was thinking. Junior brother Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei laughed. I think the weather is good today. Smiling more is good for your body. Yunfei almost cursed out loud. Brat, no one would think you were mute if you didn't speak. This is? Suddenly, Lu Yen asked. Yunfei said, he is a disciple of our guild. His name is Lin Fei. He doesn't do proper things all day. Don't mind him. With such a good opportunity, Yunfei certainly didn't mind stepping on him. A bumpkin wanted to attract the attention of a beauty. Dream on, don't even think about it. Oh, so it's like this? Lu Yen asked. Mu Ning glared at Yunfei and then turned to Lin Fei and said, Grandpa is coming, let's go. After that, Mu Ning pulled Lin Fei's hand. F***ck, what's going on? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Indeed, he didn't expect that Mu Ning would take the initiative to hold his hand. But then again, Mu Ning's hand was very soft and very comfortable. Smooth and tender. The actions of Mu Ning and Lin Fei fell into the eyes of the guild disciples. All of them showed an expression of sudden realization. So it was like this. Miss Lu, my senior sister is like this. Yunfei's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, but he still pretended to be indifferent. Miss Mu is very interesting, I don't care. But in Lu Yan's heart, there was a question. What is the background of that young man that made Mu Ning act like this? Brat, can you let go? Mu Ning took Lin Fei to the corner and suddenly gritted her teeth. Lin Fei was very innocent, that, you were holding my hand, I didn't take advantage of you. Mu Ning looked down and her face turned red, all the way to the back of her ears. She hurriedly shook off her hand and then fiercely said, don't let your imagination run wild. At this time, Mu Ning's chest gently trembled, looking very cute. Lin Fei's eyes moved away from Mu Ning and thought, so Mu Ning's figure is also very good. Actually, you don't need to care about that Lu Yan. Lin Fei said, your figure is not bad at all, I think it's very good. Mu Ning anxiously said, what nonsense are you talking about, I'm not. Not knowing why, after hearing Lin Fei's words, Mu Ning suddenly felt guilty and did not dare to look at him. She hurriedly turned around and left. Looking at her back, Lin Fei could still smell the residual fragrance on her hand. This chick, they are here. The presidents of the Rune Guild are here. After a short wait, along with their appearance, the scene was stirred and everyone could not remain calm. The Rune's Tower competition was an opportunity for them, a great opportunity, an opportunity to make a name for themselves, at least in the Rune Guild. That person over there is Qin Tian, today's biggest opponent. Senior brother Yang Yi is also a powerful seed opponent. The big beauty Lu Yan, don't ignore her. Everyone began to discuss and looked at each other with a look of worship. After all, the masters of runes were all worthy of worship. In addition to worship, there was also a kind of fighting spirit. And on the high platform, 10 guild leaders and 2 elders formed a special scene. President Heisher, you have arranged a genius this time, isn't this making us feel pressured? An old man touched his chin and said. President Heisher brought a genius disciple, Qin Tian. Although he was young, he had a strong capital. Before the competition even started, he already made people feel great pressure. Many presidents looked at him with different gazes, full of jealousy and envy. The appearance of a genius could change the reputation of a guild. For example, 5 years ago, when the returning guild took first place, their influence suddenly increased. Many experts appeared in the guild, suppressing many other guilds. Luck, luck. President Heisher laughed. His words were humble, but in fact, he was very proud, as if the first place was already in the bag, it was not a problem. Chairman Mu, this year I will be embarrassed to take away the Rune's Tower. Last time, it was the returning guild who took first place. This time, they were not optimistic about the returning guild. Yunfei's disciple seemed to have a good aptitude, but it would be difficult for him to take first place. Mu Changkong acted like a good person, then I will have to congratulate you. But everyone could tell that Mu Changkong was not congratulating him. From his tone, it seemed like he wanted to see a joke. Could it be that the returning guild had another genius that could suppress everyone and take first place? They did not believe it, but the chances were not high. In the previous competition, they lacked experts. In these 5 years, they had been searching for geniuses and nurturing them. This year's competition for the Rune's Tower had far more experts than the previous competition, so they could not help but be concerned. Mu Changkong did not care much. He had a smile on his face, and no worries could be seen. Between the 2 elders, one of them walked out. Both of them were the judges this time, and they were the more serious ones. First, the elder stood up and made a speech. The content was nothing more than the competition for the rune's tower, and killing was not allowed. If anyone dared to violate the rules, they would be killed on the spot. This was the first warning. The second was to announce the rules of the competition for the rune's tower. Many of them had an "I knew it" expression on their faces. The rules were exactly the same as the previous time, and there was no change. They were given a fair chance. The rune's tower had a total of 9 floors. Each floor had the pressure of the runes, and each floor was heavier than the one before it. Once one could not withstand it, they would be automatically teleported out and lose their qualification. Whoever persisted the longest would be the first this year, and could take away the rune's tower. Of course, this competition was also a test for the rune's masters. If one could pass the test, there was no doubt that they would gain great benefits. Therefore, many people would advance their level in it every time. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to execute. Although killing was not allowed inside, there were still all kinds of fights. After the rules were announced, someone immediately took out the rune's teleportation talisman. This rune's teleportation talisman was a special type of teleportation talisman. It was limited to the area of the rune's tower. Once one could not withstand it, one could use the power of one's soul to activate it, and one could be teleported out immediately. Of course, this also meant that one would lose the qualification for the competition. Teleportation talisman, the production is not bad. Lin Fei flipped it up and down and came to a conclusion. Through continuous learning in the virtual space, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of knowledge on runes. The teleportation talisman looked difficult, but in his eyes, it was nothing. The most professional learning, the most professional production, even a stupid pig could complete it. After keeping the teleportation talisman, Lin Fei looked at the rune's tower, full of fighting spirit. How many floors could he reach? The competition begins. A teleportation door appeared out of thin air below the rune's tower. It was opened by the rune's elder. 10 rune guilds were teleported in one by one. A thrilling scene began. At the same time, outside, a canopy of runes slowly opened. The light spots that appeared were the internal distribution of the rune's tower. Currently, everyone was on the first floor, and no one had reached the second floor yet. Lin Fei, do your best. Chapter 202. Whoosh whoosh. When Lin Fei entered the rune's pagoda, all he saw was gray. At the same time, an invisible pressure pressed down like a mountain, almost crushing him. This pressure was insignificant to the current Lin Fei and did not have much effect. It is indeed novel to use this method to compete. After entering the first level of the rune's pagoda, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to set off. Instead, he rested on the spot. Outsiders looked like they were resting, but in fact, they were observing the rune's pagoda and understanding the knack of it so that they would not suffer any losses. From time to time, disciples of the runes would appear. After entering, they would immediately set off to the next level after a little discomfort. They seemed to be in a hurry to settle down. A bunch of fools. Sooner or later, they will regret it. Outside, a group of presidents sat on the high platform. Their eyes were all looking at the sky screen of the runes, where they could see the distribution of positions. 1 hour later. On the sky screen of the runes, someone entered the second level of the rune's pagoda. This year's batch, everyone's strength is not bad. Someone entered the second level so quickly. I believe it will be very interesting this time. Entering the third level is the real start. Everyone should rest up and watch slowly. Those present were all experienced experts. The competition had just begun, and the first 3 levels were for preparation. From the 4th level onwards, it was the most effective time. Generally, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to determine the winner. It was only the first day, and there was indeed no need to worry. At the same time, outside the rune's pagoda was in a pavilion around the rune's pagoda. Lord Deacon, I have arranged everything. This kid from the Lin family will become a cripple even if he doesn't die. In order to get rid of him, I have specially given them a set of runes array. No matter how strong that kid is, he will still be trapped. The deacon was a middle-aged man with a ferocious-looking face. He was a good friend of Wuxia Xianxia. Since his good friend had left and never returned, and Lin Fei's appearance in the mountain river city, Xianxia's huge information system was the first to know about it. Therefore, this good friend of Wuxia Xianxia took over the mission. Xianxia didn't dare to kill a disciple of the runes openly. They couldn't afford to offend the Rune Guild of Mountain River City, not even the higher-ups. Just because they could not afford to offend him did not mean that they would not take action. Xianxia could not afford to lose face like this. In order to deal with Lin Fei, Zhao Xing spent a lot of effort and finally thought of a way to interfere in the competition for the runes. He bribed the disciples of the runes and prepared to cripple Lin Fei. He couldn't kill Lin Fei, but he could heavily injure him and cripple him. Once anyone was crippled, no matter how useful they would become worthless. The Rune Guild would naturally not pay attention to a worthless person. At that time, killing that kid would be a piece of cake. Good, you did a good job on this matter. This is what I should do. The second floor of the runes tower. The third floor of the runes tower. The fourth floor of the runes tower. 3 days passed in a flash. People appeared on the fourth floor of the runes tower and began to compete fiercely. The pressure on each floor began to increase several times. When he entered the fourth floor, Lin Fei was under great pressure. If he wasn't prepared, he would probably be pressed down and unable to move. This was the real meat of the show. After exploring for so many days, it's time to show my strength. I can't let others take the first place. I still need to rely on this mission to advance to Xian Qi practitioner. Lin Fei took a deep breath and operated the 9 revolutions mysterious art. His body stood straight and headed towards one of the positions. At the same time, the battle on this floor also began. The fourth floor of the runes tower was very large. Everyone was distributed in a wide area. Some people stood still and sweated profusely. Obviously, they couldn't get used to it all at once. That was why people outside said that the fourth floor was the real key. Those who were weak would be eliminated. Wave after wave of elimination, those who were left were the true elites. What are you guys doing? In one of the corners, 3 disciples of the runes tower were surrounded. They seemed very angry and roared at the other party. Nothing. We just want to send you guys out. Don't talk nonsense with them. Let's do it. Swish swish swish. Ice mountains, fire rain, earth spikes. Instantly, they were all covered. The pressure on the fourth floor of the runes tower was great. Those who could fight weren't weak and could be considered the elites of this floor. Rumble. They all disappeared from where they were. 3 people appeared outside in a sorry state. It turned out that they couldn't bear it and were all beaten out. They only suffered minor injuries. These people all had a look of shame on their faces, especially the president's gaze. Everyone saw that they were beaten out. This was also a strategy. The president couldn't say anything about this method. He couldn't say that they were inferior. This scene kept appearing in the runes tower. From the 4th floor onwards, people would be sent out from time to time. The competition became more intense. The fight for the first place seems to be very intense. Lin Fei said to himself. When the 2 people in front of him stopped him, Lin Fei knew what they were planning. Kid, are you going to leave by yourself or do you want us to send you out? The 2 people in front of him laughed coldly. They were from the Blackstone Guild. In order to take down the runes tower, they had sent out their experts to guard the entrance and chase the people from the opposing guilds out. The results were good and they managed to chase quite a number of people out. When they saw a lazy person appear, they jumped out and were prepared to chase him out. Lin Fei shook his head. I don't like to be sent out. I like to send you guys out. Courting death. Do it. The two of them were enraged. They took out their talismans from their robes and attacked Lin Fei. Both of them were level 2 runes masters. When they attacked together, the power was not weak. However, they encountered Lin Fei. They were unlucky. When the runes were torn apart, they felt a pain in their stomachs. They instantly realized that they had been sent flying. They didn't even know how they lost. Expert. Kid, you're good. Let's wait and see. They felt depressed that they couldn't defeat such an expert. They had encountered such an expert. They knew how many experts there were in the 10 guilds, but they had never seen this person before. After they left, Lin Fei frowned. The pressure of the runes also affects my speed. I wonder what the lower floors are like. When he used his movement technique just now, he vaguely felt that he was restricted. It was as though he was stuck. 5th floor of the runes tower. 6th floor of the runes tower. On the 5th day, the distribution of the runes tower was already clear. There were a total of 3 floors. The first batch entered the 6th floor and began to slow down. The second batch was stuck on the 5th floor, and the last batch was stuck on the 4th floor. There were a total of 10 people stuck on the 6th floor. It was clear that every guild had experts. Those who could enter this floor had to have the strength of a level 3 runes master. The previous top ranker had stopped at the 7th floor. Looking at the situation this year, he might be able to enter the 8th floor. Of course, this was just their imagination. As for whether they could succeed or not, it would depend on the situation. Some of them were happy, while others were worried. Mu Chongkong was one of them. He looked at the Blackstone Guild with a hint of anger. Brat, what are you trying to do? From the feedback, Mu Chongkong knew that Lin Fei had been stuck on the 5th floor and had yet to enter the 6th floor. He could not help but suspect that he was not strong enough. In this competition for the runes tower, Mu Chongkong had placed a lot of hope on Lin Fei. He believed that Lin Fei would be able to take first place, but the current situation made him feel dissatisfied. Fortunately, Mu Ning and Yunfei had successfully entered the 6th floor, which made Mu Chongkong feel slightly relieved. From the 6th floor of the runes tower, runes crystals will be produced. I hope they won't miss this opportunity. At the same time, on the other side, the president of the Blackstone Guild was very pleased. This time, they had used a strategy. Currently, there were 3 disciples who had entered the 6th floor. While he was happy, another matter gave him a headache. There was actually a disciple under Mu Chongkong who was quite strong. He did not need to use runes to beat them out. However, he could not recall such a person. Could it be a secret trump card? Hence, he looked at Mu Chongkong with a strange gaze. 6th floor of the runes tower. Mu Ning and Yunfei were gathered together. On this floor, everyone could not move quickly. They were limited by the pressure of the runes. The faster they moved, the greater the pressure on their bodies and minds. Runes crystals. When a white light appeared in the dusky space, it immediately attracted their attention. When the rules were announced, they remembered that once they entered the 6th floor, runes crystals would be produced. This was a good thing. Runes crystals belonged to a special category. They were specifically used to train the power of the soul. Hence, runes crystals were very valuable. Other than the runes tower, they were also produced in the crystal vein. Of course, a place like Mountain River City did not have this ability for the time being. One could imagine the price of runes crystals. No one knew who shouted this, but everyone went crazy. The strength of a runes master lies in the improvement of the soul. With such an opportunity in front of them, they would not let go of such a good opportunity. In an instant, everyone took action to snatch the runes crystals. Senior Mu, let's do it together. Yunfei was very proud. If he could not see the annoying bumpkin, he could not be in a bad mood. You don't need to tell me, I know myself. Not knowing why, Mu Ning did not give Yunfei a good look. Her eyes swept around from time to time, but she could not see Lin Fei. It was as if something was missing. Junior Mu, we want these runes crystals first. Qin Tian, the white-clothed gentleman, stood beside two helpers, staring at them like a tiger watching its prey. Who owns the runes crystals is not something that can be decided with words. We will only know after we try. 6th floor of the runes tower. The competition was extremely fierce. The appearance of the runes crystals gave them a chance to snatch. At the same time, it was also a kind of practice. At the same time, Lin Fei, who was on the 5th floor, was surrounded by 4 people at this time. The situation did not look good. Such great hostility, when did I offend them? Since the pressure of the runes crystal had a limit on the speed of the body, Lin Fei had an idea to use it to hone the speed of the body. If he could be as smooth as a fish under the pressure of the runes crystal, it would be of great help to him. Lin Fei usually did not use the concept. At least for the time being, he would not use it to avoid being discovered. Walking and stopping, halfway on the 5th floor, Lin Fei encountered 4 people who intercepted him. These 4 people were all level 3 runes masters, and they were very hostile towards him. In their hostility, there seemed to be a blood feud. Lin Fei was the most speechless. I have not done anything bad recently, why are you surrounding me? Who are you? I don't think we have any grudges, right? The 4 people around him stood in a formation, trapping Lin Fei in it. We have no grudges, but you will stay here today. Do it. The 4 of them did not say much. They opened their mouths and spat out talisman runes. The 4 talisman runes fused together to form an inescapable net that looked down from above, and a mysterious power covered Lin Fei's body. Good Lord, this is the runes formation. Lin Fei was shocked. The runes formation was more than a few times more powerful than individual runes, and the price of the runes formation was also a terrifying figure. If they took out the runes formation to attack, Lin Fei would not be surprised. However, they took out the runes formation, which was completely different. Especially since they were tight-lipped and did not speak any nonsense, it was obvious that they had the intention to kill him. Just one look was enough to tell that this runic array was no ordinary runic array. Once one was trapped inside, it would be very troublesome. At this moment, Lin Fei also knew that he had to make a move. He had to escape first and capture them. He was not afraid that he would not be able to find out who the mastermind was. When he was a few dozen feet away, he used his palm as a blade and slashed out 2 blade lights. The blade lights landed on the net and were actually disintegrated, losing their offensive power. What a tough runes formation. Even the protective aura of an early-stage mystic realm expert could not withstand my blade lights. It actually can't break this inexplicable runes formation. This was the first time that Lin Fei dealt with the runes formation. It was the first time that the sharp and overbearing blade lights lost their effect. Kid, this is the inescapable net. No matter how powerful your blade lights are, don't even think about breaking it. One of them laughed out loud. To specially use the inescapable net to deal with a martial artist who was not even a mystic realm expert, it was really strange. Who asked this inescapable net to come from above? They could not refuse it and did not feel the pinch even if they used it. So it's the inescapable net. Lin Fei knew the origin of this runes formation. No wonder it could withstand his blade light attack. It was no wonder that it had such a great reputation. The runes formation was also divided into 9 levels. The first level formation was the most common, and the 9th level formation was the highest. The inescapable net was a 2nd level formation. Its biggest function was to trap the enemy. It was very tough. Once trapped, it would be impossible to break out. It was one of the most commonly used tools for sneak attacks. This was also the reason why they were so at ease. Under the inescapable net, it would only take a word to cripple a kid at the 9th level of the martial Dao. Chapter 203. They did have the confidence to make a move. Unfortunately, they forgot one thing. Lin Fei was not an ordinary person, not to mention Lin Fei who comprehended the state of wind. The inescapable net looked very dangerous, but in reality, it was just that. It was not groundless. They just happened to meet their nemesis. Since they are so ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. I will capture them first. I will not be afraid of not knowing who is behind this. At that time, they will have a good time. Lin Fei was famous for his good temper. At least, he thought so. However, a good temper did not mean that he would let others trample on him. Once something crossed his mind, even if the other party was someone with a great background, he would still make a move for the sake of comfort. As the saying went, when things were clear, it meant that one's thoughts were clear. Lin Fei was not clear now and needed to be clear. The best way was to capture them. You are not going to cripple me. I will get rid of you first to let you understand that formations are not the strongest. Using flowing wind movement technique, the pressure from the 5th floor of the rune's pagoda only had a slight effect on the runes. Lin Fei swam like a small fish and used his palm as a saber to attack the person on the far left. Whoosh! The person on the left was a short runes master. He did not panic. He opened his mouth and spat out a white qi, which turned into a sword qi and pierced at Lin Fei's chest. What an exquisite attack! Lin Fei dodged to the side, and the white sword qi flew past him. The dangerous aura made him understand that the runes masters were not as simple as he thought. After the danger was avoided, it was Lin Fei's turn to make a move. Bang! Bang! Lin Fei's movement technique was like a phantom. Even without using his state, his speed was faster than before. That person's move failed and he was immediately at a disadvantage. That sword qi was not very effective, so of course, he suffered a backlash. Profound underworld sword. Lin Fei's ears twitched as he sensed a dangerous aura coming from behind him. With a flip of his hand, he sent out 2 saber lights. At the same time, 2 dang-dang sounds could be heard. It turned out that he had used his soul to control the sword. Another name for godly soul sword manipulation was godly soul manipulation. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Apart from runes masters, no one else could master it. Similarly, spiritual manipulation was the strongest killer move of a runes master, second only to the spiritual attack. The blade glow shattered the netherworld sword, but it did not dissipate the other side's attack. The cold aura locked onto Lin Fei and once again turned into a black shadow, as if it wanted to pierce a bloody hole through Lin Fei. Good heavens, this is clearly a homing missile. The attack just now happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. It was unbelievably fast. No one would be able to reach such a level if they encountered it. Let's get out of here first. As the inescapable net descended, Lin Fei dashed out to avoid the attack first. As expected, the 4 of them have great teamwork. In the previous probe, the 4 of them defended as one. While defending, they attacked continuously. It's quite difficult to deal with them. Lin Fei appeared to be very relaxed. The 4 of them did not feel good either. According to the information, Lin Fei's strength was limited. In the previous exchange, there was an indescribable pressure. The godly soul manipulation did not carry any killing intent. Who would have thought that the other party seemed to have eyes behind his back, actually dodging right under their eyes? They could not help but become serious. Luckily, they had the inescapable net. Seal. Trap. Lin Fei's actions were seen by the 4 of them. They could not help but reveal a victorious smile. If Lin Fei continued to tangle with them, it would not be easy to deal with him. However, if he gave up on attacking, then the unlucky one would be Lin Fei. The originally vertical inescapable net expanded infinitely, turning into a true inescapable net. The area it covered expanded infinitely. Even if Lin Fei's speed was shocking, he was still trapped below. Don't try to escape. Under the inescapable net, everything is a waste of effort. Why not surrender obediently? There is no meaning in resisting. As the leader this time, Zhao Gang said with an expressionless face. Everyone knew how powerful the level 2 array formation, inescapable net was. I never admit defeat. The inescapable net is just a powerful trap, but what if it is broken? Suddenly, Lin Fei, who was running, stopped like a speeding car, revealing a strange smile. In their eyes, it was as if he was about to admit defeat after exhausting everything. Would Lin Fei admit defeat? Of course it was impossible. A mere inescapable net against Lin Fei, who had the theory of runes, was no different from displaying one slight skill in front of an expert. Inescapable net, break. Lin Fei shot out with a long blade in his hand. It was the dragon slaughtering saber in the middle stage of the mortal grade. With a slash, it was as if he wanted to pierce through the inescapable net. You overestimate yourself. You think you can break through the inescapable net by relying on a middle-stage mortal rank weapon? You're talking nonsense. The inescapable net belonged to the runes formation. Even a great expert of the late stage of the profound realm would be helpless against it. They did not believe that a mere brat would be able to break through the inescapable net. The long blade in the middle stage of the mortal rank made them have quite a bit of desire. If they couldn't use it themselves, they could sell it outside for a lot of silver and exchange it for runes materials. Rushing Thunder Blade Technique. The blade light was like a white light, the white light was like a net of blades, interweaving into one, the blade chi filled the air, revealing a terrifying aura. No one noticed how astonishing the speed of Lin Fei's attack just now was. Crash. When the dense inescapable net met the blade light, it was like a broken fishing net. It actually strangely cracked open, and the inescapable net above his head instantly lost its effect. The inescapable net is only a so-so. Lin Fei coldly snorted, went straight to the point, and slashed at Zhao Gang, who was using his divine soul to control the sword. It's broken? Impossible, how could he break the inescapable net? Two of them couldn't remain calm. The inescapable net was something that even a late-stage mystic realm cultivator couldn't break, but today, they saw something different about Lin Fei. Dang, dang, dang. Zhao Gang was the fastest to turn around, his mind was overwhelmed with shock, the netherworld sword turned into a black rainbow in front of him, and he retreated. Such great strength. Lin Fei had long targeted this divine soul sword expert. After taking care of this person, the other three were only a so-so, and defeating them would be as easy as flipping his palm. Let's see how many times you can block. After comprehending the concept, his blade technique was better than before, like an antelope hanging its horn, it was more amazing. Runes masters were considered ranged opponents. Once they were closed in, their battle strength would be greatly reduced, like Zhao Gang, whose divine soul sword was blocked. Earth would spike. Rumble. Within the radius of Lin Fei, thick earth spikes appeared, trying to block the attack, and gain an opportunity for their heads. Once they pulled away, the divine soul sword would definitely make Lin Fei suffer. Would Lin Fei give them a chance? Of course not. Go! Lin Fei turned around and slashed out 3 blade lights, turning into 3 tornadoes, rumbling over. The hard earth spikes in front of the tornadoes were turned into powder by the blade lights. The tornadoes were actually formed by the blade light, the metal attribute of the blade light. The power was naturally extraordinary. Ever since he comprehended the concept of wind, after the fusion of this move, the lethality had increased by more than a few times. No matter how strong the physical body was, it would definitely be turned into powder under this move. This move was fast and fierce, naturally not something they could have expected. This move exceeded the scope of the 9 heavens of the martial path. Even if it was a mystic realm cultivator, they would not be able to produce such a powerful move. Puff! 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 After 3 consecutive groans, the 3 runes masters fell to the ground, injured, and lost the ability to fight. Zhao Gang's pupils shrank, knowing that the information was wrong. Lin Fei was more powerful than the information said, just the attack just now made him feel a sense of danger. The trouble is solved, now it's your turn. Clang clang. Zhao Gang retreated, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Damn it, didn't he use up his strength? Such a big move just now, it should have consumed a lot of Xian Qi. He had mastered the soul-driving sword, he could exhaust Lin Fei to death, the final winner would definitely be him. In that moment of hesitation, Lin Fei's attack came like a storm. Zhao Gang actually could not find an opportunity to attack, his face gradually turning pale. The soul-driving sword consumed the power of the soul. Zhao Gang could only use the soul-driving sword by coincidence. Facing such an attack, the power of the soul was rapidly consumed. The nether sword in front of him swayed, as if it would be sent flying in the next second. Zhao Gang finally understood what kind of enemy he had encountered. I can't go on like this, that brat Lin Fei, his aura is gradually getting stronger. If this goes on, the one who loses will definitely be me. I have to use my ultimate move. Another attack came down, the nether sword swayed again. Zhao Gang also spat out a mouthful of blood. After Lin Fei comprehended the concept, his attacks merged with the wind, the consumption of Xian Qi was controlled, he could accurately use every bit of power, which was why there was such a violent attack. Nether kill. The attack missed, the nether sword actually turned into a black shadow, with a whoosh, it stabbed in front of Lin Fei. Humph, so what if your attack is powerful, you still can't block my attack, you will still suffer under my hands. Zhao Gang's body swayed. The nether kill was an explosive attack from the soul-driving sword, it consumed a lot of the power of the soul. It could be said that if this attack failed, the one who lost would be him. This was something that could not be helped. Lin Fei was too strong, if this continued, the one who lost was destined to lose. Zhao Gang could only use this move to take a risk, striving for a perfect reversal. Suffer? You should be the one suffering, right? The disdainful voice behind Zhao Gang's ear was like a slap to the face, the cold blade landed on his throat, it was as if the other party's hand would take his life. Why are you fine? It was unknown when Lin Fei had appeared behind him, but he did not seem to be injured. How could Lin Fei explain that he executed the concept of wind at the crucial moment, dodging the fatal attack? You shouldn't be asking this, you should be thinking about how to survive. Zhao Gang's quick defeat caused the other 3 to reveal expressions of disbelief. They all knew how powerful the soul-driving sword was, how could he be defeated so quickly? Since when did the 9th layer of the martial path become so strong? Zhao Gang was unable to digest this news, he actually lost his life in the hands of others. His body slumped to the ground, losing the support of his soul, his body was already extremely weak. Chapter 204. Defeating the 4 Runes Division. Lin Fei was touched and almost fell into the opponent's trap. If he had not gone to the virtual space to learn runes theory, runes divine ability, and runes production, he might have failed miserably today. Breaking the inescapable net was by using the runes theory. With the upgrade system, he could easily detect the flaws of the formation. The previous attack looked like an attack to outsiders, but in fact, it was Lin Fei breaking the flaws of the formation. In order to break the flaws, he had spent a lot of points. As for the final attack of the soul, Lin Fei relied on the concept of wind. If he had not comprehended the concept, he would have been injured from the sudden attack. Lin Fei did not dare to kill the 4 Runes Division. The Rune Guild was huge, and he could not afford to offend them for the time being. Fortunately, he did not leak much previously, so he was not afraid of them noticing anything. The most important thing now was to find out who attacked him. Lin Fei did not like to be schemed by others, especially after what he had just experienced. They could interfere in the Rune Guild's Runes Tower battle, so Lin Fei had no choice but to care. Lin Fei, you are amazing. We admit defeat this time. Zhao Gang spat out such a sentence weakly. This meant that they had admitted defeat. Now that their lives were in the hands of Lin Fei, Zhao Gang was just entrusted by others, so there was no need to make things difficult for himself. As long as Lin Fei did not kill them, they would not do anything wrong in the future. Sheathing his long saber, he said coldly, "Tell me, who ordered you to come?" Originally, Lin Fei thought that he would at least have to torture him, but it seemed that there was no need to do so. This person was more honest, which saved him a lot of trouble. Xianxia. Zhao Gang spat out these 3 words. But the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Lin Fei already had a guess in his heart. When he heard the 3 words Xianxia, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Xianxia again, really pervasive, even interfering in the Runes Tower battle. Is there anyone else besides you? Zhao Gang thought that Lin Fei would be enraged, but he realized that he had underestimated Lin Fei. For some reason, a strange thought popped up in his mind. Xianxia might be defeated by Lin Fei. Even he did not believe it. We only know that the 4 of us attacked you. As for the others, we don't know. Now that we've explained everything, can we leave now? It wasn't that they didn't want to crush their teleportation talismans, but that Lin Fei was too strong. Especially at such a close distance, they couldn't block his attacks. Lin Fei shook his head. You guys attacked me. Don't you want to pay the price and leave? I've worked so hard and wasted so much time, but you think it's so easy? If you don't squeeze benefits out of the other party, the name Lin Fei would have to be written backwards. I see that your divine soul controlling object is not bad, I want this netherworld sword. Without any explanation, Lin Fei kept the netherworld sword. Previously, Zhao Gang's divine soul controlling sword made Lin Fei feel that it was very powerful. It was a pity that he only had 1 netherworld sword. Its power wasn't that great, but it was still convenient to use. Divine soul piercing was a divine soul ability that Lin Fei had mastered. He wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. The divine soul controlling sword could be used as a cover. He had a strange idea in his mind. If he gathered a few swords, he could form a sword array, which would be even more powerful. Currently, his divine soul was incomparably powerful, completely surpassing Zhao Gang. Not to mention that he had cultivated the divine soul cultivation technique 9 heaven spiritual energy. Zhao Gang didn't dare to say anything. The netherworld sword was his greatest trump card. If it was stolen, it would be equivalent to losing his greatest help. However, he understood that if he didn't agree, the other party wouldn't let him off easily. What about you guys? The 3 of them didn't expect that Lin Fei would be so overbearing, directly snatching Zhao Gang's netherworld sword. This was a middle-rank mortal sword, yet he snatched it just like that. What else could they have? They couldn't even reach the level of divine soul controlling sword. Seeing Lin Fei's gaze, their hearts turned cold. They clenched their teeth and took out something. Broken stone? It turned out that the 3 of them took out 2 stones that were emitting light. So it turned out that he was a country bumpkin who didn't even recognize runes crystals. They really didn't know how he became a runes master. Could it be that no one from the guild had ever taught him? Although they were thinking this in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out loud. If they were seen, then they would be the unlucky ones. Lin Fei didn't know that his expression would cause them to have this kind of thought. When he saw their strange expressions, even though they hid it well, he still noticed it. Could it be the problem with the stone? When his gaze fell on it, Lin Fei came to a sudden realization, runes crystals, it must be runes crystals. Immediately, Lin Fei recalled the appearance of runes crystals. It was said that this was a type of crystal that could replenish divine soul energy. He knew more than just this. Other than replenishing consumed divine soul energy, runes crystals could also strengthen divine soul energy at the same time. This involved another matter. When participating in the competition for the runes tower, Zhang Junla had once reminded them that the runes tower would produce runes crystals, so they had to be careful. My luck isn't bad. I obtained runes crystals on the 5th floor of the runes tower. In order to survive, the three of them didn't dare to keep the runes crystals. They didn't see Zhao Gang being snatched away, so what else could they do? They could only helplessly hand it over. At the same time, their hearts were filled with depression. If they knew that Lin Fei didn't know about the runes crystals, they wouldn't have handed over the runes crystals even if they were beaten to death. You guys are lucky this time. The next time I meet you, I won't let you live with such a small amount of things. Lin Fei said coldly. Young Master Lin, don't worry. There won't be a next time when we are loyal to each other. Zhao Gang's heart was bleeding. Back then, in order to obtain the Netherworld sword, who knew how much effort he had put in. However, he could only watch helplessly as it was snatched away. He didn't dare to say anything, and the pain was unbearable. Only then did Lin Fei feel satisfied. Even if he chased them out of the 5th floor, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Playing with the runes crystals in his hand, even though there were only 2 crystals, Lin Fei knew that the crystals in his hand would definitely be worth more than 10,000 gold outside. Xianxia intervened in the competition for the runes. I wonder if there are any in the next floor. I have to make preparations in advance. After experiencing the previous scene, Lin Fei's hatred for Xianxia was not small. Putting away the runes crystals, he took out the Netherworld sword and opened up the system to investigate. Netherworld sword, common middle grade, high killing power, suitable for sneak attacks. Back then, when he took the Netherworld sword, he thought that it was not a bad item. Now that he looked at it, he knew that it was a good item. Touching the surface of the sword, he felt a cold aura. The material was not bad, and it was indeed suitable for sneak attacks. Rise. Using his soul power to control the Netherworld sword, he stumbled at first, but a moment later, the Netherworld sword turned into a formless and colorless shadow, shuttling through the sky. If Zhao Gang was here, he would definitely be shocked to see this scene. Back then, for the sake of using his soul to control the sword, he had bitterly trained for half a year before grasping it. It could be said that he had barely grasped it, and it was far from Lin Fei's level. That person's talent isn't good. If he had used the Netherworld sword to this level, it would have been much more difficult for me to deal with him. It wouldn't have been as easy as before. After controlling the Netherworld sword, Lin Fei was satisfied. Every time he used it, the consumption of his soul power wasn't much, and just as the system said, the Netherworld sword was suitable for sneak attacks. Return. The Netherworld sword turned into a stream of light and landed in his hand. He couldn't see any killing intent, but Lin Fei was clear that with this move, it would be much easier for him in the runes tower. Zhao Gang was teleported out. The 4 of them were gathered together. Brother Zhao, are we really going to let that stinky brat go? Zhao Gang stared at him. Nonsense, that fellow is too abnormal. My Netherworld sword has always been successful against martial artists. That brat was an accident, we can't fight that brat alone. Brother Zhao's meaning is, we're just going to leave it like this? I don't think Lin Fei is easy to deal with. That attack just now was too fierce, even I couldn't block it. Zhao Gang nodded. Let's not interfere in the matter between Xianxia and Lin Fei. We can't afford to offend them. If Zhao Gang saw Lin Fei use his soul to control the sword, he would probably thank himself for making the right choice. At least he wouldn't have offended such an abnormal person. 6th floor of the runes tower. After staying on the 5th floor, Lin Fei rushed to the 6th floor. When he entered the 6th floor, a huge pressure descended and his strength was restricted. Lin Fei frowned. The 6th floor is the dividing line. My strength is restricted by quite a bit. Lin Fei used his soul again and discovered that there was no restriction. On the contrary, he felt like a fish in the water. Runes Tower, interesting. When advancing to the 5th floor, the pressure was not big. After the 6th floor, the pressure was not small. After adapting, Lin Fei increased his speed and rushed to the entrance of the 7th floor. At the same time, everyone outside was paying attention to the screen of the Runes Tower. Someone entered the 7th floor. This time's first place should be that Qin Tian. President Heisher stroked his beard, looking very satisfied. He glanced at Mu Chongkong proudly. "Brother Mu, I've won you by a step." Mu Chongkong was very indifferent. The competition is not over yet. President Heisher felt that his words fell through, like hitting cotton. He could not find anything to say and could only snort to express his dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Chongkong was also worried. Could it be that he had seen wrongly? Another person entered the 7th floor. There are quite a lot of geniuses this year. Last time, there was only one. This year, there are 2. Maybe there are a few. Below, there were also many exclamations. Compared to the previous year, there was a huge gap. It was hard to say who would be the winner. At the moment, it seemed that the Heisher Guild was the most confident. 7th floor of the Runes Tower. This time's first place is definitely in my bag. Qin Tian was in high spirits. His straight body was like a towering tree as he walked up step by step. After the 7th floor, the pressure was huge. At this time, one could only rely on perseverance. Whoever persevered longer would be able to obtain first place. Behind him, a few runes masters revealed a complicated expression. At the same time, they had the thought of not admitting defeat. Chapter 205. Yunfei's strength was not bad. This time, he managed to enter the 7th floor and was in a good mood. When he heard Qin Tian's words, he was naturally unhappy and mocked him. In the competition for the Runes Tower, those who entered the 7th floor were all people with strong souls that could withstand the pressure of the runes. The reason for the 6th floor to compete for the runes crystals was to replenish the soul consumption of the 7th floor. It could be said that whoever persisted the longest would be first. Yunfei's words were immediately echoed by others. Our senior sister Lu Yan didn't even say anything. Who do you think you are to take first place? That's right. First place depends on strength, not mouth. If everyone has the strength, why don't we continue forward? The 8th floor of the Runes Tower is said to have many benefits. Whoever is lucky enough to enter the 8th floor will definitely become famous. Hiss. The 8th floor of the Runes Tower. Everyone revealed a look of anticipation. They could not wait to enter the 8th floor. The 8th floor of the Runes Tower had always been a mysterious existence. Very few people entered the 8th floor. As for the benefits of the 8th floor, no one knew. In Shanha County, no one had entered the 8th floor in the past 100 years. Even the strongest stayed on the 7th floor. If someone from a guild entered the 8th floor, their influence would definitely increase. Hearing this, everyone was filled with fighting spirit again. They really wanted to challenge the 8th floor. Qin Tian did not care about the words of the crowd. Currently, he stood at the forefront and said arrogantly, "Let's wait and see." From the beginning of the competition for the Runes Tower, Qin Tian had set a goal for himself, which was to take first place. The situation was as expected, which was why he was able to take first place. Looking at the second person behind him, Qin Tian regarded her as his biggest enemy. Lu Yan, a member of the Qingshan Guild. As for the others behind her, Qin Tian did not care about them. The previous first place, the Gui Yuan Guild, was currently in 4th place, at least 100 zhang away from him. It was impossible for them to catch up to him. Therefore, Lu Yan was his enemy. Looking at Lu Yan, who had a smile on her face, Qin Tian could not see any dissatisfaction. The more she looked like, the more excited Qin Tian became. Senior brother Qin Tian, you have to be careful. Junior sister can surpass you at any time. Lu Yen giggled. He's seducing me again. Mu Ning looked back from time to time. She didn't know why she was so worried. Where did that brat go? Didn't he know how important this matter was? After being teleported in, Mu Ning had lost track of Lin Fei. Even now, she still couldn't see his shadow. She could only enter the 7th floor, but that was also her limit. In terms of perseverance, he might not be able to persevere to the end. In front of her was Qin Tian, Lu Yen, and behind her were a few others. Every one of them was stronger than her, so it would be very difficult to take first place. Thinking of that brat Lin Fei, she was filled with anger. She really didn't know where that brat ran off to. Behind him was Yun Fei. He had originally thought that Lin Fei would be his greatest enemy, but now it seemed that he was no match for him at all. Perhaps that brat had already been teleported out long ago. Seeing Mu Ning's appearance, Yun Fei was very dissatisfied. A country bumpkin like her wanted to participate in the competition. She deserved to be humiliated. He was the genius, he would take the first place. He would use his results to tell everyone that he was a true genius. Senior sister Mu, junior brother Lin Fei might have been teleported out. Yun Fei deliberately said this to make Mu Ning hate Lin Fei. He had seen the scene in the arena, but he couldn't find a way to deal with it. Now that he finally had a way, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Little did he know that after Yun Fei said this, Mu Ning's face turned cold. If you don't speak, no one will think that you are mute. She turned around and walked forward, unwilling to take a step back. Yun Fei felt uncomfortable and cursed in his heart, "Slut, slut, isn't he just a country bumpkin? Wait until I take the first place, let's see what you have to say. At that time, I'll definitely trample that country bumpkin to death." The 7th floor was limited to only a few people. After a day, the positions had changed greatly. In the first position was Qin Tian. He maintained his absolute advantage, but his face was pale and tired. Behind him was Lu Yen. The distance between them had also increased from 100 zhang to about 50 zhang. The third was a kid with the surname Chen, the fourth was Yun Fei, and the fifth was Mu Ning. The distance between them was quite big. If there were no accidents, the first position should be between Qin Tian and Lu Yen. Both of them were peak rank 3 runes masters and had runes crystals. Their advantages were quite big. The 7th floor. The last 2 positions were filled with sweat and were close to their limits. It seems that we can only do this. I can't walk anymore, I really can't walk anymore. The pressure from the runes was like a mountain pressing down on them, making them uncomfortable. Every step they took consumed a lot of their mental energy. You two, this direction is going to the 8th floor, right? Just when the two were sighing, a person suddenly appeared beside them, scaring them. They had been in the 7th floor for a day. It was not easy for the people behind them to continue to come up, but now someone had actually caught up with them. This was two. Just keep walking forward. One of them subconsciously answered. Thank you. After saying that, that person strode out. Every step they took was filled with sweat. That person could almost be described as fast. In the blink of an eye, he had taken a few steps. Hey, someone just passed by. Someone should have passed by. Actually, both of them were scared silly. Since when had they seen someone walking so fast? At least, they had never seen someone who could catch up with them in a day. Who exactly was this person? The two relaxed their thoughts and were immediately teleported out. The person who asked for directions just now was naturally Lin Fei. On the 6th floor, after Lin Fei snatched a few pieces of runes crystals, he immediately rushed to the 7th floor. Only after entering the 7th floor did he know how scary this floor was. Every step he took was a huge pressure. Mu Ning and the rest should be in front. I should not be late. It's just that I don't know who are in front. Taking one step forward, Lin Fei thought. Although the pressure on the 7th floor was great, Lin Fei cultivated the 9 heavens of spiritual power, and his divine soul was stronger than anyone else. The pressure on the rune's tower was greatly reduced. After advancing for a while, Lin Fei found that every step he took was very difficult. Another one was surpassed. Another one was surpassed. When Lin Fei rushed out like a dark horse, he surpassed the people in front one by one. The people in front could vaguely see his figure. F***CK, who is this? Where did this kid come from? Damn, it's the big dark horse. Those people all looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was not easy to surpass themselves on the 7th floor of the rune's tower. But now that someone had caught up, they naturally could not accept it. If someone was more famous than them, they would naturally be convinced. They did not know Lin Fei, but he was stronger than them. Huff huff. Lin Fei let out a long breath. He's finally caught up. Along the way, Lin Fei finally experienced the power of the 7th floor. Using such a method to test, he really did not know who came up with it. What's happening behind? Mu Ning, who was in front, had been paying attention to the back. She did not believe that someone could catch up. But from the reaction behind, it seemed that something had happened. Someone is coming up. Mu Ning saw a blurry figure and could not help but be shocked. That genius from the guild can actually catch up, is he a dark horse? It was no wonder that Mu Ning would have such an idea. Currently, those who could enter the 7th floor were generally level 3 runes masters with strong divine soul. After thinking for a while, Mu Ning thought that the other party was one of the people in the 7th floor. When the person revealed his face, Mu Ning was surprised and could not help but exclaim, "How come it's you?" The person in front of her was Lin Fei, who had been waiting for him. Mu Ning had never thought that Lin Fei would catch up. Seeing Lin Fei continuously coming up, she knew that it was not a dream. Lin Fei really came up. "Junior Mu, don't you want me to appear?" Lin Fei smiled, revealing his white teeth. Mu Ning snorted, "What are you doing? Don't you know that the competition for this rune's tower is very fierce?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Mu Ning knew that she had said something wrong. She did not dare to raise her head to look at him, revealing a shy look of a little girl. Lin Fei did not take it to heart. "You also know that this is my first time participating. Of course, I won't be as fast as you guys. But don't worry, this year, I will definitely take first place." A sonorous and powerful sentence fell into Mu Ning's ears, making her feel very comfortable. "This is what you said?" Mu Ning snorted. "That's for sure." Lin Fei would not say that he needed to advance this time. If he did not take first place, how could he complete the task and advance to first place? Then you should hurry up and go. Qin Tian is currently first. Mu Ning reminded. Lin Fei nodded, "Let him take first place first. Catching up to that brat is just a matter of time." Mu Ning hated those who were glib. After hearing Lin Fei's words, she surprisingly did not get angry, as if what he said was very reasonable. Catching up to Qin Tian was indeed just a matter of time. Seeing that Mu Ning had stopped, Yunfei felt strange. The difference between them was not big, and he could not see the situation in the dusky sky. Thinking that Mu Ning could not hold on, he snorted in his heart, "And here I thought that you would be able to surpass me. Seems like it's just that." Currently, Yunfei was in 4th place. Catching up to Qin Tian would not be a big problem. Even if he did not take a step forward, it would still be very difficult. Half an hour later. "Senior brother Yunfei, we meet again. Looking at your appearance, your speed is too slow." "Who's talking?" Yunfei subconsciously looked to the left. What he saw made him break out in cold sweat. He saw the most unbelievable scene. Why are you here?" Lin Fei said, "Why can't I be here?" Yunfei felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that the country bumpkin had actually caught up to him. In his heart, he had long since cursed, "Damn that Lin Fei, how did he catch up to me? Could it be that I am inferior to a country bumpkin?" Yun Fei could not refute Lin Fei's words. Why can't he be here? Yun Fei had always been proud. Ever since Lin Fei appeared, as a senior brother, he had been in a depressed state. It was not easy for him to have a good performance, but who would have thought that this country bumpkin Lin Fei would run up to him? This was equivalent to him driving a BMW, and a tractor had caught up and overtaken him. Moreover, that person was someone he knew. How embarrassing. Yun Fei felt like killing himself. By the time he raised his head, Lin Fei had already appeared right in front of him. Seeing how the other party was taking one step at a time, not needing to pause or rest, Lin Fei gritted his teeth in frustration and spat out, "Freak." Yun Fei himself had to take a break after taking a step, but this abnormal Lin Fei didn't need to rest. In this floor, there was no one else like him. Yun Fei, who had always wanted to show off in front of Lin Fei, completely gave up after seeing Lin Fei's ferocity. Lin Fei was not someone he could catch up to. Lin Fei was indeed like a dark horse. He surpassed the third place. When he met the second place Lu Yen. Lu Yen was scared out of her wits. She found it hard to believe, but her ability to accept was still very fast. "Junior brother Lin, you really hid your strength well. It turns out that you are the biggest dark horse." Lu Yen spat out such a sentence, proving Lin Fei's strength. Before, Lu Yen didn't put Lin Fei in her heart, but now she finally understood why Yun Fei would target Lin Fei. It turned out that Lin Fei was the real dark horse. Lin Fei shook his head, average. Lu Yen originally had the confidence to compete for the first place, but the appearance of Lin Fei dispelled that idea. With Lin Fei there, the championship would not be easy. With junior brother Lin here, this little girl admits defeat. Lin Fei looked at Lu Yen and thought, this girl is not simple. She didn't mention competing with me, so she knows her place. Senior sister is overpraising me. If you want to take the first place, you must pay attention to Qin Tian. That person looks like a good person on the surface, but in fact, he is narrow-minded. Lin Fei looked at Lu Yen and nodded, if I take the first place, I will never forget senior sister's warning. Junior brother Lin must be joking. A little warning is nothing. Although he didn't know what Lu Yen meant, Lin Fei was still grateful to her. At least, she could guard against Qin Tian. Being prepared would not go wrong. This Lu Yen was a person worth associating with. Looking at Lin Fei's departing figure, Lu Yen sighed. Gue Yuan City has produced another genius. I really don't know where Chairman Mu found such a genius, to be able to deceive everyone. Lu Yen thought, with such a dark horse, I don't know what Qin Tian's face will look like. I think it will be very good. In fact, Qin Tian's face was not good. When someone appeared behind him, Qin Tian's first thought was that Lu Yen had caught up. But vaguely, it was not Lu Yen. Later, he saw a stranger. Who is this guy? Even Lu Yen was overtaken. There was a trace of fluctuation in Qin Tian's heart. The situation seemed to have changed. A stranger appeared behind him without him knowing. Looking at the situation, it seemed that it would not take long for him to catch up. The first place is destined to be mine. No one can take it away. A cold light flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. No matter who this guy is, since he dared to take away my first place, then don't blame me for being ruthless. No one can take away the first place from my hands. Fortunately, I can still use my Divine Soul Imperial Sword, so I'm not afraid of that guy. Chapter 206. The competition for the Runes Tower was still ongoing. At this moment, all the guild leaders were focused on it. Currently, the most proud was the Black Mountain Guild leader. From the disciples who came back, they learned that Qin Tian was currently ranked first. If there were no accidents, Qin Tian would definitely be the first. Didn't I say that Qin Tian has the ability? Isn't that Chairman Mu's daughter? I didn't expect her to come out. The situation isn't good. Chairman Mu's granddaughter couldn't hold on. I think the others are about the same. If there are no accidents, the competition should be ending soon. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On the 7th floor of the ruins tower, many people couldn't hold on and were teleported out. Everyone was used to it. After all, the 7th floor of the ruins tower was not easy to stay in. There would be a lot of pressure every second. Previously, no one was optimistic about the returning guild. Mu Ning was teleported out, so her chances of winning were not high. As for Yunfei, he might not be their opponent in terms of perseverance. Imperceptibly, many people started to curry favor in private. In everyone's opinion, the Black Stone Guild was the biggest winner. Currently, there were still a few people who hadn't come out. Mu Changkong had seen this kind of scene many times. He didn't take it to heart. After all, he was a level 5 runes master. His psychological quality was not comparable to ordinary people. "Grandpa, I'm back." Mu Changkong could see that something was wrong with his granddaughter. He couldn't help but feel surprised when he didn't see her depressed expression. "It's good that you're back." Mu Ning sat down beside him. "Grandpa, aren't you curious why your granddaughter is so calm?" Mu Changkong smiled. "Grandpa, I guess something must have happened." In fact, Mu Ning really had nothing to worry about. She had great confidence in Lin Fei. She giggled. "Grandpa is really bad. You know everything in your heart, but you still deliberately asked me." Mu Changkong's heart was relieved. On the surface, he didn't seem to care about their words. In fact, he was very concerned. When he saw his granddaughter's expression, he realized that his guess was correct. "Chairman Mu, I don't know what happy thing happened to you. Why don't you tell us and share it with us?" The Black Stone Guild leader asked with a smile. There was still a flash of surprise in his eyes. What happened to old man Mu? His granddaughter was defeated, yet he can still smile. Could it be that he's hiding some trump card? He couldn't help but guess. No matter how Guild leader Blackstone guessed, he would never have imagined that he would encounter such a dark horse. "Old Mu, why don't you tell us so that we can all have some fun?" The surrounding people chimed in and jeered. In fact, they were also surprised. The people that old man Mu had brought this time were all average in strength. It would be extremely difficult for them to fight for first place. But now, it seemed like he didn't care much about it. They would never believe that Mu Changkong would not care about who the runes tower belonged to in the end. He was probably trying to use this to hide the helplessness in his heart, right? Anyone who encountered such a thing would have such a thought. Mu Changkong said, "Actually, it's nothing. I'd better keep it a secret for now. Everyone will know later." Mu Changkong had a trump card in the runes tower, so he would not say it out loud. That would not be looking for something to do. He wanted to see their dejected faces. It would definitely be very interesting. Old kids. That was how Mu Changkong behaved. Another one. Yunfei is out too. It seems like the returning guild has no chance. I wonder how long the people above can last. In just one day, almost all the people in the runes tower had reached their limits, and they fell down one after another. The outcome seemed to be about to be revealed. At the entrance of the 7th floor of the runes tower. Hoo. Lin Fei let out a long breath. Relying on the strength of his soul, the restrictions in the runes tower were still very strong. He finally reached the entrance, but the few steps on the other side were like an insurmountable mountain that he could not cross. Lin Fei believed that once he stepped out, it would not be a problem for him to take first place. Looking back, he could vaguely see Qin Tian's figure. I didn't expect Qin Tian's perseverance to be so strong. He's indeed a genius in the runes tower. If he hadn't encountered me, he might have been able to take first place this time. Unfortunately, I won't give this first place to anyone. After taking a short break, Lin Fei prepared for the final sprint. Even though Lin Fei's face was pale, and he looked like he was about to reach his limit, his eyes were filled with the desire to fight and the excitement of not admitting defeat. Wait! Just as Lin Fei took a step forward, there was a wang sound behind his ears, and he heard a clanging sound in the air. What are you doing? Lin Fei turned around, his face filled with anger. In front of him was the netherworld sword, and not far away, there was also a short sword, emitting a cold aura. It was as if a moment of carelessness would cause a bloody hole to appear on one's body. The one who attacked was Qin Tian. He wanted to injure Lin Fei, but he failed in the end. Your strength isn't bad, but you shouldn't compete with me. As Qin Tian spoke, his face revealed a sinister expression. Just now, when he saw Lin Fei preparing to attack, Qin Tian was very clear that he might not succeed. Thus, he used his divine spirit to control the sword and prepared to injure Lin Fei. At this moment, both parties were clear of each other's situation. As long as he injured Lin Fei would withdraw from the competition, and the first place would be his. The result was indeed very disappointing. Lin Fei was more powerful than he had imagined. Qin Tian had almost always succeeded in using his divine spirit to control the sword, but he had suffered a loss in the hands of Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't take Lu Yan's words seriously before, but when Qin Tian attacked from behind, he knew that this person was narrow-minded. For the sake of being first, he dared to attack from behind. Bastard, shameless. If it was someone else, I might not fight for first place. But against a villain like you who sneak attacks from behind, I will definitely take first place. If you have the ability, then surpass me. Qin Tian raged, courting death. The short sword that had stopped stabbed towards Lin Fei. Obviously, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. No matter what, he did not believe that Lin Fei would be his opponent. Blocking his attack just now was probably luck. Lin Fei was not afraid of Qin Tian. The netherworld sword rushed forward. In just a moment, countless attacks were made, and each attack consumed a lot of his divine spirit's energy. This fellow indeed has some capital. If I did not learn the divine spirit to control the sword, I'm afraid that it would be hard to deal with him. Unless I use my divine spirit ability, it would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. Qin Tian was also not feeling good. His heart was about to vomit blood. Today, he had bumped into an iron plate. No matter how he attacked, the other party was able to block it. His face became paler and his body swayed. Scram for me. The netherworld sword carried a cold aura as it hit the other's short sword. The short sword was sent flying, and it turned into a black shadow as it pierced towards Qin Tian. You dare! Qin Tian vomited a mouthful of blood. A bloody mark was left on his chest as he was sent flying. His mind relaxed, and the transmission talisman was activated. With unwillingness and anger, Qin Tian was forcibly sent out. Finally solved a problem. Seeing that Qin Tian was sent flying, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. A sword is indeed useless. Meeting someone with a powerful divine spirit to control the sword, it would be much more troublesome to deal with. If I had a few swords just now, dealing with him would definitely be easy. Lin Fei did not feel much pressure controlling a sword. He believed that controlling a few more swords should not be a problem. After the competition ends and he breaks through to the Xian realm, he could give it a try. Now it should be time for the last few steps. And Qin Tian was sent out. Outside, the sky was in chaos. Qin Tian was sent out in a sorry state with traces of blood on him. Everyone was surprised. This person is so familiar, it seems to be Qin Tian. Impossible, Qin Tian is the most popular candidate for the championship, how could he be sent out? Qin Tian, he's Qin Tian. On the high platform, those who had been currying favor were all in a state of shock. Why did Qin Tian come out? It seemed like he had experienced something. What had happened during this period? Serves him right. Mu Ning was the most excited. From the moment Qin Tian was sent out, President Heisher's face was as black as charcoal. Don't talk nonsense. Mu Changkong glared at him, but his tone was clearly not blaming. President Heisher, what happened to your disciple? Mu Changkong asked in a friendly manner, but President Heisher could not say anything. He could not say that he was bullied and came out. Quickly let Qin Tian come up. President Heisher's face was stiff, and he helplessly changed the topic. Right now, the only thing he wanted to know was what happened to Qin Tian and why did he come out. Master, you have to help your disciple vent his anger. Qin Tian came up and complained. He hurriedly added oil to the fire and described Lin Fei as a heinous villain. After saying that, everyone revealed a strange expression, and the gaze they looked at Mu Changkong became fearful. At this moment, they finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Mu Changkong had arranged a backup move, and it actually forced Qin Tian out. Of course, looking at Qin Tian's appearance, they all understood that there must have been a battle above, and the one who lost was Qin Tian. President Heisher turned his head and stared at Mu Changkong. Chairman Mu, what do you say about this matter? Listening to his tone, he wanted Mu Changkong to give an explanation. Mu Changkong spread out his hands and turned to look at the two elders. Pardon me for asking, but the rune's tower does not prohibit fighting, right? Qin Tian's skill is inferior, so you can't blame my disciple, right? There are indeed no restrictions on the rune's tower. President Heisher felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. The elders had already said it, so who dared to question it? The rune's tower did not prohibit fighting, and if there were no deaths or injuries, they would not take it to heart. Qin Tian came out injured, and that sentence was true, his skill was inferior. President Heisher was about to speak, but the sky of the rune's tower changed again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people opened their mouths, so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. Mu Changkong's eyes did not move. He stared at the sky and muttered to himself, he actually went up. On the sky of the rune's tower, the originally blank 8th floor of the rune's tower actually had a red dot appear. Qin Tian was defeated and came out, so the one who rushed into the 8th floor was Lin Fei's disciple. In an instant, all the big shots looked at Mu Changkong. Chapter 207. Who is the one who made it to the 8th level? That's unbelievable. No one has made it to the 8th level of the rune's tower in the past few decades. I didn't expect someone to make it to the 8th level today. The returning guild is unbelievable this time. Chairman Mu is really resourceful. Unbeknownst to him, he has a genius disciple under his control. Regardless of whether it was on the field or off the field, everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. The 7th level of the rune was supposed to be the end, but in the end, a genius appeared. The 8th level of the rune's tower. The two elders who were seated stood up at the same time, looking excited. Truth be told, they couldn't help but be excited. It was rare for the Rune Guild to make it to the 8th level. The 7th and 8th levels had different meanings. Those who could make it to the 7th level were quite talented. The 8th level of the rune's tower was completely different. That was because those who could make it to the 8th level of the rune's tower would have great opportunities. It was a pity that the Tower of Runes division had no problems at all. Now that a genius disciple had appeared in the Mountain River City, it meant that the Mountain River City had made a name for itself in the fallen dynasty. The members of the Rune Guild would also feel proud. Brother Mu, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight. One of the elders said. You hid yourself too deeply. You dug up such a good seedling without saying a word. You should drink a cup as punishment. Everyone looked at Mu Changkong enviously. This time, Mu Changkong was really the center of attention because of his disciple. Only President Heisher and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They didn't dare to say anything in front of the elders for fear of leaving a bad impression. They could only slowly curse Lin Fei in their hearts. They couldn't help but curse him. It was too infuriating. This is the 8th level of the runes tower. It's really different. As soon as Lin Fei came up, his entire body was bent at a 90-degree angle and he almost knelt on the ground. The gravity was so strong that it took him a lot of effort to straighten his body. If the 7th level was a small river, then the 8th level would be a huge river. Lin Fei couldn't help but notice the difference between the two extremes. Huff, huff, huff. He panted heavily, but the pressure was so great that he could barely breathe. This won't do. If this goes on, I'll be teleported out myself. Lin Fei was able to persist on the 7th floor, but the 8th floor was completely different. Every breath he took would have a huge impact on his body, not to mention walking on it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fei revealed a strange expression. This place is so special. Just now, when I took a breath, my divine soul actually strengthened a little. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't believe such a result. It was difficult to strengthen one's divine soul. If it wasn't for the 9 heavens of spiritual power, Lin Fei's divine soul wouldn't be as powerful as it was now. Looks like this is an opportunity. Lin Fei took another deep breath. This is such a good opportunity. I can't miss it no matter what. Day after day, the people outside were still waiting. At this moment, all the people in the Tower of Runes had been teleported out. Why was it said that the competition was not over yet? It was because Lin Fei was still inside. Lin Fei was the last disciple of Mu Changkong. This news had long been spread, and everyone envied Mu Changkong. With such a disciple, there would be a level 7 or 8 runes master in the future. In the Xiantian continent, it was quite difficult for a level 5 runes master and above to break through. Level 7 or 8 runes masters were almost equivalent to VIPs, and all of them were valued by their families and sections. In Shanhe County, the highest level of runes master was only a level 7 runes master. Even so, a level 7 runes master was still an unattainable existence. A big city guarded by a runes master could resist an army of 100,000. The fact that Lin Fei could break into the 8th floor of the Tower of Runes was extraordinary. It's been 4 days. Why isn't he out yet? You guys don't know, but the longer you can last on the 8th floor, the more beneficial it will be for your future training. I remember in our Shanhe city, there was one person who only lasted 2.5 days, but he is now a level 7 runes master. Awesome! My goodness! 2.5 days to become a level 7 runes master. Doesn't that mean he can become a level 8 runes master or even a level 9 runes master in 4 days? This is too awesome. All the disciples worshipped Lin Fei. The Xiantian continent was a world of the strong, and at the same time, it was a world of geniuses. Lin Fei's actions, in their eyes, were nothing out of the ordinary. In the future, when Lin Fei became a master runes master, he could brag to everyone that he was an expert of the same generation as Lin Fei. On the high platform, Mu Changkong was surrounded by many people. From the looks of it, that kid Lin Fei should come out today. Elder Wu said while stroking his beard. This was one of the elders. Elder Wu's runic 8 trigrams rarely makes a mistake. Another elder Zhang said with a smile. Mu Changkong was a level 5 runes master, but these 2 elders were level 6 runes masters. Even Mu Changkong didn't dare to offend them. It's moving, it's moving. Under the light curtain, the red color disappeared, and a handsome young man came out. The young man first blocked the sunlight, as if he wasn't used to it. Lin Fei, mighty. Lin Fei, mighty. Lin Fei, mighty. Not long after, cheers filled the air. What's going on? Lin Fei put down his hand, speechless. From the looks of it, he seemed to have become a hero. He thought to himself, I've been high profile again. I'll try to be low-key in the future. Lin Fei liked being the center of attention. Men all like to make a name for themselves. That was the true strength of a man. Lin Fei came from Earth. He also liked to make a name for himself. This was an innate mentality. Soon, Lin Fei felt relieved. Why did he think so much? Xiantian continent was a place where the strong ruled. Being low-key was good at times, but it wasn't very useful at other times. Currently, he was being watched by Xianxia. If he kept a low profile and attracted their attention, they might attack him in secret. If he was a genius from the Rune Guild, then they wouldn't dare to do anything on the surface. From the situation just now, Lin Fei knew that he was in the limelight. Once the limelight was out, it was an unchangeable fact. If he kept a low profile, it wouldn't be a good thing. Since he was already in this situation, Lin Fei felt that he might as well show off. In an instant, Lin Fei's mentality changed. Today's scene changed many things in the future. After changing his mentality, he nodded to the crowd. He was quite proud that he had many fans. "Kid, you lasted for 4 days. Not bad," Elder Wu said. "If there's anything you don't understand in the future, don't hesitate to look for me," Elder Zhang said. As the overseeing elders of Mountain River City, they knew better than anyone else the importance of an important genius. A person who lasted for 4 days on the 8th level of the Runes Tower was definitely someone the Rune Guild needed. Although this person was young and immature, once he grew up, his future would be limitless. Even the 2 elders had to show goodwill to Lin Fei. They had reached the limit of level 6 Runes Master. Unless they had a great opportunity, they wouldn't be able to break through. Lin Fei was completely different. They couldn't even tell what his future would be like. Showing goodwill to him now would guarantee that he wouldn't go wrong. Lin Fei smiled. "It's all because of the Rune Guild's nurturing that I'm able to achieve what I have today." Although these words were very exaggerated, Lin Fei still felt that he had to say it. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the 2 elders' attitude became even better. In their eyes, Lin Fei was amiable and didn't have any arrogance. Their impression of him was very good. Only someone in the crowd looked at Lin Fei with a gaze filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to stand in the corner and curse him. Other than the elders' praise, the rest of the guild masters also wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. If they didn't make friends now, it would be too late in the future. Lin Fei dealt with this kind of situation very easily. In the eyes of the outsiders, it added a lot of points. Some of them even pondered whether they should make a trip to Guiyuan City. Since Mu Changkong was able to get such a good closed-door disciple, maybe they would be lucky enough to get a disciple too. Mu Changkong was the happiest one. This deal is too worth it. Previously, when he helped Lin Fei to stop Tianxia's people, Mu Changkong knew that Lin Fei would bring him a huge harvest. Sure enough, Lin Fei soared in the Runes Pagoda competition. The 8th floor of the Runes Pagoda, in 4 days, the result was amazing. With these 5 years, their Guiyuan Guild would leave them far behind and lay a solid foundation. Now, I announce that the Guiyuan Guild is the winner of the once every 5 years Runes Pagoda competition. Let us warmly welcome them and congratulate them. When the elder announced the result, everyone in the Guiyuan Guild jumped in excitement. Lin Fei's image in their hearts suddenly grew bigger. Previously, the disciples weren't willing. After experiencing today, they truly regarded Lin Fei as a genius, a role model, and an idol. It was because of Lin Fei's reversal that they obtained 5 years of cultivation time. The benefits they obtained were not something that could be explained in a few words. After the result was announced, a jingle sounded in Lin Fei's mind. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the promotion mission. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining 10,000 points, experience increased by 5 million. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for promoting to a Mystic Realm Cultivator. The lottery roulette has been activated. Do you want to draw now? The system's reaction came so quickly that Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. He still couldn't hide the smile on his face and cheered in his heart. The leveling system is really awesome. With 10,000 points, I can exchange for a lot of good things. 5 million experience should be able to increase a lot of experience. As for this lottery roulette, it's quite unexpected. There are many people now, I'll open it at night. Actually, Lin Fei's heart was itching. He couldn't wait to open it and see what good things were in this lottery roulette. It seemed that it was much more awesome than the previous random distribution. Chapter 208. Lin Fei didn't know how the day went by, but he finally understood why it was said that socializing was a mentally exhausting thing. If he had a choice, Lin Fei would rather cultivate his soul than socializing. After socializing, he was as tired as an old bull. Lin Fei was quite unhappy. That night, Lin Fei stayed at the Rune Guild. In order to prevent himself from being dragged out to drink, he made up an excuse to keep quiet. At the door, Lin Fei met Mu Ning. It seemed that Mu Ning had been waiting outside for a while. Thank you for taking first place, I thank you on behalf of my grandfather. Mu Ning walked up. This is what I should do, don't forget that I am the last disciple. Lin Fei was in a hurry to return to his room. After chatting for a while, he ran back to his room. Humph, this lady personally came to thank you, and even waited outside for half an hour. This guy actually didn't appreciate it, too much. Mu Ning stomped her feet. She was very angry and decided to teach Lin Fei a lesson next time. Lin Fei was in a hurry to go back. Naturally he didn't know that his action had caused the girl to bear a grudge. If he knew, Lin Fei wouldn't have offended Mu Ning even if he was beaten to death. However, Lin Fei didn't know. After returning to his room, Lin Fei closed the door. From the system's prompt until now, Lin Fei's state of mind was not calm, as if there was an unsolved question in his heart. Now he finally had the chance to find out. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and didn't open the system. Instead, he silently observed the Xian Qi in his body. At this moment, the Xian Qi should be called true essence. From the moment of promotion, the Xian Qi in his body transformed into true essence. True essence was a kind of energy that surpassed Xian Qi. If the power of a punch with Xian Qi was equal to 5, then at this moment, it was equal to 100%. Feeling the power of the true essence in his body, Lin Fei remembered that the realm of Xian was divided into 4 realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. I am now an early stage Xian, so I have no problem facing a middle stage Xian. With my combat skills, I should have no problem surviving when facing a late stage Xian, right? In Lin Fei's memory, early and middle stage profound practitioners were not powerful opponents. An hour later, Lin Fei calmed down. Activate the lucky draw system. A huge roulette suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's field of vision. The roulette was divided into 10 regions, and each region had a map. Clearly, it was a lottery item. Lin Fei was the only one who could see this. When the huge roulette appeared, Lin Fei drooled. It was as if he was looking at a beautiful woman taking off her clothes. Awesome, too awesome. 50,000 points. Normal missions were worth hundreds or thousands of points. Now that he saw a reward of 50,000 points, Lin Fei was naturally excited. Lin Fei's gaze continued to move, and his heartbeat quickened. In addition to the pictures, there were also annotations on the 10 sections. With just a glance, he could see everything clearly. Lin Fei could not help but feel excited. The rewards he had received in the past seemed like trash at this moment. For example, the Red Region. The mighty spirit god bloodline is said to have infinite strength. It can break mountains with a raise of its hand. Hiss. Lin Fei took a deep breath. What was the origin of this system? It could even obtain the bloodline of a god? Just the mighty spirit god bloodline alone had shocked Lin Fei. Lin Fei was born with extraordinary strength. He could exert the strength of 5,000 kilograms, but compared to the mighty spirit god bloodline, it was nothing. Lin Fei was still confident about this. He continued to look. Earth treasure body, the strongest defense of the earth, able to fight against 10,000 experts, water fire lotus, innate ability. Fusion pill, fuse existing skills to create a new skill. Total annihilation, sword formation as one, sweep the world. Lin Fei kept blinking. He could not believe that his lucky draw would be so awesome when he advanced to the innate realm. Regardless of which one it was, Lin Fei liked it and wished that he could accept them all. Every time he advanced, Lin Fei knew that he had taken an important step forward. The enemies he would encounter would be exceptionally powerful, especially in Mountain River City. If he did not increase his strength, he might not even be able to survive if he encountered a late-stage Mystic Realm expert. When he saw the items on the wheel, Lin Fei revealed the thought of not giving up. It was as if every prize would be something good for him. May I know how many times I can draw? Lin Fei thought of the key question. As this is your first time advancing to the Mystic Realm, the roulette lottery has been activated. Apart from the lucky draw for advancement, there will also be a lucky draw. The cold voice of the system sounded. I can draw twice. That's great. As long as one was human, there would be times when they would be greedy. Lin Fei had his own greed as well. He wished that all the items on the roulette would belong to him. If he obtained the treasure body and bloodline, wouldn't he be terrifyingly powerful? Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. Although he was excited, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to draw. Instead, he started to think about what he wanted to draw. Total annihilation sword formation. The first thing that Lin Fei set his eyes on was the sword formation. If he were to practice the sword formation, it would definitely be a terrifying attack when he shot out dozens of swords. Lin Fei had experienced it firsthand. Start the lottery. The roulette began to spin rapidly. Lin Fei couldn't see it with his naked eyes. He couldn't help but be slightly shocked. It was as if he expected that someone would cheat. After advancing to the Mystic Realm, Lin Fei had entered a new realm. He could barely see the traces of the spinning roulette. If he was careful, he would definitely be able to cheat. 1 round, 2 rounds, Lin Fei didn't know how many rounds it had spun. It depends on my luck. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to cheat. But at this moment, he could only rely on his luck. Stop. The 10 regions kept spinning in different colors. How would Lin Fei know what it was? He could only rely on his luck to spin. It was up to the heavens as to where it would stop. The speed of the roulette slowed down. Fusion elixir. Mighty spirit god bloodline. Go over quickly. Lin Fei held his breath and stared at the roulette. When he saw the sword formation go over, his heart ached. Looking at the speed of the roulette, it should be very difficult to land on the sword formation. Creak. The roulette stopped. Waterfire lotus? Lin Fei didn't expect it to stop on the waterfire lotus. He couldn't help but be stunned. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the waterfire lotus. Lin Fei was speechless after obtaining the divine ability. He wanted the sword formation, but he ended up obtaining a divine ability. Now that Lin Fei had quite a number of divine abilities, he should be able to barely divide them among the divine abilities. For example, 10,000-mile saber, severing slash, 9 heavy waves, and Guiyuan finger all had strong attack power. Now that he had obtained the waterfire lotus, he was just here to join in the fun. Divine ability it is then. Lin Fei didn't look too disappointed. The items that could be drawn from the roulette would definitely not be ordinary. The waterfire lotus was probably even more powerful than the previous divine abilities. As he advanced to the mystic realm, Lin Fei could abandon some of his previous martial techniques. For example, he had a new understanding of saber techniques. In terms of power, they weren't considered combat techniques. He took a deep breath and prepared for the first draw. The roulette started spinning again. This time, Lin Fei was much calmer and wasn't as nervous as before. As the saying went, when one wanted to sleep, someone would immediately send a pillow. When the roulette finally stopped on the sword formation, Lin Fei was shocked and in disbelief. Was his luck really that good? No matter what he thought, the roulette couldn't stop on it. In the end, he didn't think about it and wasn't anxious. It just had to land on it. Could this be a fortuitous encounter? Of the water-fire lotus, Lin Fei was more inclined to the sword formation. He believed that not many people could block the sword formation with his soul. The next time you draw the lottery will be when you advance to the next level. After the roulette disappeared, there was an additional divine ability in the bag. It was a sword formation that could wipe out 1,000 armies. Learn the water-fire lotus. Through systematic learning, Lin Fei had long become used to it. After learning the water-fire lotus, Lin Fei revealed a moved expression. He raised his palm and a lifelike lotus appeared on his hand. What an exquisite water-fire lotus. Although that was what he said, Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate it. He felt a dangerous aura from the lotus. If it was somewhere else, Lin Fei wouldn't mind experimenting to determine the specific power. Putting away the small lotus, Lin Fei was deep in thought. This water-fire lotus has both offense and defense. This is the most powerful divine ability I've seen so far. It's not inferior to the heaven and earth dragon tiger aura. In fact, it's much better. At first, Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Only after experiencing it did he know how domineering it was. After learning the water-fire lotus, Lin Fei went to learn the sword formation. Finally, he revealed a satisfied expression. This sword formation required treasured swords of the same level. From the 7 swords at the beginning, to the hundreds or even thousands of swords, the power was completely different. If I use thousands of swords to kill people, I reckon that even the most powerful person would be pierced through, right? Lin Fei could almost imagine how powerful the attack would be if thousands of swords turned into killing weapons in the vast sky. After the excitement, Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. It's not a problem if it's mortal grade, lower grade, or middle grade. But once the number is increased, it'll be a big headache. No wonder the higher-ups said that it could wipe out 1,000 armies. A few thousand swords is simply a gold-burning cave. Even Lin Fei couldn't imagine it. With his wealth, dozens of swords would be a problem. He didn't care about the low-grade ones. But if they were of high quality and grade, seems like this matter can't be rushed. Lin Fei sighed and quickly recovered. At least he had obtained a sword formation. If it was placed outside, it would probably cause a bloodbath. After recovering his mood, Lin Fei simply cleaned up his martial arts. Now that he had advanced to a profound practitioner, he had to prepare the martial arts he would often use in the future. At the same time, he had to choose a direction to cultivate. Even though he had just stepped into the profound practitioner realm, Lin Fei knew some secrets about profound practitioners from his cheap father. First of all, after entering the profound practitioner realm, he had to choose a path to walk. This path was actually based on one's own situation, and from there, one could choose an aspect to cultivate. For example, his cheap father walked the path of the metal attribute, and the cultivation method he cultivated was also a metal attribute cultivation method. It could be said that advancing to a profound practitioner was a step that had to be taken. Focusing on one attribute would make it easier for one's strength to increase. At the same time, it would make it easier for one to break through. Most people like to focus on one attribute so that they could break through quickly. Those with good talent could cultivate 2 attributes or cultivate something other than the 5 major attributes. That required a very high talent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to continue cultivating, wasting their talent and getting stuck. But similarly, once one cultivated 2 attributes, their strength would be extremely terrifying in the future. It was not something that a single attribute cultivator could compare to. Of course, there were geniuses in a single attribute, but overall, there was a huge difference. According to legend, those who cultivated the 5 major attributes were the most terrifying existences. However, no one had ever succeeded in cultivating them. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely focus on one attribute. However, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. Others can cultivate one attribute, but it should be impossible for me. I have comprehended the concept of wind, which is equivalent to grasping the wind attribute. If it's just the wind attribute, my saber art is mixed with the metal attribute. Now that I have the water flame lotus, I have grasped 4 of the 5 major attributes. The only remaining attribute is the wood attribute. After Lin Fei evaluated himself, he could not help but feel a headache. Others did not know what to cultivate, but he had grasped 4 attributes. If this spread, everyone would probably be shocked. Apart from this, he had also grasped the divine soul. After a long while, Lin Fei's eyes revealed a determined look. Since I have grasped the leveling system and the 4 major attributes, I will cultivate them separately. Others might not be able to break through, but I don't have to worry about it. With the leveling system, leveling up will be exceptionally easy. Lin Fei had a plan. Since he had grasped the leveling system, he had to do it with a bang. For some reason, Lin Fei suddenly thought of the woman in the Tenjin Temple and that night of pleasure. The Xiantian continent is very, very big. My strength must continue to improve. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Lin Fei woke up very early. After last night's frustration, Lin Fei could not see anything special today. After breakfast, Lin Fei found Mu Changkong. Since the matter had been resolved, he was ready to complete another task. It could be said that he was here to say goodbye. I'm leaving, Lin Fei said to Mu Changkong. Mu Changkong seemed to have expected Lin Fei's words. The matter of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? Lin Fei was not surprised. As the president of the guild, if he did not know such a small matter, he would be embarrassed to talk to others. He nodded. It's a task of the sect. I had no choice. Mu Changkong said, I really can't bear to let you go. If only I had discovered you earlier. You are the most talented person this old man has ever seen. It's just so. Lin Fei was embarrassed. You don't need to be modest. A person like you will not be limited by a small place. In the future, you will definitely soar to the sky. This old man is very happy. At least you are my last disciple. Mu Changkong said emotionally, I'll keep an eye on your family. I'll also make arrangements for the quota that I promised you. Lin Fei did not say anything. He knew what to do. Chapter 209. Golden Breeze Drizzle Building Headquarters. After settling everything, Lin Fei bid farewell to Mu Changkong and went to the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. After the promotion mission was completed, there was nothing to worry about. With the Rune Guild in Gue Yuan City, there was no need to worry about anything, unless they were willing to offend the Rune Guild. That would be a terrible ending. Junior brother Lin, you have hidden your strength well. Getting first place in the runes competition. Amazing, amazing. Zhang Wudi had a strange look on his face when they first met, as if he was looking at a pervert. Lin Fei was stunned. The news spread so fast. Even Zhang Wudi and the rest knew about it. No one knew that the competition for the Runes Tower was held once every 5 years in Mountain River City. It was extremely intense. All the forces in Mountain River City had their eyes on the Rune Guild. The news of Lin Fei getting first place spread like wildfire. It could be said that Lin Fei had already caught the attention of many people. Such a genius runes master definitely had the potential to invest in. Nonsense, anyone who could be promoted to a level 7 or 8 runes master would have to curry favor with anyone, unless it was a top family that could ignore a level 7 or 8 runes master. Lin Fei laughed, my luck is good. Zhang Wudi rolled his eyes and thought, if you are lucky, you can get first place. Then everyone should try their luck. Of course, Zhang Wudi would not say such words out loud. You have brought fame to the Divine Force sect. Martial Uncle wants to see you. Zhang Wudi changed the topic and seemed to have remembered something. Martial Uncle wants to see me? Lin Fei was surprised. Those who could become Martial Uncle in the Divine Force sect were all extremely powerful. They were at least profound spirit realm experts. Zhang Wudi revealed an envious look, although our Divine Force sect has runes masters, it has nothing to do with the Rune Guild. You have brought fame to the Divine Force sect by getting first place. Of course, Martial Uncle wants to see you. Good boy, you are really lucky this time. Lin Fei smiled in surprise. I am in the limelight. On second thought, Lin Fei felt relieved. His performance as a genius would undoubtedly attract the attention of the upper echelons, and he wouldn't have to worry about Xianxia doing anything bad. Looking around, Lin Fei lowered his voice and said, how is this Martial Uncle's temper? You also know. Zhang Wudi patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. Uncle Zhang has a good temper. Don't worry. Hearing this, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. However, after Zhang Wudi finished his sentence, he added with a serious expression, Uncle Master will be fine, but you have to be careful of the other inner disciples. You became a runes master, took first place, and displayed shocking talent. They might make things difficult for you. After all, you stole their limelight. Lin Fei said gratefully, thank you. Zhang Wudi said. You don't have to thank me. You and I are one now. They already put me in your body. Ah, there's such a thing. Zhang Wudi smiled. So, if you work hard, we can also work hard. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. He quickly realized what was going on. Almost all of the disciples in this generation were from the same circle. Now that a famous person had appeared in one circle, it would naturally affect the inner disciples of the other circles. They would band together to make things difficult for them, so as to deal a blow to their circle. In an elegant little courtyard, two people sat facing each other. In the middle was a chess game. They were playing and killing non-stop. It was very intense. Behind them stood a few disciples. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. A middle-aged man opposite them said. Yes, it's been 10 years. You and I are old. Now, it's the world of the young. Opposite them was also a middle-aged man. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a fierce aura. He was like a sleeping tiger, ready to bite at any second. That person also sighed. Your chess game is still the same as before, advancing bravely. Isn't it the same for you? You are good at using tricks and schemes. But I think that when you attack bravely, all tricks and schemes can't be realized. That person nodded. Lost. A chess piece fell on the board. The chess game suddenly became one-sided. Both of them couldn't help but laugh. Martial Uncle, Zhang Wudi and junior brother Lin Fei are here. They are waiting outside. Brother Zhang, since there are people here, let's stop here for today. We will continue tomorrow. Zhang Wen nodded. Okay, I will look for you tomorrow. I happen to have a lot of good wine. Let's drink to our heart's content. We won't go back until we are drunk. I will wait for you tomorrow night. That person stood up and flew away. Zhang Wen said. Invite them in. After Zhang Wudi and Lin Fei came in, those disciples didn't look very friendly. Sure enough. Lin Fei said to himself. Lin Fei didn't care about their jealousy and envy. This kind of people couldn't achieve anything. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhang. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wen turned around and saw a young man next to Zhang Wudi. He had a handsome face. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a playboy, but he was actually the champion of the divine martial sect. You are Lin Fei? Zhang Wen said to Lin Fei. Zhang Wen had occasionally heard of the name Lin Fei, but he didn't care much about it. Now that he saw it, he knew that Lin Fei was very talented. He was even more talented than Zhang Wudi. He couldn't help but be curious. I am Lin Fei. Zhang Wen suddenly laughed. Not bad, not bad. No wonder you can get first in the rune's pagoda. Your strength should have broken through in the rune's pagoda, right? This person had good eyesight. He could even see that. Lin Fei nodded. Martial uncle, you have good eyesight. I did break through a few days ago. Zhang Wudi was shocked. From what martial uncle said, Lin Fei had become a Xian cultivator. Wasn't that too fast? It had only been a few months, and he couldn't help but feel that he was too far behind. If they stayed at the 9th level of the martial path, Zhang Wudi would still have the confidence to fight. But after becoming a Xian cultivator, the gap would start to widen. If he wanted to break through, he would need at least half a year. Freak, what a freak! The disciples behind Zhang Wen also secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. If he was at the 9th level of the martial path before, they wouldn't care. They were all Xian cultivators. But now that Lin Fei had broken through and become a Xian cultivator, it was worth caring about. Runes and martial path dual cultivators couldn't help but care. You can leave now. After asking a few questions, Zhang Wen let them leave. Lin Fei and Zhang Wudi couldn't figure it out. What did it mean? Was it just a question? That was too simple. But then they thought about it. An expert naturally had the style of an expert. It would be strange if they could guess it. Let's go drink tonight. After coming out, Zhang Wudi was extremely happy. Did you see those guys just now? Their faces were livid, as if their parents had died. Damn it. Zhang Wudi didn't care about being overheard. Lin Fei didn't know what to say, but he liked Zhang Wudi's character. Zhang Wudi's mood was written all over his face. He couldn't help but think of eating meat and drinking wine. Okay. Zhang Wudi took Lin Fei to the place where they lived. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was very polite. They arranged a small courtyard for each disciple of the Divine Force sect, and also arranged for 2 beautiful maids. After a day's rest. The next morning, the supervisor of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building came. It turned out that they were going to assign tasks. Wudi, what task did you get? Protecting a direct disciple. You're quite talented. Zhang Wudi said. Nothing will happen in the next few days. When it's settled, we can go back. Lin Fei really didn't want to stay in Shanhe City. He had to protect people, and it was asking for trouble. My strength is still too low. Who is Lin Fei? Suddenly, someone shouted. It turned out to be the supervisor who assigned tasks. I am. Lin Fei didn't know what was going on, but he still stood up. Follow me. The person you're protecting isn't here. Lin Fei's heart thumped. What was going on? From what Zhang Wudi said, the people they were protecting were either direct disciples or branch leaders. It seemed that there was a change in the supervisor's arrangement. You're so lucky. It seems that you're going to protect the direct disciples. If he had a choice, Lin Fei didn't want to protect the direct disciples. In his eyes, the direct disciples were a group of arrogant people, and they were the most difficult to take care of. I'd rather not protect them. Zhang Wudi blinked. I know. Feeling helpless, Lin Fei left with the supervisor. Outside a courtyard, the steward stopped and pointed inside. The person you want to protect is inside. However, the person Miss chooses to protect will depend on your strength. Protect a woman? Lin Fei was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Arrogant lady? A fiery hot lady? Or a dainty young lady? Lin Fei looked around. There were indeed 5 or 6 young people, each of them rubbing their palms together, as if they wanted to fight for this opportunity. Among them, he saw 2 familiar faces. They were the disciples that Uncle Master had brought with him. They should be inner disciples. After leaving behind these words, the steward didn't dare to stay any longer and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Junior brother Lin, you're going to participate too. Lin Fei didn't want to bother with them, but someone came up. They were the inner disciples. They didn't hide their auras at all. It seemed like they did it on purpose. Lin Fei said. If you can be here, why can't I? Since we're from the same sect, I'll call you Junior Brother Lin. Do you really think that you're a genius? In our eyes, you're just a country bumpkin, a country bumpkin. Lin Fei knew the person who spoke. Zhang Wudi had introduced him to him. His name was Qi Yang. Well said, Senior Brother Qi. A country bumpkin wants to eat swan meat? He's overestimating himself. We'll teach this kid a lesson later and let him know who he should offend and who he shouldn't offend. The other disciples hurriedly chimed in with ugly expressions on their faces. Qi Yang waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Did you hear that? Get lost before I get angry. Lin Fei raised his brows. What if I don't leave? Qi Yang said in a deep voice. You'll be in trouble then. As the older generation of inner disciples, the new inner disciples basically didn't dare to go against them because they formed a circle, which was far from what the new disciples could compare to. Miss has ordered, everyone can come in. Chapter 210. Humph. Qi Yang snorted and walked towards the door. In his opinion, Lin Fei didn't know what was good for him and there would be plenty of chances to teach him a lesson. Even if his martial uncle knew, he wouldn't say anything. A mere inner disciple shouldn't even think about stepping on them. In theory, they should be the ones to take the most credit for this mission. They were all inner disciples and had the strength of Xian cultivators. After Lin Fei appeared, the situation changed. He was a runes master and a martial artist. It was a completely different situation. That was why Qi Yang went to provoke him. He couldn't control his emotions at such a young age. Once he attacked, they would have plenty of chances to make him suffer. In the divine martial sect, the higher-ups wouldn't care as long as there weren't casualties. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was more cunning than they thought. Their plan didn't succeed. After they entered, the people from the Freelancer Alliance also entered. Their gazes changed. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. Looks like I'm in a lot of trouble. Whether it was the veteran inner disciples or the people from the Freelancer Alliance, Lin Fei wouldn't compromise. If they dared to make a move, he dared to show them who was boss. The divine martial sect liked geniuses. He would defeat them with his identity as a genius. The courtyard was huge. There were fake mountains and flowing water. There were flocks of flowers and birds. There were even demonic beasts. It was a refreshing sight. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building wasn't simple. In the courtyard, there was a small martial arts field. Lin Fei saw an acquaintance. It was manager Yang Qian. He knew from Zhang Wudi that this manager Yang Qian was a relative of the vice building master and held a portion of the authority in the headquarters. Apart from Yang Qian, there were 2 rows of maids. Is that the person we're supposed to protect? At the end of the row of maids was a small pavilion. There was a curtain blocking the entrance. As a martial artist, he could only vaguely see a silhouette. It was obvious that the curtain wasn't ordinary. Since you've been invited here, you should know what kind of mission it is. Yang Qian walked out and said politely, however, to protect the young miss, we need to pick the strongest one. We'll arrange a mission for those who are defeated. Don't worry. No one was angry at Yang Qian's words. There were so many people here. Everyone knew what this meant. They clearly needed to compete. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people. Manager Yang is right, we support you. I like this idea. Start quickly. I can't wait. Everyone revealed a happy expression. Miss said that we can't see anything from one-on-one sparring. Everyone is standing in this big circle. In the end, whoever stays in the circle will be protected by that person. A maid walked out of the attic. Soon, a large circle appeared on the ground. Everyone looked at each other. No one had thought of such a solution. It's just a circle. What's there to be afraid of? Immediately, someone walked into the circle. Yang Qian smiled and said, "Those who don't want to join the industry should just give up." Qi Yang was the second to enter. When he entered, he glanced at Lin Fei. "Junior brother Lin, I advise you to give up." Lin Fei said, "Huh, you think you can just give up like that? Do you really think you're some big shot?" Good, good. Qi Yang suppressed his anger. His eyes flickered as he found a solution. When Lin Fei walked into the circle, Yang Qian smiled at him in a very friendly manner. The circle was very big. Lin Fei was alone and found that there were 3 small circles inside. The largest group was Qi Yang, followed by the Unaffiliated People Alliance, and the last was Lin Fei. Looking at them, once they start, the first thing they will do is to deal with me. These people are all Xian cultivators. I can spar and see my strength. Lin Fei's heart stirred as he made a decision. Begin. A maid in red stood on the steps and announced the start. Kid, get out. The Unaffiliated People Alliance made the first move. The incident with Xia Chuan a few days ago. The Unaffiliated People Alliance knew that they had encountered such a good opportunity. If they didn't teach Lin Fei a lesson, they wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Water Flame Lotus. Lin Fei's mind flickered, and the water fire lotus bloomed within a radius of a few feet, enveloping them. This was the first time he used the water flame lotus. The first few people from the Unaffiliated People Alliance were immediately trapped by the water flame lotus. If Lin Fei wanted to kill them, they would immediately die in the circle. Scram! Lin Fei was overjoyed. The water flame lotus was indeed a powerful attack. After the Xian cultivators were trapped, they couldn't break free. Bang, bang, bang. Those people were sent flying and landed outside the circle. They didn't expect to lose so quickly. The Unaffiliated People Alliance looked at him as if he was a monster. Damn, they were all Xian cultivators. How could they be sent flying? This was unprecedented. If he killed them, then wouldn't. Cold sweat appeared on their backs. Lin Fei didn't care about what they were thinking. This was the first time he fought a group of Xian cultivators with the strength of an early Xian cultivator. Too weak. With Lin Fei's wind flow movement technique, once someone got close to him, he couldn't block the attack and was sent flying without exception. Damn, you dare to sneak attack. The water flame lotus covered Lin Fei's body. When the fist landed on it, the water flame lotus moved, but it couldn't break through the defense. What kind of battle technique is this? The defense is too strong. Lin Fei was also shocked. The defense of the water flame lotus was beyond his imagination. It was even stronger than the earth energy protection. Its attack power was also ridiculously strong. Everyone, attack together. Qi Yang was also stunned. When he came back to his senses, he shouted and stabbed his sword towards Lin Fei's back. His expression was very ugly. If he didn't teach Lin Fei a lesson today, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the future. Clang, clang, clang. Qi Yang was indeed a mid-Xian cultivator. His sword technique was also very shocking. The moment he attacked, he used the Divine Martial Sect's mid-yellow class myriad sword technique. In a short period of time, he stabbed more than 100 times in an attempt to break through the water flame lotus. What a strong defense! Qi Yang was very proud. Facing such a strong defense, he couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed difficult to deal with. He was even more anxious to send Lin Fei out. Fortunately, his fellow disciples cooperated very well. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Under the water flame lotus, Lin Fei blocked countless attacks, but there were still no signs of him breaking. It seemed like he was in an invincible position. Outside the circle, Yang Qian was very excited. He glanced at the pavilion and thought, Lin Fei is really good. As expected of the Tower of Runes champion. I didn't expect him to be so strong. It seems like I found the right helper this time. With this Lin Fei protecting the young miss, she shouldn't be in any danger for the next few days. On the pavilion. That person is Lin Fei? In the center of the curtain, a girl in black clothes with long hair draped over her shoulders was standing. She was clean and tidy. She wasn't as shy as other young misses. On the contrary, she looked very decisive. Young miss is right. That kid is Lin Fei. He's also a runes master. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The maid giggled. If I'm not wrong, those people aren't Lin Fei's match. The girl in black said calmly. The maid asked, they still have a few people. How can they lose? The girl in black smiled, you'll know when you see. When have you ever seen the young miss lie? Junior brother Lin, we still underestimated you. We can't break through this divine ability of yours, but if you think that you can rely on this tortoise shell to last until the end, then you're dreaming. Qi Yang said coldly. He hated this Lin Fei to the core. Lin Fei grinned, tortoise shell? That's a pretty good name. Since you want to get out, I'll fulfill your wish. The dragon slaughtering saber appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and released 5 tornadoes, which rumbled as they swept over. The moment the tornadoes that contained the power of the gold element were released from Lin Fei's hands, a dangerous blade aura enveloped the small courtyard. Crack, crack. The huge rocks in the courtyard shattered into countless pieces under the tornadoes. Countless black cracks appeared on the hard ground. Not good. Dodge. This was the first time Lin Fei had used his full strength after advancing to the profound realm. He wanted to see how strong the attack power of the gold element's blade light was. Rumble, rumble. The moment the tornado appeared, everyone was immediately dazed. Their pupils constricted, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, and all the hairs on their bodies stood up. What a terrifying attack. Poochie, poochie. The tornado was purely composed of blade lights. After fusing with them, its speed was faster than before. They hesitated for a moment, and when the tornado arrived, they each released their own attacks. The sharp attacks instantly tore through their protective aura, causing them to spit out blood. In one move, all of them were injured. They could not imagine how such a powerful attack could be released from the hands of a young man. If someone else had said it, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. After experiencing it for themselves, they all had a thought in their hearts, that they could not offend this person again in the future. Stop, stop. Yang Qian hurriedly stopped him. If he did not stop him, who knew how many of them would survive? In fact, he himself did not expect that Lin Fei would use the power of the gold element to such an extent. It was indeed impressive to release 5 of such powerful attacks in one go. In fact, even if Yang Qian did not say anything, Lin Fei would have stopped anyway. The power of the attacks was very clear once they were released. If they were released again, they would definitely be seriously injured. Qi Yang and the others left the circle. There was blood at the corners of their mouths, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had been defeated so quickly. They could not block the attack of the refinement of water and fire alone, let alone the subsequent attacks. If he really wanted to kill them, they would definitely be the ones to die. Only now did they understand that Lin Fei was not someone they could offend. I was careless and broke this place. Lin Fei said to Yang Qian. It's fine, Yang Qian said. If I knew that you were so strong, I don't think there would be a need for us to compete. As he spoke, Yang Qian looked at the injured people and then at the cracks on the ground. There was a cold aura around him, and his tone was exceptionally polite. This person was not only a runes master, but his martial arts strength was also terrifying. That's good. In fact, Lin Fei knew that they would not blame him, but there were some things that he had to say. Your Excellency Lin Fei, the young lady invites you in. A maid walked down from above and stood respectfully in front of Lin Fei. Chapter 211. Qi Yang and the others watched helplessly as they left. They had lost. It was a crushing defeat. Let's go. Qi Yang and the rest glared at them. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. Healing their injuries was more important. Walking into the pavilion, a fragrance assaulted their nostrils. The four maids on the left and right looked very powerful. Their gentleness exuded a murderous aura. These maids had killed before. Lin Fei immediately made a judgment. The young lady he had to protect shouldn't be someone easy to deal with. I hope this girl won't be too unreasonable. In his impression, young ladies from wealthy families weren't easy to deal with. They were like Ms. Perfect on Earth. Please take a seat. The curtain opened and a girl in black walked out. She wasn't very old. She should be in her 20s or even younger. However, no one would doubt that this girl was a delicate girl. Lin Fei sensed a high and mighty aura from this girl. His mind couldn't help but think of a name. Queen. This girl was like a powerful queen. That gaze, without exception, revealed the aura of a queen. Damn it, this girl isn't easy to protect. I really don't know why they would want to protect a queen girl. It wasn't hard for Lin Fei to imagine that the kind of organization would have the kind of existence. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was a gang. Anyone who came from a gang would know at a glance that they weren't easy to deal with. It was normal for this girl in black to have such an aura. Lin Fei retracted his gaze and found a place to sit. He wasn't in a hurry to speak. He believed that the smart girl in front of him would definitely have something to say. The girl in black leisurely walked over. I'm very satisfied with you. What was that supposed to mean? Lin Fei was speechless. This girl was really direct. It's good that you're satisfied. If you say that I'm not good, I won't have a good time. Lin Fei smiled. The girl in black said, from today onwards, you are in charge of my safety. Actually, this lady doesn't need protection. But, you won't understand even if I explain. After speaking, she shook her head. Lin Fei said, when do we start? Now. Lin Fei had become her protector. Between protecting a man and protecting a girl, Lin Fei preferred girls more. At any rate, it was pleasing to the eye and could be considered a beautiful scenery. When he came down from the attic, Yang Qian was still waiting for someone. Young hero Lin, please wait. The black-clothed girl in front stopped. Steward Yang, bring it over later. Don't worry, Mississippi. When the black-clothed girl left, Yang Qian bitterly smiled. Young hero Lin, Miss Jin's temper is like this. Don't mind it too much. Lin Fei shook his head. It's okay. I won't mind. That's good. Yang Qian said, in the next few days, Tianxia will launch some assassinations. Even though Miss has many experts by her side, we are still worried that something will happen. Therefore, you have to spend more effort on this. It turned out that the reason Yang Qian stayed behind was to tell Lin Fei about Miss Jin's character and temper, in case it was difficult to get along with her in the future. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei expressed that there would be no problem. Anyway, it was only a few days. After dealing with the matter of the gold mine, he could return to the Divine Force sect. At most, it would only take a few days. Yang Qian brought Lin Fei to Jin Feng's residence. "You can go in." "All right." Lin Fei nodded and turned to walk into the small courtyard. This small courtyard was not very big, but it was filled with a warm atmosphere. It was not as big as the previous courtyard. It seemed that he had destroyed the courtyard, so they had changed it. Why is there no one? Just as he came in from the outside, he heard the sound of flowing water, but he did not see anyone. "Take this." Suddenly, there was a shout, and a black figure shot out from the underbrush, carrying a sharp aura. "Who?" Lin Fei dodged sideways, and a stone on the ground was broken into pieces. The person in front of them did not stop attacking. The black shadow turned into a long snake, revealing a snake head. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards them. Lin Fei frowned and had a guess in his heart. "Open." The dragon Salyer slashed out, chopping down on the snake's head. The huge snake head condensed from true essence turned into nothingness. If the first attack failed, it would be another attack. In the surroundings, the vines turned into long arrows and whizzed towards them. Bang, bang, bang. The whip-like vines all landed on Lin Fei's body. The Heavenly Dipper Dragon Tiger Chi was instantly activated, releasing its defensive power. What a strong attack! Lin Fei could feel the power of the falling vines. Water and Fire Lotus. Within the circumference, a large water and fire lotus bloomed, cutting off the black vines and breaking the vine attack for a short period of time. Boring, boring. Just as Lin Fei was about to escape to the source of the voice to find the person who had attacked, a voice came from the bushes. A familiar voice. "Miss Jean?" A black-clothed girl walked out from the nearby forest. She held a long whip in her hand, and it was that long whip that had attacked earlier. "I'm very satisfied with you." This was what Jin Feng said when she came out. In fact, Lin Fei had already guessed it in his heart. When he saw Jin Feng come out, he was still quite unhappy. "If Miss Jean is not satisfied with me, you can change to someone else. If there's a next time, I won't be courteous to you." In fact, Lin Fei had indeed controlled it just now. If he did not control it, the water and fire lotus would not have been aimed at the vines, but at Jin Feng's hiding place. "Humph, isn't it just a sacred art? What's so great about it?" Jin Feng's face turned cold as she looked at Lin Fei and said. "As expected, he has a bad temper." Lin Fei said to himself. "That's all I have to say. I don't want there to be a next time." Lin Fei did not care at all. What kind of background did this Jin Feng have? For him to be able to protect her was a blessing that he had cultivated in his previous life. At the same time, Yang Qian, who was outside, walked out from the corner with a smile. "Miss, seriously, that brat is also something. When the time comes, there will be a good show to watch." Perhaps only Yang Qian himself would know about this. Lin Fei became her personal bodyguard. After a short time together, Lin Fei realized that this queen-like girl did have the demeanor of a queen. Sneaking up on him was to test his strength. As for why she did it herself, with her pride, she would only be satisfied if she tested it herself. No matter what Jin Feng did, Lin Fei did not say a word. This was one of the ways to deal with girls. In the evening, Lin Fei thought that today was over. Who would have thought that Jin Feng wanted to go out? "Go out with me. There will be an auction in the evening." Jin Feng threw such a sentence and walked away. Lin Fei wondered if he had heard it wrong. "You want to go out at night? Don't you know the danger outside?" Jin Feng said, "With such an expert like you, I have nothing to worry about." Of course, Lin Fei could not do anything about what she said. The Divine Force sect and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were related. Lin Fei would not say much about such a small thing. At the same time, he was very interested in the auction. Jin Feng went out with Lin Fei and 3 experts, 2 in the middle stage and 1 in the early stage. It could be said that she was well protected. Lin Fei couldn't understand. Why did she need someone like him to protect her? But after thinking about it, he understood. After thinking about it, this Miss Jean probably didn't like people protecting her. On the surface, she was just putting on an act. No wonder she would sneak attack him. If he couldn't block it, she would definitely change to someone else. This girl was very scheming. Soon, Lin Fei's mind fell on the auction. In front of us is the biggest auction in Mountain River City, the Mountain River Auction. Lin Fei came from the Divine Force sect, so he quickly got to know the 3 people. The one who spoke was called Dong Shan, a middle-stage profound practitioner. He was a loose cultivator, and the other 2 were from small sections. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was a big sect. Becoming one of its consecrators would bring great benefits every month. There would also be guidance from the Grand Consecrator. It was much better than cultivating alone. Brother Dong Shan, ordinary people can't enter the Mountain River auction, right? Lin Fei asked. Dong Shan was a typical burly man. He cultivated an earth attribute cultivation technique. He was tanned and strong, which did not match his age. Those who did not know him would think that he was a middle-aged man. In fact, Dong Shan was less than 30 years old. It is indeed difficult to enter. Before Dong Shan could speak, Li Ming, who was next to him, spoke with a tone of envy. As a disciple of the Divine Force sect, it is not a big problem for you to enter. For people like us, unless Miss brings us in, it is really difficult to enter. Dong Shan said. Lin Fei thought of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Loose cultivators were not treated well outside. Oh yes, what items are usually auctioned in the auction? It was not that Lin Fei had never been to an auction. Those auction houses, in terms of level and influence, could not compare to the Mountain River auction. Mountain River City, Mountain River Auction. To be able to hang such a name, one's strength was also a proof. That is hard to say. You are lucky. Tonight's auction only happens once a month. There are all kinds of rare treasures and secret skills. I guarantee that you will be dazzled. Last time, I heard that the Mountain River Auction House auctioned a lower profound level martial skill manual. The competition was fierce. A mystic level martial skill is nothing. After consuming a strange fruit, I advanced a realm and even comprehended a mystic skill. That is scary. When the auction house was brought up, many people started talking about it. It was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. Whether it was a rare fruit or a mystic level martial skill, it was not something that could be seen normally. Most of them were existences of legends. Among the mystic skills that he had cultivated, the water fire lotus was the strongest. He also had the family's mystic skill, green dragon capture. A yellow level upper grade mystic skill was already extraordinary. What would a mystic level martial skill be like? No one could imagine it unless they had experienced it themselves. Mountain River Auction House. It was huge, huge, unimaginably huge. There were 2 rows of murderous martial artists at the entrance. It was undoubtedly a warning to everyone not to play any tricks in the Mountain River Auction House. Other than that, there was a layer of mysterious energy shrouding the auction house. Runes Formation. Mountain River Auction House could become the #1 auction house in Mountain River County. Of course, it had its own power. Just the level 7 runes formation outside alone was an incredible existence. There were also experts inside. Dong Shan had a good impression of Lin Fei. In the past, there was a mystic master in the late stage who tried to rob something in the Mountain River Auction House. In the end, he was killed by the experts inside. Those who dared to cause trouble in the Mountain River Auction House were killed outside. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. The Mountain River auction house was not simple. There were many big shots in the Mountain River auction house. Not long after Lin Fei arrived, he saw an expert at the Mystic Adept realm and 2 late-stage Mystic realm guards by his side. Jean Feng came down from the carriage and attracted many people's attention. "Sister Jean, you're early." After a while, another young lady walked over with guards. One look and one could tell that she was not an ordinary person. "You too." Jean Feng smiled and walked over. When the young girl saw Lin Fei, she was a bit curious and giggled. "Xiao Feng, is he new? Can't I?" The young lady smiled. "I'm just curious." The two of them did not continue to talk. "That lady is Wang Minmin. She is the daughter of the Wang family. The Wang family is one of the top 10 forces in Mountain River City. They run an elixir shop and have a lot of resources." Dong Shan was afraid that Lin Fei did not know about it and would cause trouble. "Oh, so it's the daughter of the Wang family." Lin Fei smiled. "Looks like she has a good temper." Dong Shan chuckled. The two ladies seemed to know a lot of people. "Miss Jean, I didn't expect to see you here today. We are fated." Just when the two of them were about to go up, a fan was placed in front of them. A young man in white walked out with a smile on his face. He was followed by a few guards. Jean Feng's face turned cold. "Child Chen, you should say that to other girls." Wang Minmin chuckled. "Yeah, Sister Jean doesn't like people like you." Lin Fei stood at the back. He was not going to pay attention to them. However, when his eyes fell on the person, he could not help but change his expression. That was because the person was looking at him with a monstrous hatred. Although the hatred was well concealed, Lin Fei still noticed it. "Who is this person? When did I offend someone like him?" Dong Shan nudged Lin Fei and lowered his voice. "Do you have a grudge against Xianxia? Why does that person want to kill you? They are from Xianxia?" Dong Shan did not show any strange expression. He explained, "This child Chen is Chen Xian, the son of the deputy leader of Xianxia, Chen Xiu. He has always been very fond of him. Look at the 2 guards beside him. They are both late-stage mystic realm cultivators." "Li Yun." Lin Fei looked over. The young man revealed a trace of coldness. He was sure who the person was. He was so young and had a deep hatred for him. Then he must be from the Li family. The one who escaped from the Li family was the young master of the Li family. "I don't know what's going on either." Lin Fei shook his head. He thought to himself, when should I find an opportunity to kill the Li family's young master? Who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause outside. Looking at the other party's appearance, he's definitely the kind of person who likes to scheme. Villains were hard to deal with. These words were appropriate everywhere. Chapter 212. While Lin Fei was paying attention, young Master Li Yun also noticed Lin Fei's presence. "Lin Fei." Li Yun nearly spat out 2 words from his throat. An enemy who had exterminated his family, a blood feud as deep as the sea. His eyes were about to spit fire as a cold killing intent flashed through them. Then, he returned to normal, making it impossible for others to tell what had happened. However, his aura became even colder, like a venomous snake in the darkness, ready to strike at any moment. He was the young master of the Li family, a young master who had once enjoyed boundless glory. Everyone in Gue Yuan City would greet him as Young Master Li. But in a single night, he had fled to the ends of the earth. If not for the keepsake his father had left him, who knew how many times he would have died. The main culprit of all this was Lin Fei. Lin Fei's appearance had caused the Li family to fall into the abyss. This was a hatred that Li Yun would never be able to forget. Li Yun blamed everything on Lin Fei, wishing that he could eat Lin Fei alive to vent his anger. However, he knew that he was far from being Lin Fei's opponent. The strength of a 9th-stage martial artist was not bad, but against someone who could kill a martial artist of the same level, Li Yun did not have the slightest confidence in winning. If Li Yun knew that Lin Fei had advanced to the profound practitioner realm, he could only watch helplessly. Little did he know that if it wasn't for the Li family wanting to swallow up the Lin family, none of this would have happened. At the very least, he, the young master of the Li family, would not be in such a miserable state. From start to finish, Li Yun had never thought about this. He had placed everything on Lin Fei. Young Master Chen, didn't you always say that the people in the gang don't care about you? They are respectful on the surface, but they don't care about you in private. Now is a good opportunity. I guarantee that the people in the gang won't dare to look down on young Master Chen in the future. Li Yun's eyes turned as he flattered Chen Xian. Chen Xian asked in a haughty tone, as if he cared a lot. Li Yun, do you have any ideas? Hurry up and tell me. If you do a good job, I can wipe out the Lin family with a single word and let you return to the Li family. Both of them were martial artists, so they used voice transmissions to communicate with each other. Outsiders could not hear them. Li Yun's eyes flashed with coldness and he closed his eyes. Young Master Chen, now is not the time to talk. Why don't we go to the private room and you can come slowly after you hear me? Chen Xian thought for a moment. This really wasn't the time to talk. Alright, let's go in. Chen Xian was not in the mood to flirt with the two young ladies. He had plenty of time to play with women. In his opinion, the Golden Breeze and Drizzle building of the Golden Phoenix sect was just a small matter. It was far less important than completing his own important matter. What the hell is Chen Xian doing? Wang Minmin was clearly taken aback. Chen Xian wasn't normally like this. Jin Feng said in surprise, "It's good that he doesn't come. If I see him, I won't be in the mood for dinner." She didn't give Chen Xian any face at all. Perhaps they didn't care, but Lin Fei, who was behind them, saw the trick. Because the secret message needed to move his mouth, he vaguely saw his mouth move. After Li Yun appeared, Lin Fei paid special attention to him. After entering the mystic realm, his 5 senses had been strengthened. He could see all the killing intent that Li Yun released, but Li Yun didn't notice it. Therefore, Li Yun thought that no one paid attention to him, but he missed out on Lin Fei. If you don't kill the snake, you will be hurt instead. What a wise saying. No matter what Li Yun said, Lin Fei made up his mind to kill that brat. No matter who he was that kind of person. No matter who it was, if he wanted to kill, he had to kill. Jin Feng and Wang Minmin led a group of people into the Mountain River auction house. After entering the auction house, one would know what a top-notch place was. It was not something that a countryside place could compare to. The decorations were luxurious. Those who didn't have the confidence couldn't help but feel guilty and helpless. They couldn't afford to play in such a place. Tall buildings, tall chandeliers, thick and soft flooring. With one look, one could tell that the price was extraordinary. Ordinary martial artists couldn't afford it. Little Lin, don't be fooled by the splendor. In fact, the Mountain River Auction House has another name in Mountain River City. It's a top-notch club. Everyone likes to call it the Mountain River Club. Lin Fei looked around and said in surprise, "The Mountain River Club?" Dong Shan said, "It's the most famous place in Mountain River City. Apart from the auction house, there's also the Treasure Pavilion, the Bloody Arena, and the Beauty Palace. Every place is a sacred place. After seeing it, you will know that there are many things that you don't know about in this world." Lin Fei said, "Thank you, Brother Dong Shan, for reminding me. I feel like I've been enlightened. I've learned a lot." Li Ming smiled and said, "Even if Brother Dong Shan doesn't say it, you will know sooner or later. Don't be polite with him." Soon, they entered a private room. From what they said, Lin Fei knew that this private room was specially used by Jin Feng. It wasn't something that could be booked with money. The private room was very large, about the size of a basketball court. The interior decoration was equally magnificent. Whether it was the foot or the ceiling above, every part of it was exquisite. In one of the private rooms, there was a canopy, which was set up with the runes formation. One could see the auction outside without leaving the private room. After half an hour, the auction began and the canopy of the runes was opened. Lin Fei had seen a projection TV before, so he wasn't surprised. In the eyes of others, he looked calm. Jin Feng was also surprised. Why is this guy so calm? Is he not an ordinary person? She thought for a while and didn't take it to heart. Because the auction had begun. A middle-aged man walked onto the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the monthly auction. Due to the time constraint, I will not waste any time. Now, I announce the auction officially begins. The first item was a jewel. To be exact, it was a night-luminescent pearl. It was almost the size of a fist. The night-luminescent pearl was quickly auctioned off and the auction began. Lin Fei had been watching. It had to be said that the things that could be auctioned in the Shanha auction house were all good things. Among them, there were rare treasures, martial arts manuals, divine weapons, and without exception, they were all of high quality. My goodness, a high-grade yellow-rank Xian technique actually needs more than 1,000 Xian spirit stones. How much silver is that? In the Gue Yuan city, gold and silver were usually used for auctions. But in this kind of large-scale auction, silver and gold were common things. Other than buying other things, they were generally useless. Xian spirit stones were a kind of stone used by martial artists for cultivation. Xian spirit stones were divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. Among them, low grade was the lowest. Even so, a low-grade Xian spirit stone was worth tens of thousands of gold outside. Of course, this was just a metaphor. In fact, it was priceless. Generally, it was difficult to buy a Xian spirit stone with tens of thousands of gold in hand. Generally, high-grade Xian spirit stone veins were controlled. By the way, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and Tianxia had a war. They said it was a gold mine, but in fact, it was the accompanying Xian spirit stone that appeared below. Although it was not a big vein, it was still a huge attraction for them. Like the Shanha auction house, the currency of exchange was Xian spirit stone. The entire Xiantian continent also used Xian spirit stone for transactions. Lin Fei was an eye-opener. It turned out that the outside world was like this. It seems that I have to get some Xian spirit stones in the future. No wonder Wang Fei once said that they went out to perform tasks for merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for Xian spirit stones. Now I finally understand. Jin Feng and Wang Minmin each bought a runes talisman from a 5th-rank runes master. Both of them didn't blink when using Xian spirit stones. It could be seen that they were full of confidence. Now we are auctioning an unknown Xian technique manual. According to our master's guess, this secret manual is the 9 Revolutions mysterious art manual that was popular in the Buluo dynasty. This manual should be used by Xian realm experts. The starting price is 100 Xian spirit stones. This Xian technique manual did not attract much attention. Who is so unskilled? How can they take out this broken manual for auction? They must be short of money. Who would cultivate this kind of mental cultivation method? It is said that people who cultivate the 9 Revolutions mysterious art are basically unable to break through the current realm. Buy it and prepare to die. Sect, it must be a sect. It had to be said that everyone's eyes were bright. No one would want this broken mental cultivation method. The people below and the people in the box, no one would speak. The auctioneer on the stage looked calm. A Xian technique manual was not important. The second volume of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, 100 Xian spirit stones. If no one is bidding, then prepare for the next item. The auctioneer looked around and found that no one was bidding. 100 Xian spirit stones of lower grade. When they saw the price of the box, everyone couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. What the hell was going on? 100 Xian spirit stones of lower grade. This remnant of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art manual belongs to the 10th box. Without any accident, the remnant of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art manual was successfully auctioned. I helped you get it. How are you going to thank me? In the 10th box, Jin Feng said to Lin Fei with interest. Jin Feng really didn't care about 100 Xian spirit stones of lower grade. She was just curious why a remnant of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art manual was worth auctioning. Everyone knew that this rubbish mental cultivation method was unlucky for anyone who cultivated it. Jin Feng was curious. Lin Fei said, I don't have any Xian spirit stones for the time being. I will definitely double it for you later. What did it mean to be short of money? This was what Lin Fei looked like at the moment. He had plenty of silver and gold, but he did not have a single Xian spirit stone. Jin Feng did not agree. Her beautiful eyelashes twitched. That won't do. How about this? You owe me a favor? This chick was really smart. Favors were the most difficult thing to repay. If it was something else, Lin Fei didn't care at all, but this favor, it was hard to say. He didn't expect that the queen girl would ask for a favor as soon as she opened her mouth. Men don't say no. Jin Feng said again. She had defeated Lin Fei. Wang Minmin also said, Sister Jin is right. A man should be like this. When Lin Fei saw the two together, he knew that there was no other way. It was just a favor. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 213. A favor. Lin Fei quickly felt relieved. He would never believe that he would encounter a fragment of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art in a place like the Mountain River Auction House. Ever since he became a profound cultivator, Lin Fei had mastered many magical powers, but the true essence in his body did not increase much. Although he was much stronger than ordinary profound cultivators, his true essence was 30 to 40% more than others. Lin Fei had been thinking about finding the fragment of the 9 Revolutions mantra so that he could increase the true essence in his body. If magical powers were a car, then true essence would be gasoline. A car without gasoline, would it still be a car? Of course, it was not a car. The more magical powers Lin Fei mastered, the more true essence in his body would be consumed. If he met someone with more true essence, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. The fragment of the 9 Revolutions mantra. Lin Fei had been thinking about whether he should get someone to look for it. He did not expect to encounter it here, and it happened to be part of his cultivation. The 9 Revolutions mantra was not compatible with other mantras. No matter how he cultivated it, it would be pushed out and he would never be able to strengthen the true essence in his body. Now, Lin Fei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Not to mention one favor, even if it was 10 favors, Lin Fei would not care. As for his performance just now, it was nothing more than to let the other party know that he did not value the 9 Revolutions mantra. Ding dang. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the search for the lost 9 Revolutions mantra. 1. Obtained 10 million experience and 10 pieces of middle-grade dark spirit stones. When the waiter outside personally delivered the fragment of the 9 Revolutions mantra, the system immediately notified him. Lin Fei grinned. He subconsciously opened the system and displayed the mission attributes. Player, Lin Fei. Level, Early Stage Profound Martial Cultivator. Distance from next upgrade. Martial Arts, Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, 8 Desolation Fist, Green Dragon Grappling Technique, Total Annihilation Sword Formation. Combat Skills, 1 Slash in Half, Energy Returning Finger, 10,000 Miles Saber, 9 Heavy Waves. Treasure, temporarily none. Magical Power, Water Fire Lotus. Points, 10400. Mission, Search for the missing 9 Revolutions mantra, too. After he saw its attributes, Lin Fei's mood was exceptionally good, and he said in his heart, I obtained 10 million EXP for nothing. When the time comes, I'll be able to advance into the intermediate stage of the profounder realm after completing a few more assignments. Moreover, I'll be rewarded with dark spirit stones. Those are great treasures, and they're even mid-grade dark spirit stones. A single mid-grade dark spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 low-grade dark spirit stones. Lin Fei did not expect that he would immediately get 20 pieces of middle-grade profound spirit stones when he was short of money. From Dong Shan, Xiao Chun learned one thing. This was the exchange rate for medial-grade Xian spirit stones, but in reality, there were not many people who exchanged for them. After all, inferior grade and medial grade contain different energies. If a martial artist could only cultivate for 4 hours with a piece of inferior grade profound spirit stone, then a piece of medial grade profound spirit stone could definitely cultivate for a month. The night's auction ended quickly. There were a lot of good things auctioned later, among which was a mystic ranked lower grade martial art. In the end, it was auctioned for 1 million lower grade Xian spirit stones. The competition was not ordinary. It's too lively. Coming out of the private room, Li Ming was still reminiscing. Even now, these two guys were still excited, especially when they saw the mystic-ranked martial art being auctioned. The strength of a martial art determined the strength of one's strength. A mystic-ranked martial art could definitely suppress the enemy and not something a yellow-ranked martial art could contend with. Mystic-ranked martial arts are so expensive. I'm afraid we won't be able to buy one in our lifetime. The other loose cultivator sighed. That's not like there's no chance. Everyone, work hard and become a mystic master. There will be a chance. Dong Shan had obviously seen a lot of scenes, so he was not affected much. Lin Fei echoed, it seems that big brother Dong Shan is smart. Everyone, work hard and cultivate will not be a problem. As for the matter of martial arts, Lin Fei was not worried for the time being. He had the lottery system, so he was not afraid of not being able to get a martial art if his luck was good. This did not include killing people in private, killing people and arson. Not long after walking out of the private room, Dong Shan's expression suddenly turned serious. There's a situation. It turned out that Chen Xian, who had disappeared earlier, was in the direction of the turn. It seemed that he was waiting for Jin Feng and the others. Two beauties, are you preparing to go back? Chen Xian smiled mischievously. He was just short of moving his hands and feet. After Dong Shan and the others signaled, the three of them walked up and blocked Chen Xian to prevent any unforeseen events. Young Master Chen, please conduct yourself. Dong Shan blocked Chen Xian and said expressionlessly. Chen Xian squinted and sneered, get lost. Who do you think you are? Dong Shan said, this is our duty as guards. Young Master Chen has made things difficult for us. Li Yun walked out from the side, Miss Jean, is this how your guards act? Master didn't say anything, but they spoke first. Jin Feng's expression turned cold. She looked straight at Chen Xian, what do you want? Chen Xian smiled, I don't want to do anything. You don't have to think of me as a bad person. Don't tell me that other than being bad, I don't have any good points. Wang Minmin was not afraid of Chen Xian, since you don't want to do anything, then get lost. I'm not in the mood to see you. Tianxia was powerful, but Wang Minmin wasn't afraid. Naturally, she wasn't afraid when she spoke. Chen Xian's face darkened. Since you've put it that way, then I'll be straightforward. Your guard has offended me. Kneel down and apologize, and this young master can pretend that nothing has happened. Impossible. The Golden Phoenix refused immediately. Having grown up in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, she was smart enough to understand what was going on. Was Chen Xian looking for trouble? Jin Feng couldn't help but guess what he meant in private. Chen Xian's expression turned cold. Your tone is still as cold as ever. Your guard has offended me, and I cannot swallow this anger. Since you are unwilling to agree, then I will take a step back. How about we fight on the blood arena? Listening to his tone, regardless of whether Jin Feng agreed or not, Chen Xian was looking for trouble today. Behind Chen Xian, there were two late profound realm experts blocking the way. It was obvious that they didn't want Jin Feng to pass. No one dared to cause trouble in the Mountain River auction house, not even Tianxia. But if someone made a similar threat, no one would say anything. The Golden Phoenix was a headstrong person. She knew that Chen Xian was looking for trouble with her, so she couldn't back down. If she backed down today, Tianxia would definitely find something to talk about. This was not a good thing for the current Golden Breeze Drizzle building, so she had to agree. Jin Feng knew that it was a trap, but she still wanted to go. Since young Master Chen has spoken, I naturally won't refuse. I'll wait for you on the blood arena. The Golden Phoenix was decisive. After thinking it through, she immediately agreed to Chen Xian's words. Chen Xian said, "Good. As expected of a heroine. I'll wait for you on the blood arena." After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "Don't worry. My two reverends won't attack you, lest people say that I'm a bully." Then he left with his men. "Sister Jean, why did you agree?" Wang Minmin said worriedly. Chen Xian obviously doesn't have good intentions. The Golden Phoenix smiled bitterly. "I can't help it. Chen Xian is deliberately looking for trouble. If I don't agree, who knows what will happen next? Didn't you notice that there were some people peeking nearby? I dare say that if I didn't agree, the news of my cowardice would definitely spread tomorrow. This Chen Xian is a standard villain." Chen Xian was called a villain. He was in a good mood. His face didn't have a dark expression. He patted Li Yun's shoulder. "Your idea is not bad. That bitch Golden Phoenix couldn't stand the provocation and took the bait. When we get rid of that Lin Fei, I won't forget what you did. This is the result of young Master Chen's strategy." This lowly one only gave a little suggestion. "It's really nothing," Li Yun said modestly. Hearing this, Chen Xian revealed a satisfied smile. "Good, good. You know how to do things. If you don't want to go back, you can follow me from now on. I just need a scheming person like you." Li Yun revealed an excited expression. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He said gratefully, "Thank you for your advice, young master." Chen Xian noticed Li Yun's expression and said, "Come, let's go to the Bloodlust arena. Once I'm done with Lin Fei, I'll tell those who look down on me. I'll let them know that I'm not a wastrel. What they can't do is a piece of cake for me. Congratulations to the young master for your victory. You've utterly defeated them." Ha ha ha, the bloody arena. This was a place where the upper-class people laughed. Ordinary people couldn't enter. The bloody arena, as the name suggested, was very bloody. Every move would see blood. It was unknown how many people's blood stained the arena. The arena was built on top of a huge rock. Around it, there were large and small seats for people to look at the arena. There were also private rooms. Every night, many famous people would appear here. They were here to pass the time. They would arrange for their servants to fight on the arena and gamble some treasures. More often than not, when it came to fighting techniques, the host would be stimulated to the point that his blood would boil and he would choose to personally participate in the duel. Every month, many geniuses would die in the bloody arena. At the same time, some people who had conflicts would fight here. When Lin Fei's group arrived, a battle had just ended. Two mid-stage profounder servants had engaged in a life-and-death battle. One died and the other was injured. The injured one was completely crippled. In the eyes of the upper class, the death of a servant was nothing. They only wanted to fight for their honor. Nothing else mattered. For example, the two of them had arranged for their servants to fight just for an item. This kind of thing was very common in the bloody arena. It wasn't surprising. Everyone around the bloody arena had servants by their side. These servants varied in strength, but they were at least in the profounder realm. Some were even in the profounder realm. It was obvious that these big shots weren't simple. Jean Feng's arrival caused quite a reaction. Why is Miss Jean here? Chapter 214. Jean Feng from the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Everyone present knew her. Of course, she was a junior. In the bloody arena, the Golden Phoenix had personally fought and killed several of her rivals. She was not inferior to the men. When Jean Feng appeared, they couldn't help but pay attention. Nothing could be hidden from the people of the Mountain River Club. None of the people present had anything to do with it. Soon, they figured out what was going on. So that was what was going on. After understanding what was going on, no one was surprised. Instead, many of them showed interesting expressions. Interesting. Jean Feng from the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and Chen Xian from Tianxia. It seems that the fight has extended to the juniors. I wonder who will win. Jean Feng didn't go to the private room. Instead, she chose a seat near the high platform. Chen Xian also sat down nearby. At this time, the bloody arena was empty. There were runes masters cleaning up the bloodstains. Soon, the arena returned to normal. Except for the smell of blood, it looked no different. Jean Feng, it's too easy to fight directly. Why don't we add a bet? Chen Xian turned to Jean Feng. If you want to add a bet, then add a bet. I'll follow you. In this aspect, Jean Feng was more powerful. Chen Xian clapped his hands. This is a tale of extracted spiritual liquid. A subordinate behind him took out a box. There was a white jade bottle in the box. The bottle had not been opened yet. After smelling it, the 3,650 pores on his body felt comfortable. Good stuff. Jean Feng didn't change. A tale of spiritual liquid, I'll bet with you. In the eyes of outsiders, these two people were not small. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the development of the situation. In fact, in his heart, he suspected that this matter was aimed at him. If not, it would be too much of a coincidence. Brother Dongshan, this spiritual liquid is. Lin Fei collected his doubts. For the time being, he couldn't see through their moves. Then, he would wait and see. If it was really aimed at him, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Dongshan explained, most people really don't know about the spiritual liquid. When you and I were this old, we didn't know about the spiritual liquid either. To tell you the truth, this spiritual liquid is collected by alchemists. One tael of spiritual liquid can be sold for at least 1,000,000 Xianling stones. Lin Fei took a deep breath. This is too expensive. Of course. Spirit liquid is a treasure, and it's priceless. Consuming it will temper the strength of one's body and improve one's strength at the same time. It's greatly beneficial to the profounder and dark master realms. Lin Fei looked at the jade bottle and opened the system. Spiritual liquid, special spiritual liquid. Extremely valuable. Consumes it with shocking effects. For you at your current state, spiritual liquid is definitely a good thing to strengthen your meridians. Lin Fei was startled. Expand meridians? When he was practicing martial arts, he had used elixirs to expand his meridians. Who would have thought that the spirit liquid could also expand his meridians? The benefits of expanding meridians were still fresh in Lin Fei's memory. He was able to kill people of the same level because of the expansion of meridians. The power of his moves had increased a lot. It would be great if I could get the spiritual liquid. 1,000,000 low-grade Xianling stones. I only have 20 mid-grade Xianling stones now, which is equivalent to 20,000 low-grade Xianling stones. Chen Xian and Jean Feng each arranged for a guard to go down. Both of them were early-stage profounder. This was considered a test. One cultivated an earth cultivation method, while the other cultivated a metal cultivation method. Chen Xian cultivated an earth cultivation method, while Jin Feng cultivated a metal cultivation method. As soon as the two of them attacked, the metal cultivation method was like a storm. For guards like them, if they could win, not only would they gain face for their master, but they would also gain benefits. After a violent storm, the earth elemental cultivator reversed the situation and counterattacked with his earth elemental abilities, killing the metal elemental cultivator in the arena. The battle between the two only lasted for a few breaths. "I'm sorry, I won," Chen Xian said with a smile. "I also accept the things. I'm in a very good mood. If you are willing to let the guard come up to apologize, I will end the fight. What do you think?" Jin Feng said, "No, continue." An earth cultivation method killed a metal cultivation method, which made Jin Feng feel a little strange. Just now, she felt that she had missed something and felt uneasy. "Jianghua, you go down." The Jianghua mentioned by Jin Feng was the loose cultivator, also an earth cultivation method. An earth cultivation method should be able to win against an earth cultivation method. Jianghua immediately flew down and landed on the bloody arena. "This time, let's bet 2 taels of spiritual liquid." Chen Xian knew that Jin Feng got a gene of spiritual liquid last time. This time, not only did he want to win all the spiritual liquid, but he also wanted to kill all the guards around Jin Feng. When they know that my earth cultivation method is an earth demonic beast, I wonder what kind of expression they will have. Chen Xian never fought without confidence. Today, he would take the opportunity to let Jin Feng eat a big loss. "As you wish." The battle below the arena began. The moment the two earth-attributed cultivators attacked, they were equally matched. It was hard to tell who would win. "Brother Dong Shan, that person is strange." Lin Fei touched Dong Shan and said in a low voice. "Indeed, there is something strange." Dong Shan nodded. "That person's earth cultivation method is very strong. The previous metal cultivation method's attacks fell on him, but the earth cultivation method didn't have any wounds. Ordinary cultivation methods can't do that." Lin Fei looked at that person and felt that he was really strange. He always gave people a different kind of aura. This aura was a little familiar, but Lin Fei couldn't remember. "Earth Dragon Strike." Jianghua swung his long sword and turned it into an earth dragon. It soared into the sky and bit the earth cultivation method. With a bang, the earth dragon hit an earth wall. Immediately, a cloud of yellow sand covered Jianghua's direction. "Ah!" A miserable voice came from the yellow sand. Boom! The yellow sand dispersed, revealing broken limbs and wreckage on the ground, with a bloody smell. "This human is not bad. He actually broke my defense before he died." There was blood at the corner of the earth cultivation method's mouth. His appearance was completely different from before. His whole body was much bigger and powerful. He was almost 6 meters tall, which was 6 meters on earth. There were 6 black thorns on his back, emitting a cold light. At the same time, he had a huge tail to maintain his balance. Demonic beast. An earth dragon beast of the profound practitioner realm. No wonder this person's earth cultivation method is so powerful. It turns out that he is an earth demonic beast. It's too powerful. A demonic beast of the profound practitioner realm, and a demonic beast that specializes in earth cultivation methods. Even a profound practitioner in the late stage would have to be careful when facing this demonic beast. Jin Feng is in trouble now. The surrounding people showed strange expressions. Many of them even had a look of sudden realization. It was not rare to see demonic beasts in the city. There were many of them. Demonic beasts that could transform were extremely powerful. They could kill people of the same level in an instant. Jin Feng's face darkened. She glanced over coldly. Young Master Chen, good move. I admit my inferiority. Chen Xian smiled complacently. It's just a so-so. It seems that a heroine like you is only a so-so. I'll still say the same thing. Ask your guards to apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll kill them one by one. This was blatant unscrupulousness. Lin Fei, who had been watching from behind, had a look of realization in his eyes. So it's a demonic beast. No wonder it gave me a familiar feeling. I killed many low-level demonic beasts when I was training. The aura of the demonic beasts on them was similar. I was almost deceived by this demonic beast. Lin Fei understood why Chen Xian's despicable person was so calm. It turned out that he had arranged such a backup plan. The Sanguine Arena did not prohibit anyone from participating, and demonic beasts were no exception. Many big shots had demonic beasts as guards. Demonic beasts were much more powerful than human cultivation methods. Powerful demonic beasts were not rare in the Sanguine Arena. There would be a few of them every month. Miss, it's just a demonic beast. I'd rather die than apologize. Dong Shan's tone was firm as he glared at Chen Xian. Shut up and get lost. You have no right to speak here. Jin Feng said coldly. She turned to Chen Xian and said, Young Master Chen, forgive me for not agreeing to this. I haven't fought in a long time. I can use your demonic beast to practice. Li Yun, who was behind, was slightly stunned. This plan was obviously different. If Jin Feng died in the arena, it would definitely cause a war between the two factions. At that time, he would definitely be out of luck. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Chen Xian, Young Master Chen, it's time to use the second plan. Chen Xian wanted Earth Demon to kill Jin Feng in the arena, but it was temporarily impossible under the current circumstances. Jin Feng could die in anyone's hands, but not Tianxia's. Miss Jin, you're of noble birth. Why do you have to go personally and hurt the relationship between our two factions? Chen Xian put on a good face and said awkwardly, how about this, Miss Jin doesn't have to go personally. This young master will randomly pick one of your servants. How about this? Those who didn't know the truth would think that Chen Xian had good intentions. Little did they know that this was Chen Xian's real plan. From the beginning to the end, he took into account Jin Feng's competitive nature. They believed that Jin Feng would definitely agree. At that time, their goal would be achieved. Miss, I'll go. Miss, I'll go. Dong Shan and Li Ming both said. At this time, Lin Fei clearly noticed that Chen Xian and Li Ming looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with the success of their scheme. No. Jin Feng knew that she had been schemed against today. She would not let her servant go. This was not in line with her character. As a disciple of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, she was never afraid. Chen Xian laughed and said, why bother? It's nothing more than an apology. Miss Jin Feng is arrogant and noble. I think it's better to let your servant go. I think the one behind is not bad. He's young and vigorous. He's not a bad choice. Whoosh. There were many eyes on Lin Fei. Sure enough, he's a despicable person. It turns out that he did this for me. Lin Fei had a premonition or something. When he saw Li Yun, he had this idea. Just now, it didn't involve him, so he didn't pay much attention. But when Chen Xian named him, Lin Fei's heart moved. He knew what was going on. They came for him. Lin Fei didn't guess wrong. Li Yun was a despicable person. He always came up with such an idea. Today's matter was actually caused by Lin Fei. 2 people died in a row. Lin Fei more or less felt guilty. Miss Jin, I'll go this time. Lin Fei walked directly to Jin Feng. Jin Feng glared at him. No, you'll die if you go. Lin Fei said, how would I know if I don't try? Moreover, with my strength, even though that beast is powerful, it's still a beast. Can a smart person like me not beat it? Jin Feng didn't think that Lin Fei would take the initiative to take on this task. But she knew that Lin Fei was from the divine martial sect. He was quite famous. If he died here, it would affect the situation greatly. This was also the reason why Jin Feng didn't want to go. She was worried that something would go wrong and drag the Golden Breeze Drizzle building down. Chen Xian was delighted. This kid really jumped out. Miss Jean, this kid is right. How would you know if you don't try? Don't worry. No matter the result, I'll spare his life. I'm not a bad person, right? Chen Xian laughed. It looked like he was mocking Chen Xian. Li Yun, who was behind them, also heaved a long sigh of relief. He was very happy. He snorted in his heart, Lin Fei, you probably never thought that I, Li Yun, could make you suffer by just talking. No matter how strong you are, you'll still die in the hands of the Earth Dragon Beast. It's a pity that you won't die in my hands. Chen Xian is an idiot. If I could control this kid, it would be more prestigious than being the young master of the Li family. Jin Feng was about to say something. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei glared at her. Miss Jean, you don't need to say anything. It's my honor that young Master Chen asked me to go. Jin Feng didn't know why, but Jin Feng felt a strong pressure from that glare. He didn't use his full strength last time. Jin Feng had such a thought in her mind. Sister Jean, since this guy wants to go, then let him go. Wang Minmin also said. Jin Feng didn't insist. If that's the case, then go. Protect yourself. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Jin Feng's ears. Miss Jean, if I were you, I would bet big. Doesn't he have a lot of spiritual liquids? I can win them all in one go. Jin Feng was experienced. She didn't show any expression on her face, as if she didn't hear anything. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Jean. I will pay attention. Lin Fei was eager to give it a try. He looked like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Chen Xian and Li Yun were secretly delighted when they saw his expression. Lin Fei was said to be powerful, but it turned out that he was just a brat. He was too easy to deal with. Young Master Chen, since you called me, why don't we bet big? Jin Feng said to Chen Xian. Chen Xian was delighted again. What do you want to bet? I have 8 taels of spiritual liquids. I'll bet 8 taels with you. Do you dare? Isn't it just 8 taels of spiritual liquids? I'll bet. No one would refuse a free gift. Chen Xian didn't even think about it. 8 taels of spiritual liquids was a great help to him. He might even be able to enter the late stage of Profound Realm. Chen Xian was very confident in the strength of the Earth Demon. It was captured by the gang and spent a lot of time to subdue it. It had been kept in the gang since then. Chapter 215. P.S. Thanks to Zero Wind Fate Zero and Tsang Yuan Xiao Miao for their tips. That girl Jin Feng is too impulsive. The Earth Dragon Beast is not easy to deal with. That young man is only at the early Xian level and seems to be quite talented. However, I'm afraid that he doesn't have the strength to deal with an Earth Dragon Beast. That brat Chen Xian is quite good at scheming. He's not as spoiled as the rumors say. What an eye-opener. Battle techniques between beasts and humans. It wasn't that the crowd hadn't seen it before. Earth element beasts at the middle Xian level weren't very exciting. Every month, there would be a few days where beasts would fight. The sparring between Xianxia and Golden Breeze Drizzle building was something that they were quite concerned about. If news of this spread, it would cause quite a bit of trouble. Among them, the happiest was Chen Xian. This playboy would occasionally bring people to flirt with girls. If he could suppress Jin Feng tonight and deal with that opponent, his status would definitely increase greatly when he returned. What others were unable to accomplish, this young master of his had accomplished. When the time came, who would say that he was useless? Even his big brothers would turn pale with fright. Chen Xian was glad that he had brought Li Yun with him. Otherwise, he would have lost a good opportunity. After killing Tianxia's enemy, he still dared to swagger out. Did he really think that Tianxia wouldn't make a move? He really thought too highly of himself. Soon, both sides had placed their bets. Little Lin, be careful. If you can't win, then give up. I don't believe that they would dare to make a move. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say that they were coming for him. He would act as if nothing had happened. I won't force myself. Jumping from the high platform, Lin Fei flew towards the stage and landed firmly on it. A bloody aura mixed with beasts rushed towards them, almost suffocating them. Such fast speed. Lin Fei's move made many people's eyes light up. So this person was an expert. GGG. Soft skin and tender flesh, it must be delicious. Whether it's delicious or not, that depends on whether you have the ability. Don't get into trouble because you can't eat me. Lin Fei replied. Earth Demon sneered, Earth Trap. The ground in front of Lin Fei suddenly turned into mud, and his feet fell into the trap. As it turned out, the Earth Demon used its Earth-type divine ability to launch the first wave of attacks so that it could seize the initiative. Lin Fei took a deep breath and jumped up. How could the Earth Demon's attack be so simple? Just as his foot left the ground, several giant hands appeared on his calf and grabbed it, pulling him down into the trap. Little kid, do you think it's so easy to dodge my Earth Pit? The Earth Demon grinned and laughed. Its huge body moved and its tail swept over. Earth Dragon Whip. That tail, which was not very long, expanded infinitely and swept towards Lin Fei. It was fast and urgent, and it made bursts of air exploding. What a cunning Earth Dragon. This was Lin Fei's first time facing a demonic beast in human form, and he was caught unprepared. Rumble. The huge tail landed on Lin Fei's body and swept Lin Fei several feet away. He didn't die. Everyone was paying attention to this scene. Many people had been secretly calculating the Earth Dragon's attack just now. Such a thunderous attack was usually hard for a human cultivator to resist. Even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Everyone looked over again and discovered that there were layers of lotuses on the young man's body. Every time a lotus was destroyed, another would replace it. Only after 10 lotuses were destroyed did the power weaken. That underling of yours is pretty good. He could even block the Earth Dragon's favorite whip attack. Chen Xian seemed to be praising, but he was actually showing off the Earth Demon's power. A mere brat couldn't withstand the first round. It would be hard for him to survive. Jin Feng frowned and remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Water and fire fusion. That's the young man from that family. Using the water flame lotus to deflect the attack. No wonder he could block the Earth Dragon's attack. Amazing, amazing. Those who didn't care at first couldn't help but have their eyes light up when they saw the water flame lotus around him. After the Earth Demon's attack failed, the whip in the air smashed down once again. The cracking sounds caused some of the early Xian cultivators nearby to turn pale and suffer light injuries. The rumors outside are true. The overall strength of a shape-shifting demon beast is stronger than a human cultivator. That whip attack just now wasn't weaker than a late Xian cultivator. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Fei was delighted when he discovered that he wasn't injured. The water flame lotus was indeed something the system had created. Its ability to withstand attacks exceeded the time limit. Pa 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 pa. 4 or 5 black figures intertwined. An enormous pressure assaulted Lin Fei head-on, as if it wanted to smash him into pieces. A demon beast is a demon beast. I couldn't defend against it before, but you still dare to use this kind of attack. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Then have a good taste of my water flame lotus. With the water flame lotus protecting him, the pressure on Lin Fei decreased. Go go go. Water flame lotus after water flame lotus slashed out. Rumble. The arena shook and runes bounced back, reducing the power of the attack. The black figure's whip attack failed and wanted to attack again. The water flame lotus smashed into the whip, causing the hard tail to become bloody. Want to leave? No way. Lin Fei wasn't sure about the true power of the water flame lotus. After seeing the Earth Dragon Beast's defense, he immediately grasped the opportunity and attacked with the water flame lotus again. The Earth Dragon Beast was an Earth Element Demon Beast. Its defense was astonishing. No one expected that a junior could break through the Earth Element Demon Beast's defense. Red, blue, and white light flashed. Ah, my tail. The majestic Earth Demon's tail was broken. It fell on the arena and dazzled everyone. I'll kill you. The Earth Demon was furious. Its entire body charged at Lin Fei while opening its mouth and spitting out a black figure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The soul-like puppet was like a demon that was released and attacked Lin Fei. Earth Element Puppet. Earth Element puppets were left behind after the Earth Dragon Beast killed martial artists and devoured their souls. They were constantly nurtured to become the Earth Dragon Beast's battle helpers. These three puppets all had the battle strength of a late profound practitioner. When the three puppets appeared, the pressure on Lin Fei, who originally had the upper hand, suddenly increased. Lin Fei didn't panic. He raised his hand and slashed out 3 blade lights. When the blade lights landed on the puppets, they didn't cause any damage. He couldn't help but be shocked. Ha ha ha, these puppets are the battle helpers I nurtured. You want to kill them? Don't even think about it. The Earth Demon laughed loudly. As long as I'm alive, my puppets will continue to fight until they kill you. Lin Fei said, so you're saying that if I kill you, your puppets won't help? The Earth Demon didn't care, but can you kill me? But I know that when I kill you, I'll bite your head off. Lin Fei soared into the air. Water Flame Lotus. A huge lotus appeared near the Earth Demon and wrapped around it in layers. You're courting death. The Earth Demon slapped out with its huge claw. The Water Flame Lotus shattered layer by layer, and after it shattered, another Water Flame Lotus immediately covered it again. On the arena, a huge lotus was like a bud on the verge of blooming. Space was constantly being compressed. The Earth Demon didn't care about the damage caused by the Water Flame Lotus, which finally made him feel a sense of danger. The entire lotus wrapped around him, dripping with blood. The 3 puppets pounced at Lin Fei. You can't kill me. At most, you can only trap me. Lin Fei released a blade light and shook the puppets away. A cold light appeared in his eyes. Then I'll kill you. Whoosh. A cold light appeared with a whoosh. Like a white light before dawn, it circled around the Earth Dragon Beast's head. Bam! The struggling Earth Dragon Beast's huge head fell to the ground and a 3-meter-tall pillar of blood spurted out. Following the death of the Earth Dragon Beast, the puppets turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for purifying 3 souls and gaining 3 million experience. Lin Fei stared blankly. There was a reward for this? Lin Fei was very familiar with the system's voice. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Killing a demon beast gave him 3 million experience. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for killing a profound rank demon beast and gaining 100,000 experience. This time, Lin Fei was speechless. If it wasn't for the 3 million experience, Lin Fei would probably be very excited. However, the difference between 3 million experience and 100,000 experience was too big. He couldn't feel any interest. Lin Fei seemed to have understood something. He seemed to have found a shortcut to leveling up. He still needed to go back and think about it. Damn, we won. Dongshan couldn't sit still and shouted. The strength of the earth dragon beast was well known. However, it was unexpected that it could kill the earth dragon beast so easily. Especially the last attack. Many people felt their vision blur and couldn't see what kind of attack it was. However, those who had reached the profound rank could see it clearly. Soul sword manipulation. However, they had seen runes masters use soul sword manipulation. How could it be so powerful? Just now, he had clearly used the water flame lotus to control the earth dragon beast and then used soul sword manipulation to kill it. To be able to do this kid wasn't ordinary. Many people wondered if they should take this person as a disciple. You lost. Although Jin Feng still had the same expression, a flash of surprise showed that she was in a very good mood. When Lin Fei asked to go out, Jin Feng didn't have any confidence. She was afraid that Lin Fei would die in the arena. For the result to be like this, it was beyond imagination. A mid-profound rank earth dragon beast, even if it met a late profound rank human martial artist, could contend against it. Even if both sides were injured, the one who died would definitely be the human martial artist. Veins popped out on Chen Xian's hand. Dead? How could it be dead? Chen Xian's expression was ugly. He had lost a lot of 8 taels of spirit liquid. At the same time, the earth demon had died here. How would he explain this to his family when he returned? Damned kid, I won't forgive him. The earth dragon beast was killed. Chen Xian's heart ached. He had suffered a double loss. If it wasn't for the bloody arena and the mountain river club, Chen Xian would have killed that kid immediately to vent his anger. Humph, Chen Xian stood up, tell your guard to not go out for the next few days. It's not safe outside. After losing his troops, Chen Xian would stay behind. What he needed to care about was how to solve this problem when he returned. Chapter 216. Bastard, didn't you say it would be foolproof? Chen Xian cursed Li Yun as he exited the Shanha club. All the plans were foolproof, and the situation developed according to plan. The people of Golden Phoenix died, and Lin Fei was finally forced to come out. The plot was perfect, and the plan was perfect. But the ending was bleak. Not only was the earth dragon beast killed, but they also lost 8 taels of spirit liquid. Chen Xian's heart ached at the thought of it. As the 5th son of Xianxia, he was under a lot of pressure despite being doted on. Li Yun stuttered, please forgive me, young Master Chen. It's all my fault for not considering this matter thoroughly. No wonder our Under Heaven gang's members suffered losses one after another. That scoundrel Lin Fei is too cunning. Chen Xian glared at him. Now that the earth dragon beast is dead, the gang is going to target me. You should at least help me think of a solution. Chen Xian could do nothing but grieve over the loss of the spirit liquid. Now that the earth dragon beast was killed, things were going to be difficult to handle. The Under Heaven gang was divided into a few mountains, and his brothers had a group of people helping them. Now that such a big thing had happened to him, those brothers weren't even in a hurry to take care of him. They were itching to trample him to death. When Chen Xian thought of this, he couldn't help but think of Lin Fei. He wanted nothing more than to beat him to death. If it wasn't for that kid, he wouldn't have to worry about the earth dragon beast. Now that such a big thing had happened, if it wasn't resolved properly, Li Yun wouldn't feel good either. At that time, he would definitely be used as a scapegoat. As for escaping, that was out of the question. If Xianxia wanted to find someone in Shanha County, they would have to hide in the mountains for the rest of their lives. The moment they went out, they would be found. Li Yun didn't dare to imagine what would happen then. Li Yun didn't dare to be careless when it came to a matter of life and death. Young Master Chen, I am Xia Chuan. If you want to deal with Lin Fei, I have a way. Just as Li Yun was in a dilemma, someone walked out from the shadows. Little Lin, you're really good. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stay in the bloody arena after Chen Xian left. Dong Shan patted Lin Fei's shoulder as soon as he came up from below. It turns out that you are so powerful. You can even kill an earth demon beast. It's really an eye-opener for us. Li Ming said. Lin Fei laughed. I'm not sure if I can kill the earth dragon beast. If the earth dragon beast doesn't die, I'll be the one who dies. Dong Shan said, Little Lin, if something like this happens again, don't be rash. You've helped me a lot today. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. Your big brother Dong Shan will help you without hesitation. Dong Shan, who was a mid-stage profound practitioner, would not fare well against the earth dragon beast. Big brother Dong Shan remembered Lin Fei's kind intentions. Lin Fei, you're my friend for sure. Li Ming also followed. Jin Feng had a complicated expression. You've helped me a lot today. Let's write off all the favors from before. This spirit liquid is yours. Jin Feng realized that she was far from being a match for Lin Fei after he killed the earth dragon beast. This kid was too abnormal. He killed the earth dragon beast with a single move while only at the early stage of the profound practitioner realm. Jin Feng knew that she couldn't achieve such ability and strength. Lin Fei shook his head. This is what I should do. Chen Xian is clearly looking for trouble. If Chen Xian's scheme succeeds, then those martial uncles above me will definitely look for trouble with me. As for the spirit liquid, I feel guilty for taking it. Young Miss Jean, I think it's better for you to take it. Even though Lin Fei really wanted it, he wouldn't say it out loud. Jin Feng's expression changed. She tossed the spirit liquid over. Don't take it if you don't want it. Lin Fei had no choice but to take the jade bottle. When he turned around, Jin Feng had already left. Little Lin, you're rich this time. With this spirit liquid, you can soon break through to the mid-stage of the profound practitioner realm. Dong Shan and Li Ming came up to congratulate him. At this time, Dong Shan secretly blinked. Did you see that just now? Young Miss Jean seemed to be smiling. Li Ming revealed a gossipy expression. No way. How is this possible? Dong Shan spread his hands. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Lin Fei felt that when they said that young Miss Jean was smiling, their eyes drifted over him. This made Lin Fei speechless. Whether young Miss Jean smiled or not, it has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter, right? Lin Fei thought so in his heart. Back to the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. The room arranged by Lin Fei was in the courtyard, not far from young Miss Jin's residence. Back to the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Lin Fei could breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't need to worry about anything. After all, this place was the headquarters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. If Xianxia wanted to make a move, they had to consider the price. It was inevitable that some experts would die. Xianxia didn't dare to do that, otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer losses. This meant that Xianxia didn't dare to make a move against the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building didn't dare to make a move against Xianxia. Behind these two gangs, it involved the reputation of the sect. There would be friction, but there wouldn't be a large-scale battle. Everyone's vitality would be greatly injured. The ones who benefited would definitely be the others, not the two of them. This had nothing to do with Lin Fei. After returning to the residence, Lin Fei immediately took out an elixir. The attack of the earth attribute demonic beast is very strong. Even though the water fire lotus blocked the attack, I still suffered some injuries. I underestimated the strength of the demonic beast. The earth dragon beast was huge. Lin Fei thought that the opponent's speed wouldn't be too fast, but he had underestimated the speed of the demonic beast. It was easy to imagine how strong it would be if it only relied on the protective aura. Those 3 combat puppets were the best proof. After taking an elixir, Lin Fei sat cross-legged. After coming back, he always felt uneasy, as if something was going to happen. After a cup of tea's time, his injuries recovered. Lin Fei let out a long breath. A healing elixir with 100 points is really good. In such a short time, I have almost recovered. After the system rewarded him with points, Lin Fei stared at the elixir in the system store. A healing elixir with 100 points was the worst elixir. Of course, it was also the cheapest elixir. The rest of the elixirs cost thousands of points. Lin Fei was tempted, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. With 10,000 points, he would be finished with a few elixirs. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Fei took out a jade bottle. Inside was the spiritual liquid given by Golden Phoenix. Miss Golden is really generous. She gave me 8 taels of spiritual liquid in one breath. It's not easy to have this kind of courage. Lin Fei opened the jade bottle, and a fragrance came out. He felt comfortable all over his body. Should I expand my meridians now? Lin Fei didn't have the awareness to improve his strength. It was better to expand his meridians and make his attacks more powerful. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Lin Fei's face darkened. Who would come looking for him so late at night? After opening the door, he saw an unknown person standing outside. Who are you? Lin Fei was vigilant. The possibility of outsiders entering the headquarters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was not high, unless that person was a super expert who could hide from everyone and all the experts of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. But even so, the possibility of that person not looking for him was very small. The person said, I am from the Unaffiliated Alliance. I am here to apologize to you on behalf of Xia Chuan. Xia Chuan has set up a banquet outside to apologize to you in person. Lin Fei was stunned. It was almost midnight, and someone came to apologize. The first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind was that he didn't believe that Xia Chuan could think of something like that. Was it possible for that guy to apologize to him? Could it be because of what happened in the bloody arena? Soon, Lin Fei thought of another possibility. If Xia Chuan really apologized, it must be because of what happened in the bloody arena. After all, this matter spread quickly. I know that Xia Chuan has this intention. As for the apology, forget it. Lin Fei thought for a while and said. Brother Lin, how can this be? Xia Chuan specially asked me to come. Although he knows that you are not a person who will fuss over such things, he still feels bad. That person was anxious. Lin Fei glanced at that person. There is no need to apologize. We are all here to help. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Whether Xia Chuan was really here to apologize or for some other reason, Lin Fei didn't want to say anything to that kind of person. But Brother Dongshan and the others are all there. Lin Fei was stunned. They are there too? Anyway, it is just for a while. Brother Lin just needs to go and express his gratitude. Lin Fei said, then lead the way. In order to confirm whether it was true or not, Lin Fei deliberately asked to go to Dongshan to have a look. As expected, there was no one there. Li Ming was not there either. Only then did Lin Fei believe that they were not one step ahead of him. Coming out of the headquarters, it was very quiet outside. As they walked, Lin Fei thought, if that Xia Chuan sincerely apologizes, then I will forgive him, so that everyone will not be embarrassed. In essence, Lin Fei had a good idea. When they walked into an alley, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. This is? That person said, this is a shortcut. It can save a lot of time. Lin Fei didn't doubt it. Back on Earth, he also liked to take shortcuts. Mountain River City had 4 major areas, and the area was very large. It was natural to take shortcuts. When they walked halfway, Lin Fei stopped. Who sent you? That person's expression changed. Do it. Seal. In the darkness, a white light flashed, and an invisible force immediately covered the alley. Silence reigned. Not good, it's a formation. As Lin Fei retreated, a fist light shot out from the darkness, aiming for his back. Lin Fei turned around and punched it out. Bang! Lin Fei fell a few steps behind before stopping. That person is an expert. Faced with being surrounded, Lin Fei didn't show any panic. Although he didn't know what that formation was, he could vaguely tell that it was a formation to prevent energy fluctuations from leaking. From the dark, a few people walked out. Lin Fei, do you feel surprised from time to time? Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Fei didn't hesitate. Chen Xian. Hehe, don't forget me. Xia Chuan. Lin Fei said calmly. As expected, a few people walked out from both ends of the alley. On the left was Chen Xian, with 2 late-stage Mystic Realm guards and the Li family survivor. Chapter 217. Lin Fei might not have paid much attention to it in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, but when he walked into the alley, his casual question revealed the real answer. As for why he said that, it was actually very simple. Lin Fei thought of a movie. He couldn't remember the name of the movie, but there was a scene like this. It was just a bluff, but the other party really fell for it. Lin Fei casually probed. From the beginning until now, everything had felt very strange, and it was not just a normal kind of strange. Therefore, he subconsciously probed, and it turned out to be true. You guys are really generous. You must have put in a lot of effort to deal with me, right? Lin Fei was not surprised that Chen Xian wanted to deal with him. After all, he had made them suffer a huge loss last night. Apart from losing the spiritual liquid, he had also killed an earth dragon beast. Both the spiritual liquid and the earth dragon beast were worth a lot. It was normal for Chen Xian to fly into a rage out of humiliation. The only thing he didn't expect was that Chen Xian would make a move so quickly. If he had been a day later, Lin Fei would have been alerted and wouldn't have been lured out. He had to admit that Chen Xian was very calculative. It was said that revenge never waits overnight. Lin Fei now had a deep understanding of it. A foppish disciple knew how to make a move in the middle of the night and set up such a huge formation. It was normal for Chen Xian to make a move on him. The only thing he didn't expect was that Xia Chuan and the others would make a move on him. Lin Fei didn't expect this at all. It might be reasonable for someone else to make a move, but it was unexpected for someone from the Scattered Alliance to make a move. Just for a spar? To make a move behind his back? Lin Fei didn't know what to say. Brat, you stole my spiritual liquid and killed the earth demon. I'll settle this score tonight. There's a formation here. No matter how intense the battle is, the people outside won't be able to sense it. If you have any last words, hurry up. Chen Xian said with a smile. Now that he had finally lured Lin Fei over and set up the formation, Chen Xian didn't believe it. This person could still leave alive. In order to deal with Lin Fei, he had arranged for 2 late-stage Profound Realm experts and a random assortment of people. It would be strange if they were still unable to kill Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at the surroundings, and then his heart sank. The situation isn't good. That fellow from before was probably at the advanced stage of the Profound Realm, and that fellow in that corner is also at the advanced stage of the Profound Realm. Xia Chuan has 2 intermediate stage and 3 advanced stage Profounders on his side. If they're added together, then they're no less than 10 opponents. The greatest danger of the night. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, Lin Fei could leave even if he couldn't beat them. However, the current situation was different. Lin Fei did not suspect that the outside was sealed by a formation. If Chen Xian could not do this, he would not have set up an ambush here. I have to go all out tonight. Otherwise, I'll die here tonight. Lin Fei's expression was solemn. This was the greatest danger he had ever faced. The killing intent of 2 late-stage profound practitioners was firmly locked onto him. He believed that the moment he moved, the 2 martial artists on his left and right would attack him. I'm very curious. Why did you attack me? Lin Fei looked at Xia Chuan. Xia Chuan had recovered from his previous injuries. At this moment, he was beaming with joy. I hate sect disciples and I hate the young masters of my clan. I especially hate you the moment you appeared. Isn't this reason enough? Lin Fei rubbed his nose. This answer was slightly unexpected. He could accept it if Xia Chuan hated him for the sake of revenge, but it just had to be this reason. There must be something wrong with this person's mind. Xia Chuan said. Just give up. Lin Fei nodded. It's about time. He turned his gaze to Li Yun. I really want to know how much effort you put into planning today. Li Yun had been standing behind Chen Xian. He was slightly surprised when he heard this. You know me? Then his expression changed. You know what happened last night? Lin Fei did not expect Li Yun to react so quickly. He immediately thought of what happened last night and chuckled. As expected of a despicable person. Only a despicable person like you would be able to plan that scene last night. Young Master Chen, the situation might change. Attack quickly. Li Yun did not know why, but his heart turned cold when he saw Chen Xian's gaze just now. All this time, Lin Fei did not know his background. After all, his appearance had changed a lot in the past 5 years. He should not have been able to recognize him. But when he heard Lin Fei's words, Li Yun immediately knew that the scheme he was so proud of was clearly known by the other party. He was instead feeling complacent. Chen Xian said, Attack, kill this brat. The 2 late-stage profound practitioners immediately moved, pouncing towards Lin Fei like ferocious tigers. An enormous pressure suddenly assaulted him. Lin Fei was faster than them. He no longer hid the speed of his wind concept. He would first kill the small fry and settle his worries. Then, he would go all out to deal with the 2 late-stage profound practitioners. This was Lin Fei's plan. If he was trapped by late-stage profound practitioners, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, there were early and mid-stage profound practitioners on the periphery. It would be even more troublesome. If he was not careful, he could very well capsize in a ditch. Therefore, Lin Fei raised his guard. The netherworld sword flew out with a whoosh and turned into a ray of white light. The 3 early-stage profound practitioners behind Xia Chuan had yet to recover from their shock when their heads fell to the ground like watermelons. They died instantly. Killing 3 early-stage profound practitioners with a single strike, Xia Chuan was stunned. They died too quickly. Another ray of cold light pierced over. Xia Chuan only reacted when a wound was left on his arm. If he had not dodged fast enough, it would not have been his arm that was injured, but his head. The few helpers behind him did not seem to be so lucky. The netherworld sword could not display its full strength in Qin Tian's hands. If Qin Tian could see this scene, he would probably be covered in cold sweat. At the same time, he thought of a phrase. Make the best use of everything. The netherworld sword became a death scythe that harvested lives. The 2 late-stage profound practitioners were shocked when their attacks failed. Although they had some estimation of Lin Fei's strength when they attacked, they still felt that they had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. Be careful, this brat has comprehended a concept, and it's the wind concept that specializes in speed. Being able to become a late-stage profound practitioner, Cheng Bo was not ignorant and hurriedly warned them. If they did not take them seriously before, after seeing that Xia Chuan had comprehended the wind concept, their thinking was different. They had to work together to deal with Lin Fei. Wind concept? Xia Chuan subconsciously said. The legendary wind concept? Xia Chuan broke out in cold sweat. 8 Desolation 6 Combination Fist. In front of him, a fist smashed down. Xia Chuan stretched out his hand to block it and kicked upwards. Heart-piercing kick. Bang! A divine force pressed down, causing Xia Chuan's hind leg to miss and his hands to feel pain. What the hell, such strength? The second punch landed immediately. Hold on for a while. When the two experts come up, this brat will lose for sure. Xia Chuan was not an idiot. After that punch, he knew that he was far from being Lin Fei's match in terms of strength. However, he also knew that the two late-stage profound practitioners behind him were fighting for time. Once he stalled Lin Fei and faced the two profound practitioners, he would definitely die. Suddenly, Lin Fei grinned. Don't even think about delaying me. Xia Chuan crossed his arms subconsciously, not taking these words to heart. But in the next second, a short sword stabbed out from his chest. Lin Fei's fist landed on Xia Chuan's chest. Xia Chuan was sent flying and landed on the ground, his chest caved in. Even if a god came down, he would die without a doubt. Whoosh whoosh. This was the first time Lin Fei had used a fist technique and a spiritual sword. If it was elsewhere, Lin Fei would not have needed to scheme like this. After dealing with Xia Chuan and the others, the rest are the people Chen Xian brought. With the death of Xia Chuan and the others, the pressure on Lin Fei was greatly reduced. 3 early-stage profound practitioners, 1 mid-stage profound practitioner, and 7 people died in the blink of an eye. The stench of blood filled the air. Chengbo, Han Tian, kill that brat. Chen Xian said angrily as he smelled the blood. He looked at the corpse on the ground and the dying Xia Chuan. Trash, you can't even kill a person. Even though he said that, jealousy and envy flashed in his eyes. Wind concept. How much talent did this require? Those who comprehended concepts in Shanhe County were all above 30 or 40 years old. A youth who was not even 20. Kill, I must kill him. Chen Xian roared in his heart. At the same time, Li Yun's mentality was completely different from Chen Xian's. 2 late-stage profound practitioners and a group of martial practitioners attacked. In the blink of an eye, 7 martial practitioners died, including the mid-stage profound practitioner Xia Chuan. Terrifying speed, terrifying combat power. Li Yun's heart palpitated. Lin Fei must die. I refuse to believe that he'll be able to survive when facing 2 experts at the advanced stage of the profounder realm. Water Flame Lotus. 1 lotus after another attacked the people Chen Xian brought with him. Some of them flew towards Chen Xian. Chengbo and Han Tian were both late-stage profound practitioners. In terms of combat power, they were not inferior to Lin Fei at all. However, in terms of speed, they were clearly inferior. The Water Flame Lotus could trap the Earth Dragon beasts and break through their defenses. There was nothing more to say about them. A few moments later, there were a few more corpses on the ground, all killed by the lotuses. They were only early-stage profound practitioners, or even mediocre. Under the Water Flame Lotus, there was no way they could survive. Chen Xian and the others retreated to a corner, with Han Tian protecting them. Lin Fei's diversion had scared Chen Xian into summoning Han Tian, afraid that Lin Fei would suddenly attack. In a dark alley, corpses were strewn all over the place. Blood gathered into small streams, filling the air with the stench of blood. I have to admit that you're very powerful. Chengbo was a middle-aged man. He stood in front of Lin Fei with a solemn expression. Now that everyone is dead, you can't use your plan anymore. Just now, they had been chasing after Lin Fei and watched as so many people were killed. Both of them were filled with anger. Now, everyone was finally dead. The 2 of them were forced to split up. It was already impossible for Lin Fei to use his plan again. With Han Tian protecting young Master Chen, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to break through his defense in a short period of time. Chengbo did not believe that Lin Fei would not use up his true essence in that battle just now. Even if it was a competition of true essence, Chengbo would still be able to exhaust Lin Fei to death. Lin Fei's chest heaved up and down. Just now, he had continuously attacked, and had indeed consumed a lot of true essence. After all, they were all martial artists of the Profound Realm, especially Xia Chuan, who was in the middle stage of the Profound Realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he had attracted them from the front and back, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill them so quickly. Finally, there are only 2 experts left. Lin Fei's expression was still solemn, a short sword circled around him, and on the pitch-black sword's body, rays of cold light flashed. Go! The netherworld sword turned into a ghost. A long blade immediately appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was the middle stage of the mortal grade, and with a wave of his hand, several tornadoes shot out. Ka-cha, ka-cha. As soon as he made his move, Lin Fei unleashed his powerful attack. The corpses on the ground were sliced into pieces by the tornado, turning into rain and mist that filled the sky like rain. The buzzing sound of metal could be heard incessantly. Cheng Bo's expression was solemn. What a good metal attack, that is something that can be used by someone at the early stage of the Profound Realm. If I don't kill this brat, it will definitely be a nightmare. Facing this move, Cheng Bo could not retreat. He fiercely stomped his feet, and 2 long swords appeared in his left and right hands. Wind Cloud Destruction. It turned out that Cheng Bo was using a 2-handed sword. This sword technique was even more light and graceful. It was definitely not an ordinary martial art. Dang! 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 Every time the sword chi struck the tornado, the powerful attack would actually be delayed and gradually lose 1. Following that, Cheng Bo's sword strike was actually broken through. Depths of the Sea of Clouds. Lingering clouds and mist. After breaking through the tornado, the 2 swords executed a mysterious move, charging straight at Lin Fei. Han Tian, who was protecting Chen Xian, heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Cheng Bo break through the attack. Young Master Chen, that little bastard is about to die. Brother Cheng's sword is a high-grade yellow rank wind cloud sword, and it's swift and traceless. I don't know how that brat, Lin Fei, comprehended the concept of wind, but his application is far inferior to Brother Cheng Bo's. The 2 late-stage Profound Realm experts by Chen Xian's side had been there since the beginning. They were extremely confident in their strength, but after witnessing Lin Fei's strength, they didn't know why, but they didn't feel confident in their hearts. After all, no one would believe that 2 late-stage Profound Realm experts couldn't gain the upper hand in a battle. I know about the Wind Cloud Sword. Supposedly, when it's cultivated to the limit, it's possible to comprehend the concept of wind. Chen Xian thought of something and couldn't help but roar with laughter. Not bad, not bad. I don't know what kind of dog shit luck that brat has. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to use it. Han Tian said, even though Brother Cheng Bo hasn't comprehended the concept of wind, he has already comprehended some concept in the application of sword techniques. Fortunately, Lin Fei hasn't even attained the first level of wind concept, otherwise, we'd be in danger. Could the first level be the mortal realm of concepts? Li Yun interrupted. The mortal realm is the first level. Once it's comprehended, wind will be his strongest attack. Unfortunately, it's extremely difficult to comprehend, and countless people are stuck at this level. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a bad situation indeed. The water flame lotus protected him, and his opponent's sword technique was all-pervasive and ceaselessly struck the water flame lotus. His true essence was ceaselessly decreasing. After all, he needed the water flame lotus to persist. This fellow cultivates a wind attribute martial technique, but he hasn't comprehended concept yet. However, he has a certain level of understanding in his sword technique, and he's ceaselessly suppressing my water flame lotus and seizing the opportunity to attack. Chapter 218. It had to be said that Lin Fei had encountered a formidable opponent. Lin Fei could easily kill a mid-stage profound practitioner like Xia Chuan. It was as easy as killing an antelope. Against a late-stage profound practitioner like Cheng Bo, his innate inadequacies began to appear, affecting his strength. From there, he suppressed Lin Fei. Water Flame Lotus. Lin Fei was unwilling to give up. He launched another attack while observing carefully. On one hand, fighting depended on one's strength. On the other hand, fighting also depended on one's comprehension. Now that he had found a suitable opponent, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't give up. Once he did, he would lose his chance of survival. Only when their strengths were about the same could he test his own strength. Formless Wind and Cloud. Cheng Bo's late-stage profound practitioner strength wasn't for show. After seizing the opportunity, he suppressed Lin Fei, preventing him from attacking. The Water Flame Lotus was cut open, and the sword ray landed on his protective aura, causing it to tremble. His attack failed. I still failed. This person's speed isn't fast, but his swordsmanship is. He's completely countered my attacks. If this continues, the situation won't be good. Even though he had the protective aura and the Water Flame Lotus to protect him, he couldn't hold on. This was the biggest problem. Cheng Bo seized this opportunity and didn't stop. A person who had comprehended the concept of wind, a peerless genius, even if he was just a beginner, wasn't someone Cheng Bo could contend with. If not for the huge difference in strength between the two, Cheng Bo would have definitely turned around and fled. Fortunately, Lin Fei was only at the early stage profound practitioner stage. He hadn't truly comprehended the concept, not even the first layer. This gave Cheng Bo a chance. The sword landed on Lin Fei's Water Flame Lotus, producing a huge force that sent him flying. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lin Fei, aren't you very strong? You're only a so-so. Enjoy your final chance. Chen Xian laughed loudly. Whoosh! The netherworld sword stabbed out, scaring Chen Xian so much that he stumbled, his body drenched in cold sweat. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Chen Xian was furious. Kill him. Kill him. I want to grind his bones to dust. Lin Fei's guts had completely exceeded Chen Xian's expectations. That was why he was so angry. He had almost died to that dagger. If Han Tian hadn't stopped him, he would have been the one in trouble. Han Tian, who was in front of him, also had a solemn expression. Runes masters who used their souls to control their swords were indeed too terrifying. Lin Fei was the most powerful one he had ever seen. For ordinary runes masters, the attacks of their runes were at the highest level. There was no danger of a runes master coming and going without a trace. No one would know where the dagger was hiding. Han Tian did not know. Cheng Bo did not know either. However, they all knew that if they were careless, they might die at the hands of the other party. After scaring Chen Xian, Lin Fei's mood improved quite a bit. However, the pressure on him didn't lessen. He didn't dare lower his guard for even a moment. Clang! The netherworld sword stabbed out from the shadows. Cheng Bo blocked with his sword, dodging the dangerous attack. His confidence in killing Lin Fei grew even stronger. He already had such terrifying strength at the initial stage. What would happen if he reached the late stage? Even a cultivator at the peak of the profounder realm might not be a match for him. Kill! Cheng Bo's attacks turned into a torrential storm, wave after wave. It was as if he wanted to drown Lin Fei in this wave of attacks. Lin Fei's water fire lotus protected him, but he was still like a lone boat on the waves, about to capsize at any moment. His swordsmanship is too fast. He knows my weakness and won't give me a chance to attack. I have to think of a countermeasure. If I want to break through his attacks, I have to be faster than him. Lin Fei retreated as he fought, thinking continuously in his mind. From the probing just now, the other party's attainments in swordsmanship weren't shallow. Lin Fei had to admit that he was inferior. His swordsmanship was as strange as the wind. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was afraid. If my aqua fire lotus was faster, I would be able to suppress my opponent and not be suppressed. Turning the situation around would only be a matter of seconds. Pucci. A wound appeared on Lin Fei's left shoulder, dripping with blood. When the water fire lotus shattered, he had found a gap and succeeded in one strike. It was clear how extraordinary the high-grade yellow-ranked sword of wind and cloud was. Cheng Bo finally heaved a sigh of relief. Cheng Bo would never forget killing a genius. This kind of genius who had a grudge with Xianxia should be killed in the cradle. At the same time, it was the best place for Lin Fei to return to. Congratulations, young Master Chen. That brat Lin Fei isn't far from death. The nervous Li Yun wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He could finally put down the boulder hanging over his heart. As long as Lin Fei didn't die, Li Yun would suffer. Now that Lin Fei was about to die, he could put down all his worries. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback in this situation. Chen Xian had just recovered from his fright. Seeing Lin Fei injured, he felt extremely relieved. This kind of person deserves to die. He actually wanted to kill me. There was no helping it. Chen Xian was scared out of his wits. As he spoke, he secretly paid attention to his surroundings, afraid of any danger. He was truly scared out of his wits. Saying these words was a great way to vent one's anger. The enemy was about to die. If those in the gang knew that he had just resolved a great danger, wouldn't they be extremely shocked? There weren't many geniuses below the age of 20 in Mountain River City. His left arm was injured. His chest was injured. His back was injured. A moment later, Lin Fei's body was covered in bloody wounds. His face was also pale. Die, wind stab. Cheng Bo stabbed out with his sword. The wind was like a sword, the sword was like the wind, and the sword was like the wind. Killing move. Within the wind and cloud sword technique, this move was comparable to a killing move. Cheng Bo's move was meant to kill Lin Fei with his sword. A trace of regret appeared in his eyes, but it soon turned into boundless killing intent. Cheng Bo was extremely confident in this sure kill move. He had never failed before. Gotcha. A fist-sized lotus flower blocked in front of this sure kill attack. The lotus flower shattered. Wang, wang. Cheng Bo raised his brows and immediately retreated explosively. But even so, there was still a bloody wound on his left shoulder. It was obviously a wound made by a sword. Damn it! How did he dodge my attack? The speed of the wind stab had almost reached the level of a state. It already had a trace of an aura to it. Countless people had died to this move. But just now, a lotus had blocked the attack. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a sky full of lotus flowers attacked. His vision blurred, and another wound appeared on his body. His sword had missed. Why did his speed suddenly increase? Cheng Bo looked at the wall beside him. The cracks were like a spider web, emitting a cold aura. When he looked at Lin Fei again, Cheng Bo's pupils shrank. Lin Fei's aura had suddenly changed. It became gentle, like a cool breeze. Kill. Cheng Bo didn't know what was happening. He swung his sword with both hands. A huge water and fire lotus instantly appeared under Cheng Bo's feet, wrapping around him. That speed far surpassed his own sword technique. Cheng Bo was stunned. He, actually infused intent into his moves. Comprehending intent could increase one's speed. Then, the second step was to infuse intent into one's moves. But this step didn't require a certain level of comprehension. It would take a few months, while it would take a few years. Cheng Bo almost vomited blood. His sword technique was infused with a trace of intent. That was because he had received pointers from an expert. That was why he had this ability. His opponent was just a young kid. Yet, he had comprehended this step in such a short time. Cheng Bo even wondered if he had learned everything from a dog. Otherwise, he wouldn't end up like this. After wrapping around him, the wind blade turned into a long saber. His protective astral energy was constantly shattered, and blood was dripping. The two of them exchanged positions. It only took a short time. Kill. The netherworld sword, which had been hidden all this time, pierced out from the water and fire lotus. It also turned into a white flowing light. The water and fire lotus closed, and Cheng Bo, a late-stage profound practitioner, was instantly killed. Huff, 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 Lin Fei let out a long breath. He quickly took out a healing pill and ate one. His wound quickly healed. At least, it didn't look like he was bleeding. 1 step, 2 steps. Lin Fei walked out. His face was a little pale, but his fighting spirit was strong. He stared at Han Tian in front of him. Thank you very much. Without your help, I don't know when I would have been able to comprehend the second step. Lin Fei said to them. You killed Brother Cheng Bo. Han Tian's veins popped out on his hands. His face was as black as coal. Cheng Bo, a late-stage profound practitioner, died in the hands of his opponent just like that. It only took him a short time to reverse the situation. He didn't even have time to react. You will die soon too. Dragon Crouching Fist. Han Tian attacked without saying anything. At the same time, he shouted, Young Master Chen, leave quickly. He has already reached the second step. I can't hold him for long. These words were like a shocking bomb. Chen Xian was dumbfounded. Even a late-stage profound practitioner wasn't a match for Lin Fei. Damn, when did an early-stage profound practitioner become stronger than a late-stage profound practitioner? Young Master Chen, leave quickly. Li Yun's heart skipped a beat. The situation wasn't good. Cheng Bo had died in the hands of Lin Fei. This was too ridiculous. The two of them ran outside in fear. They only saw a huge water and fire lotus behind them. It was dazzling in the dark night. It was a scene they would never forget. Bang! Bang! The two of them ran out. 2 saber lights flew out and slashed their legs. Ah, my leg. My leg is broken. Because the two of them were too fast, they fell to the ground after losing their legs. The pain made them sweat profusely. After losing their legs, it became a luxury for them to leave. Bang! A figure descended from above and stepped on Li Yun's face, shattering all of his teeth. Young Master Li, the program isn't over yet. How can you leave? Lin Fei's clothes were still dripping with blood. He looked at Li Yun expressionlessly. Don't kill me, don't kill me. It's not that I want to deal with you. This is all Chen Xian's request. Li Yun's face was pale. He immediately threw everything onto Chen Xian so that Lin Fei would forgive him. Lin Fei said, as expected of a lowly person. Even at this point, you still don't dare to admit it. I've always looked down on people like you. Li Yun relaxed when he heard this. It seemed like he could survive. But in the next second, he saw a saber light and heard the last sentence. This lowly person deserves to die. After killing Li Yun, Lin Fei's mood improved a lot. He was also a little complicated. With Li Yun's death, the Li family had truly disappeared. Chen Xian, who was beside him, was so scared that his lower body stank. It turned out that he had peed his pants. Don't kill me. I really don't want to die. It's all Li Yun's doing. I actually didn't want to kill you. Chen Xian kept kowtowing on the ground, blood flowing. I'm very rich. As long as you let me go, I'll give you anything you want. Please let me go. Before, Chen Xian was still flaunting his strength. But now, he was a prisoner, his life in someone else's hands. Lin Fei looked at Chen Xian, who was begging on the ground. He couldn't feel any excitement. Chen Xian was just a nobody. Unfortunately, you're from Xianxia. If I don't kill you, I'll die. Don't kill me." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fei punched Chen Xian's head. Chen Xian still couldn't understand. His father was the leader of Xianxia. Wasn't he worried about the danger he would bring if he killed him just like that? Lin Fei's personality was firm. If he said he would kill, no matter who it was. Chapter 219. Plop. Lin Fei fell to the ground and managed to stand up against the wall with great difficulty. Soul impact really can't be used carelessly. It's almost completely used up just like that. After standing up again, Lin Fei's face was pale and unsightly. He couldn't muster any strength. It wasn't that he didn't have any strength, but that his soul had been severely depleted. Lin Fei hadn't expected that in order to deal with Han Tian and prevent Chen Xian and the others from escaping, he would have to use his divine soul attack, catching Han Tian off guard and killing him. Gritting his teeth and spending 1,000 points, Lin Fei bought a soul pill. This kind of pill was specially used to consume the soul. He had no choice. His soul had been severely depleted and he had lost his backbone. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lin Fei's complexion recovered a lot. Late-stage profound practitioners are too strong. They use high-grade yellow-rank martial arts at every turn. I barely managed to fight them to a draw after using all my skills. If I hadn't accidentally merged my concept into my moves, I don't know if it would have been possible to kill them. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Lin Fei revealed a rare solemn expression. Under the sudden attack of a mid-stage profound practitioner, no one would be able to withstand a double attack. Late-stage profound practitioners were completely different. Otherwise, Lin Fei would have definitely killed one of them first. Now, everything was over. The two experts were dead, and his crisis was resolved. Lin Fei threw out the water flame lotus. The corpses on the ground were instantly incinerated. A gust of wind blew over and the corpses vanished into thin air. They were dead, and there were many things left on the ground. In Lin Fei's words, they were spoils of war. The early stage and mid-stage profound practitioners didn't drop anything. Apart from some silver, there was nothing important. Lin Fei didn't care about it. What he cared about the most were the two late-stage profound practitioners. This was especially true for the martial artist who had started the fight. There weren't many things on the ground. He quickly found a bag and couldn't help but smile when he opened it. Low-grade profound spirit stones. This guy's quite rich. Counting, there were more than 500 low-grade profound spirit stones and one mid-grade profound spirit stone. Soon, Lin Fei found another item and his eyes lit up. Wind Cloud Sword Art. The Wind Cloud Sword Art was a high-grade yellow-ranked martial art. Up until now, the martial arts in Lin Fei's hands were a mess. He didn't have a single yellow-grade martial art, and they were all unranked. However, he had quite a few divine abilities. If not for comprehending the state of wind, Lin Fei would not have practiced this wind cloud swordsmanship. Sword techniques were completely different from saber techniques. The sword was the king of swords. The saber was the overlord of sabers. However, after comprehending the concept of wind, the wind cloud sword art was a powerful sword art for Lin Fei. With his concept, the wind cloud sword art could be said to be tailor-made for him. When he displayed its true power, it was impossible not to be excited. Yellow upper grade. Just these 4 words alone would cause countless people to be moved. Moreover, he'd found such a martial technique in his possession, so it was obvious that an advanced stage profounder wasn't very wealthy. I'll put it away first and study it when I get back. Putting away the wind cloud sword art, he found 2 long swords on the ground. Looking at the material, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. He just happened to be lacking long swords, and from the looks of it, they were high-grade mortal weapons. No wonder it was so much more powerful when used. He naturally took the 2 long swords without hesitation. Next, he went to look for the belongings of another profounder. This fellow was even poorer than the previous one, and he didn't have many profound spirit stones either. A mere 300 low-grade profound spirit stones and a mid-grade yellow-ranked martial art, dragon crouching fist. He took them without hesitation. As for the rest, he didn't care for them either. I wonder what kind of treasures that Xianxia brat has on him. If Lin Fei was interested in the wind cloud sword art, then he was even more interested in the things that Xianxia had on him. It wasn't hard to guess that this guy definitely had something good on him from his last words. Indeed, everything was as he'd expected. First was the profound spirit stones. This guy actually had more than 100 mid-grade profound spirit stones on him. As for the low-grade profound spirit stones, he seemed too embarrassed to bring out even one. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Lin Fei found a white jade bottle. Something immediately popped into his mind: spiritual liquid. After quietly opening it, there was indeed the smell of spiritual liquid. A rough estimate was that there was at least 7 taels of it. Good fellow, he's so rich. No wonder he dared to gamble with Jin Feng. There's no need to panic with something on hand. Expanding meridians required spiritual liquid, so Lin Fei naturally took it all without hesitation. Apart from these 2 items, there was also a long sword, a high-grade mortal weapon. It didn't seem to have been used, but once it was drawn, it gave off a murderous aura. Good sword. Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with it. As for the remaining items, there were actually quite a few women's fur coats. What a heavy taste. Lin Fei threw out the water fire lotus and burned them all. Why are there still things here? The water fire lotus could burn everything, but there was an unknown item on the ground that couldn't be burned. This piqued Lin Fei's curiosity. He grabbed it with one hand and it landed in his hand. A key? Looking at the silver-white key in his hand, Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Xianxia, why did he bring a key, and a stone key at that? No wonder I couldn't burn it just now. Looking left and right, Lin Fei couldn't see anything. The only thing he could be sure of was that the key could open some kind of door. Unable to see anything, Lin Fei kept the key. After looking around and confirming that there was nothing else, he threw out the water fire lotus and burned it again. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he quickly left the alley. The next morning, Lin Fei was woken up by Dong Shan. "Little Lin, are you inside?" Lin Fei walked out sleepily. "You're up so early." "I wanted to sleep a little longer." Dong Shan's expression was solemn. "Stop sleeping. Something big happened outside. Xianxia is dead." Lin Fei was startled. "Who did you say died? Did I hear wrongly?" Dong Shan didn't see anything and thought that it was a shock. "Xianxia is dead. He died in a small alley last night. Apart from him, 2 late-stage profound practitioners died as well." Lin Fei sobered up a little. "I didn't like that kid for a long time. Isn't it better that he's dead now?" Dong Shan looked around. If it was a few months later, nothing would have happened if Xianxia died. But now is not the right time for that kid to die. They suspect that Golden Breeze Drizzle building killed Xianxia. The conflict has escalated. Lin Fei's expression tightened. There's such a thing. Could it be that someone wants to frame us? Dong Shan shook his head. Who knows? Lin Fei had a good time killing Xianxia. He didn't expect Tianxia to come for Golden Breeze Drizzle building. This was a miscalculation. But he couldn't possibly stand out and say that he killed Xianxia. After putting on his clothes, Lin Fei and Dong Shan went to the gate together. At this moment, many people gathered outside the gate. They were filled with murderous intent, as if a war would break out at any time. "Dong Shan, little Lin, you're here." Li Ming was already at the scene. "How's the situation?" Dong Shan asked. Lin Fei also pricked up his ears to listen. He knew that killing Chen Xian would cause a big commotion. The current situation was beyond his imagination. Wasn't it just a son? Why did they care so much? Lin Fei was the leader of the World Gang. He had a total of 5 sons, and Chen Xian was the youngest. At the same time, he doted on Chen Xian the most. It was unlikely that he would go against the Golden Breeze Drizzle building for a single son. Chen Xian's third brother, Chen Sheng, came with a group of people. They said that they want us to hand over the murderer. They fought with each other just now. It turned out that this morning, they discovered the movement in the alley. The residual aura and the shattering of Chen Xian's natal tablet had caused Xianxia to be furious. Hence, the scene outside. The situation outside should be resolved soon. Li Ming saw through something. They're actually here to show off their strength. Dong Shan and Lin Fei both thought that it was quite possible. It was impossible for a large-scale battle to break out. Sure enough, after the people of Xianxia failed to get anything out of them, they left a threat and left. In Mountain River City, the news that Chen Xian was killed by Golden Breeze Drizzle building spread quickly. As for who did it, everyone knew in their hearts. The atmosphere in Mountain River City suddenly became tense. In the city, some big shots called for them to sit down and talk, and not to start a large-scale battle. The meaning of the higher-ups was actually very simple. They forbade fighting in Mountain River City. The change of direction was to remind them not to fight in Mountain River City. One of the sons of Tianxia's leader was killed. This matter had a great impact. Although it was not to the extent of fighting, it was almost there. The people of Golden Breeze Drizzle building were also very careful. They were afraid that they would be killed by Tianxia's people and become ghosts under their blades. Days passed by just like that, one day after another. In the blink of an eye, the day of the battle between Tianxia and Golden Breeze Drizzle building had come to an end. This also meant that Lin Fei was almost done with his task. Once the matter of the gold mine was over, he could return to the Divine Force sect. As Jin Feng's bodyguard, Lin Fei had to accompany her today. Recently, the atmosphere in the city was very tense. Jin Feng did not go out. She had a doubt in her heart. Who killed Chen Xian? At the same time, several people in Golden Breeze Drizzle building disappeared. Looking at Lin Fei beside her, Jin Feng did not know why, but she remembered the information she had collected. In the alley, although the person had done a good job, there were still some suspicious points left, such as the water and fire element power and the wind element power. Based on their deductions, this was the result of an ambush. The 2 experts that Chen Xian brought along were caught off guard and were killed. As for why Chen Xian would appear in the alley in the middle of the night, that was a mystery. Among them were fire element experts and water element experts. They worked together to kill the 2 experts with Chen Xian. If they were not from a family, then they must be from an organization. Jin Feng suspected Lin Fei subconsciously. The memory of the water-fire lotus was still fresh in her mind. Later on, she thought that she was thinking too much. Lin Fei was only at the early stage of Profound Realm. She believed that he could defeat a middle-stage expert. The Earth Dragon Beast was the proof. Chapter 220. Mountain River Clubhouse. The largest clubhouse in Mountain River City once again attracted the attention of the public. Everyone knew about the fight between the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and Tianxia. Many people were guessing what the result would be. Behind the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was the Divine Force Gate. Behind Tianxia was the Black Tortoise Gate. One was a top school, and the other was a top school. Under normal circumstances, a top school would not dare to offend the Divine Force Gate. After all, everyone knew the difference between a top school and a top school. Once the Divine Force Gate spoke, the Black Tortoise Gate would not dare to do anything. However, the Black Tortoise Gate did. The reason was actually very simple. The main gate of the Divine Force sect was not in the Xianxia county, which was a few counties away. Their influence was much weaker, and their words were also much weaker. The Black Tortoise sect itself was a first-rate sect, one of the top sects in the Xianxia county. They had a strong network of connections and belonged to the local sections. The Divine Force Gate came from afar and wanted to take down the gold mine without any effort. The Black Tortoise Gate naturally would not agree and would have to compete openly. The Black Tortoise Gate's energy spread out and the two sides were tied. That was why today's scene happened. It had to be said that it was a big joke. The three big schools of the Buluo dynasty had different influence. The Divine Force Gate's influence was not in Mountain River City. If it was in another place, the Divine Force Gate could cause an earthquake. The Black Tortoise Gate did not trust the Divine Force Gate, and the Divine Force Gate did not trust the Black Tortoise Gate. Therefore, they decided to fight in the bloody arena of the Mountain River Club to determine the winner through a martial arts battle. After the news spread, many people were waiting. If the Divine Force Gate lost today, their influence in Mountain River City would fall to the bottom. On the other hand, if they expanded their influence, it would affect the Black Tortoise Gate and even Xianxia. At the entrance of the Mountain River Clubhouse, the Divine Force Gate and the Black Tortoise Gate met. The leaders of both sides were cryptic spirit realm cultivators, people who could shake the world with a stomp of their feet. The leader of the Mountain River City was powerful, but in front of the cryptic spirit realm and the Black Tortoise Gate, he could only bow and watch from afar. The Divine Force Gate is indeed powerful. Their leader has reached the cryptic spirit realm. What's so great about that? Isn't the Black Tortoise sect the same? They also have profound spirit realm experts. It is said that the Black Martial sect has arranged 3 genius disciples today. I wonder who will win and whether or not they will suppress the Divine Martial sect. That's hard to say. The Divine Martial Gate's experts are all in the clouds, how could they be afraid of the Black Martial Gate's geniuses? The Divine Martial sect is one of the top 3 sects, they have the strength. The martial arts competition had not yet begun, but it was already noisy outside. Those who were optimistic about the Divine Martial School supported the Divine Martial School. Similarly, the Black Martial School's people also supported the Divine Martial School. Their momentum was not any worse than the Divine Martial School's side. Your presence brings light to the Mountain River Club. For such a big event, the people behind the scenes of the Mountain River Club naturally had to come out to welcome them. Whether it was the Divine Martial Gate or the Black Tortoise Gate, they were all qualified to come out to welcome them. What was important was the background behind them. Needless to say, the Divine Force Gate was built by strength. The Black Tortoise sect was the pride of the Xianxia county. Their connections were so complicated that it was hard to fathom them. The Mountain River Club would not be so stupid as to offend these 2 giants. The former was fine, but the latter was even more so, as the impact would be too great. After inviting them in, the crowd followed them in. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the Mountain River Club restricted the entry of outsiders today. It was a special case. Unless you were a member, you could not enter. If you wanted to force your way in, they did not mind killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The bloody arena had already been emptied. The originally empty seats were now occupied by many people. It turned out that they had received the news and were waiting in advance. No one wanted to miss such a big event. It would be a pity if they missed it. Lin Fei and Dong Shan stood behind Jin Feng. There are so many people today. Dong Shan said in a low voice. Lin Fei said, it's not normal if there are not many people. In fact, there were indeed a lot of people today. At a glance, there were heads everywhere. Although there were more people, the scene was very quiet. They could be arrogant normally, but they did not have the confidence to do so today. As for the people in the private room, no one knew. In the private room. Zhang Wen walked into the private room. As a senior member of the Divine Martial School, Zhang Wen did not like this method. He would rather kill them directly, so that they would know the power of the divine martial school. Unfortunately, the Mountain River County was not under the influence of the divine martial school. There were many restrictions, which led to such a scene. Soon, there were only a few people left in the private room. Brother Zhang, the situation has changed. After everyone sat down, Yang Kai set up a soundproof runes array and said to Zhang. Zhang Wen's face was expressionless and very serious. What's the matter? Just say it. Tower Master Yang, what's the matter? Did something happen? The one who spoke was Shen Sanbao, also a tower master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Yang Kai looked worried. One of the 3 disciples we have prepared was ambushed last night. His injury has not healed yet, so he can't fight. Zhang Wen did not care and waved his hand. It's just a disciple. This time, I have brought a few inner disciples to make up for it. Although the geniuses of the divine martial school are amazing, I'm afraid they are just so. Zhang Wen had long known that the divine martial school had arranged for geniuses to fight, but he did not care. Yang Kai's expression did not relax. He sighed. If that's all, there is no need to worry. The disciples of the divine martial school can naturally take care of them. But when I came in, I saw someone that no one wants to face. Shen Sanbao's expression changed. Who did you see? You are the Vice Tower Master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Is there anyone worthy of your attention? As far as I know, the 3 geniuses of the divine martial school are nothing more than rumors. Their true strength is not as strong as the rumors say. Moreover, we have Brother Zhang here, who would dare to cause trouble. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was strong. The Tower Master was a Golden Sun Xian Master at the Perfection Realm. He could even fight against a Xian Ling Master. Even Xianxia did not dare to provoke the tiger. Golden Sun was a very young man, about 30 years old. It was not hard to see that he had cultivated successfully. Old Yang, you rarely keep people in suspense. Yang Kai said. Today I saw the strongest Xian master, Qing Meng. He seems to have been invited by the divine martial school. What? Shen Sanbao was the first to stand up. He looked incredulous. Sanbao, sit down. You are the Vice Tower Master. What are you doing? Jin Yang said lightly, his words filled with dignity. Shen Sanbao laughed dryly. I'll sit down right now. But he could not conceal the shock on his face. Zhang Wen saw this. It seems that this Qing Meng's background is not simple. Jin Yang was also surprised. He explained, this Qing Meng is a genius of our Mountain River County. She grew up in the mountains and was later brought back by bandits. Since then, she has shown her talent in martial arts. She is only 20 years old this year, but her strength has reached the late Xian stage. She has even become a fort master. She has killed countless people and escaped pursuit many times. Interesting. A 20-year-old late Xian stage. Zhang Wen said lightly. You are worried that Qing Meng will join the divine martial school? To become a trump card against us? Jin Yang did not change, but the other 2 nodded subconsciously. They were indeed worried that this assumption was true. Once it was true, with a late Xian stage Qing Meng joining them, it would increase their advantage. At that time, no one knew what the outcome would be. Brother Zhang, I don't think we need to worry about this. We can send someone to investigate now. We will know soon enough. Jin Yang smiled. A Qing Meng, a villain who had killed countless. It was easy to change. After a while, the people below returned. The news was just as they had expected. Qing Meng had become a disciple of the divine martial school. She would be a trump card in this competition. The divine martial school is shameless. Yang Kai cursed. No wonder Qing Meng dared to come so brazenly. So she has the divine martial school, Shen Sanbao said. This news, to them, was not good news. On the contrary, it was bad news. On the surface, it was the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and Xianxia. In reality, it was a clash between the Divine Martial School and the Divine Martial School. Brother Jin Yang, you seem to have an idea. Why don't we hear it? Zhang Wen asked with a smile. Jin Yang said. Since the Divine Martial School dares to let Qing Mang go, we cannot fall behind. I have prepared a trump card. Who knows, it might come in handy. The outer door opened, and a young man walked in. He is my adopted son, Jin Fei. I want him to take the last spot. Jin Yang said lightly. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building knew that Jin Yang had no sons. He only had a daughter, Jin Feng. He had adopted many sons, and they had all grown up to manage the sect. Jin Fei was one of them. Your son greets adoptive father. Jin Yang said. This is your sect Uncle Zhang. Hurry up and greet him. Greetings, sect Uncle Zhang. Late profound practitioner. He can indeed fight against Qing Mang. Zhang Wen smiled faintly. Jin Fei was slightly surprised. He had suppressed his strength, and not a shred of aura could be seen through at a glance. As expected of a profound spirit expert. Yang Kai and the others all agreed with this choice. Jin Fei was a late profound practitioner. Of all the adopted sons, he was the strongest. They all understood the significance of this. If Jin Fei defeated Qing Mang, he would have made a great contribution. He would have no problem becoming the successor in the future. Everyone would be convinced. Jin Fei was a sensible and obedient person, and was well liked by everyone. Everyone thought that this would be the result. But Zhang Wen shook his head. Your adopted son's strength is not bad, Zhang Wen said. But he lacks a murderous aura. He is far from Qing Mang. If he fights, the situation will not be good. Jin Yang's eyes flashed with displeasure. Jin Fei has taken a few lives, and recently learned a yellow-class martial art. Even if Qing Mang joins the Black Tortoise sect, she can forget about improving in a short time. I think Jin Fei is very suitable. If Brother Zhang has a suitable candidate, then I have nothing to say. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building was, on the surface, a subsidiary of the Divine Martial sect. But as their control decreased, the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building also wanted to convey their intentions. This Jin Yang is really daring. Does he really think I won't dare to fight? Zhang Wen snorted coldly in his heart. He was enraged. Jin Yang was clearly trying to expand his influence. Zhang Wen was an expert of the Divine Martial sect after all. He smiled. Since Tower Master Jin says so, I happen to have one in my hands. Saying so, he instructed the disciple beside him, and that disciple quickly walked out. Standing to the side, Jin Fei's eyes flashed with disdain. This time, the strongest disciple of the Divine Martial sect had been injured. Then the last position would definitely be his. No one could snatch it away. Outside, Lin Fei was recalling the battle that night. Especially the wind cloud sword technique. Who's Lin Fei? Lin Fei, who had his eyes closed, opened them. He had no idea what was going on. Little Lin, wake up. Someone is looking for you. Only then did Lin Fei come to his senses. Senior brother, I'm Lin Fei. What's the matter? Lin Fei stepped forward and said. Martial Uncle Zhang is looking for you. He wants you to go up immediately. Lin Fei was shocked. He couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, may I ask why Martial Uncle is looking for me? Lin Fei was really surprised that Martial Uncle Zhang Wen was looking for him. No matter how he thought, he couldn't figure out what was going on. The disciple said coldly, You'll know when you get there. But in his heart, he despised him. What is Martial Uncle trying to do? Isn't he just an early-stage mystic realm brat? Could it be that the last position is going to be given to Lin Fei? Is Martial Uncle muddle-headed? Hearing this tone, Lin Fei knew that he couldn't ask anything. Big brother Dong Shan, I'll have to trouble you with the rest. I'll be back soon. Dong Shan patted his chest. Go ahead. I'm here. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Indeed, there was no need to worry about anything happening at Mountain River Club. Lin Fei had a stomach full of questions. He pushed open the box and walked in. He found a few familiar faces inside. However, one of the young men shot a cold glare at him. F***CK. Who did I offend? Why do they look like they're mortal enemies? Lin Fei was very sensitive to auras. The moment the young man's aura landed on him, he felt it immediately. Lin Fei greets Martial Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wen said. Stand aside. Lin Fei didn't know what was going on. He tactfully stood aside. Even so, a few gazes landed on him. He was even more curious. What was going on? This person was first in the outer sect last time. He's now an inner sect disciple. I'm going to give the third position to Lin Fei. Let him participate and fight against Qing Mang. No way. How can this be? The two house lords were the first to speak. They didn't give him any face. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, finally understood what was going on. Martial Uncle Zhang was going to let him participate in the arena? But what exactly was going on? Lin Fei couldn't figure out why Martial Uncle Zhang wanted him to participate. He was an early-stage mystic cultivator. After being high-profile the last time, Lin Fei wanted to participate even if he was beaten to death. If not for the incident with Chen Xian, Lin Fei wouldn't have minded. But if he were to act like this now, the people of Tianxia weren't fools. They would be the first to suspect him. House Lord Jin, what do you think? Zhang Wen suddenly said to Jin Yang. It's not appropriate. Chapter 221. Of course, Jin Yang would not agree. The Golden Breeze Drizzle Building and Tianxia had been fighting for a long time. They were like fire and water, and both wanted to suppress the other. This time, they finally had a chance to suppress the other and expand their influence. Of course, they would not give this chance to the other. I agree with gang leader Jin. Jin Fei already has the strength of a late-stage mystic realm expert. Against Qing Mang, he is not likely to lose. I still agree with Jin Fei. Both of them expressed their support. Lin Fei, who was at the side, was in a state of confusion. He was thinking about how to reject this matter. Kid, you better work hard. Just as Lin Fei was looking for an excuse, Uncle Master Zhang Wen's voice sounded in his ears. Secret voice transmission. Lin Fei was shocked. Don't tell me he's targeting me. Secret voice transmission was something Lin Fei could do himself. Uncle Master Zhang, I really can't do this. The other senior brothers are all stronger than me. Only by letting them go will they be able to make the best use of them. Lin Fei probed carefully. He did not know why he was asked to go. Could it be that Uncle Master Zhang knew something? He could not help but wonder. It was no wonder that Lin Fei would ask this question. After all, Uncle Master Zhang Wen was a mystic realm expert. Lin Fei had been hiding it well, but it did not mean that he could hide it from this expert. I said you can do it, so you can do it. Don't think of any other ideas. Suddenly, Zhang Wen's voice sounded again. At the same time, there was a hint of pressure. Angry? Lin Fei realized that he had a hard life. He had been chosen for no reason. It seemed that he had no choice but to do it. It was obvious that he had to go up. He had no choice but to go. I'll go. Lin Fei had no choice but to agree. Unless, Lin Fei did not want to stay in the Divine Force sect any longer. But was that possible? Of course not. If he didn't stay in the divine martial sect, Lin Fei believed that the World Gang would definitely make a move on him. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to leave the divine martial sect for a long period of time. Lin Fei himself didn't want to leave the divine force sect. Nothing good would come out of it. Martial Uncle Zhang, if I win, can I make a small request? Sure, as long as you have the strength to back it up. The idea that popped out of nowhere was actually related to what had happened a few days ago. You guys are optimistic about Jing Fei. I'm optimistic about Lin Fei. Zhang Wen calmly said, how about this? There's only one spot, so of course the strongest will go up and the weakest will go down. What do you think? Now that things had reached this stage, Jin Yang and the others couldn't say anything else. Saying anything else would be equivalent to offending the divine martial sect. Not bad. In a simple sentence, he was sure of the solution. Lin Fei could feel their eyes on him, especially that Jing Fei, who had a subtle provocation in his eyes. Damn it, isn't it just a spot? There's no need to go this far. Lin Fei actually had a belly full of anger, but he did not dare to show it in front of his martial uncle. Do the two of you have any objections? Zhang Wen asked the two of them. No problem. No problem. Soon, the box was emptied. Brother Lin, if there's anything inappropriate later, please forgive me. Jing Fei said seriously. In sparring, it's hard to avoid accidental injuries. I understand. Lin Fei followed up. His expression was very calm, and nothing could be seen. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of quintessential essence fluctuated. Boom! It turned out that Jing Fei had made the first move. It contained the quintessential essence of a late-stage profound arcanist. It could be seen that the strength of a late-stage profound arcanist was real. At the same time, a wave of quintessential essence flew out, and Jing Fei quickly punched at Lin Fei's chest. Despicable. Lin Fei's face darkened as he cursed in his heart. He had never seen such a shameless person before. Facing such a ferocious punch, Lin Fei remained calm. There was no change in his expression as he allowed the punch to hit him. A lotus flower opened layer by layer, blocking the punch, not allowing it to advance even an inch. Water flame lotus. Jing Fei could not help but be startled. He had made the first move because his foster father had asked him to. He felt that it was inappropriate, but now he realized that this person was stronger than he had imagined. Humph. With a cold snort, the fist that was blocked surged with quintessential essence once again. The fist landed on the water flame lotus, and the blooming water flame lotus shattered. Jing Fei did not stop there. He waved his left hand, and a cold light flew out, aiming at Lin Fei's face. It was a saber light, and it was fast and urgent, trying to injure Lin Fei severely. What a ferocious fellow. He is very scheming. Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Since the other party wanted to see him, he would not let him go no matter the reason. Divine power surged out from his body, and he took 2 steps forward, punching at Jing Fei's body. The might of divine power. Lin Fei's physical strength had already reached 5,000 kilograms, but he did not use it often. Puchi. Under normal circumstances, Jing Fei's strength as a late-stage profound practitioner would not be affected. However, if he met a strong opponent, it would be a different story. Facing Lin Fei's punch with divine power, the protective dipper energy around Jing Fei's body shattered. Jing Fei lost his defense, and the punch landed heavily on his body. With a groan, Jing Fei flew out and crashed into the wall under everyone's shocked gazes. He staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. A late-stage profound practitioner like Jing Fei was defeated so quickly. An early-stage profound practitioner had defeated a late-stage profound practitioner like Jing Fei cleanly. I wonder if everyone has anything to say now. Zhang Wen's eyes flashed with praise. He had not misjudged this kid. An early-stage profound practitioner had defeated a late-stage profound practitioner. What a genius! Before the crowd could react, everyone in the private room, except for Zhang Wan, could not believe it. How could Jing Fei have lost? If he had lost to someone else, they would not have been so shocked. Losing to an early-stage profound practitioner disciple, they really did not know what to say. Whether it was Jin Yang, Shen Sanbao, Yang Kai, or the others, they could not believe this result. Looking at Jing Fei, who was paralyzed on the ground, the truth was right in front of them. Congratulations, the divine martial gate has produced a genius. Jin Yang said, but in fact, his tone was filled with jealousy. There. Zhang Wen's face was calm, and everyone could see that he was happy. Then let's do it this way. No one would say anything. Since the result was like this, it was better to be straightforward. Sigh, looks like I was born to offend people. When Lin Fei saw Jing Fei being carried out and saw his expression, he knew that he had offended someone, so he quickly felt relieved. Adopted son of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? This had nothing to do with him. After dealing with this matter, he would leave this place. He would be his adopted son, and he would be his own disciple. Just now I won because the opponent did not take my strength into account, or else I would not have defeated him so easily. The effect of the spiritual liquid is really strong. If I had drawn the mighty spirit god bloodline last time, I would probably have killed that guy with one punch. After sitting down, Lin Fei was still recalling the scene just now. Even a late-stage profounder wouldn't be able to exert the strength of 5,000 kilograms with a single punch. There was not much time for Lin Fei to think, and soon the competition began. Jin Feng also came in from outside. When she heard that Lin Fei was participating, she could not help but take a second look and walked over. I heard that you are going up. Lin Fei nodded, yes. Then you, be careful. Jin Feng said, and then left. After a few steps, she stopped again. Actually, I am going up today. Lin Fei could not help but be startled. You are going up? But what was left for Lin Fei was a slender back. At this time, a disciple at the side said. It was the disciple from before. He was originally cursing in his heart, but when he saw Lin Fei beat the late-stage profound practitioner Jin Fei down with the strength of an early-stage profound practitioner, he completely gave up. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Senior brother Lin, there is something you do not know. Oh. Lin Fei turned his head, is there something different? After secretly observing, the disciple let out a long sigh of relief and said fawningly, actually, there are a total of 3 rounds in the competition between our divine martial sect and the profound martial sect. They are the early stage, mid-stage, and late-stage profound practitioners. Miss Jin Feng is participating in the second round, mid-stage profound practitioner Jin Feng. So that's how it is. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. The one participating in the first round is our disciple. Lin Fei could not help but look at the arena. Go down. Zhang Wan, who was originally in the private room, stood up and was ready to start. Everything could be seen from the private room, but it was not as good as watching from below. It could avoid any danger, but it had to be a profound practitioner. Lin Fei also followed. The people of the divine martial sect came out, and so did the people of the profound martial sect. Lin Fei quickly saw a few people on the opposite side. At this time, Jin Feng appeared beside him without him knowing. The one in black over there is Qing Meng. I did not expect her to become a disciple of the profound martial sect. It seems that the sect master of the profound martial sect has given her a lot of benefits. As for, the one in red over there is the eldest son of the leader of Xianxia, Chen Ting. With that said, Lin Fei naturally wanted to take a few more glances, so that he could remember the other party in his heart. As he looked, the person on the other side also looked over. His gaze was locked onto Lin Fei, as sharp as a wild beast. Lin Fei thought to himself, an expert. I stood in the crowd and took a few glances, and he was able to find me. No wonder they are concerned. I almost forgot to mention. Qing Mang grew up among wild beasts. His instincts are very sensitive. Once there is any killing intent, he will be able to detect it immediately. When you fight him, you must be careful. Jin Feng's expression was serious. Lin Fei suddenly looked at Jin Feng. Miss Jin, are you worried about me? Immediately, Jin Feng's expression turned cold. She frowned and shot out a murderous aura. Don't cause trouble for yourself. But in Jin Feng's heart, she could not help but ask herself if she was really worried. Even she did not know how to answer. She just did not want Lin Fei to get hurt. Fierce indeed. Not easy to tease. Lin Fei had teased her casually. In fact, he had not expected her to have such a bad temper. She did not have the shyness of a girl at all. Chapter 222. Who wants to come up first? The disciples of the Black Tortoise Gate shouted. It seemed like they wanted to start early as well, so they started shouting aggressively. A young man walked up from the opposite side. He emitted a dense killing aura. Obviously, he was from Xianxia. Apart from them, no one else would have such a strong killing aura. Lu Fei, you go up. Zhang Wen sat behind the platform. A disciple walked out from behind him. He was an early-stage profounder. The first battle was between early-stage profounders. It could be said that they chose this method for the sake of fairness. At least, they didn't have to worry about being unified. Slow down. Come down quickly. I'll send you down. The young man laughed loudly. That person is called Sha Tian, a name he gave himself. Many people have died in his hands. It's said that he practices the slaughter sword art. Dong Shan walked over. No wonder his killing aura is so dense. Looks like we're in trouble. Lin Fei frowned. He sensed a dense killing aura from Sha Tian. His sin value was very high. He couldn't help but be surprised. If he had the chance to kill this kid, he would gain experience points. Dong Shan nodded. Our chances aren't high. As soon as the two of them went up the platform, Sha Tian moved. He used the slaughter sword art. Coupled with his killing aura soared into the sky and covered the platform. Luffy was a wind-type martial artist. His attack was a graceful sword art. Coupled with his movement technique, he started to suppress Sha Tian. However, the people on the platform didn't look too optimistic about this scene. A wind-type martial artist could gain an advantage against someone who was slow. However, a cultivator with surging killing aura wasn't easy to deal with. Sure enough, Sha Tian's killing aura affected Luffy. Every move he made was a killing move. He didn't seem to fear death and gained the upper hand instead. He's going to lose. Lin Fei said softly. In fact, there was nothing he could do about it. If a cultivator who cultivated in the sect all year round encountered a cultivator of the same level, and that cultivator was a fugitive, the situation would be very bad. Luffy was one of them. He cultivated in seclusion all year round. His comprehension of sword art could be said to be very profound. Unfortunately, he encountered an expert who was busy with his life. Facing Sha Tian, who traded injuries for injuries, Luffy was obviously inferior. His chance of gaining the upper hand was taken by Sha Tian in the blink of an eye. I lost. A moment later, Sha Tian's move of exchanging injury for injury caused Luffy to lose a step out of fear. By the time Sha Tian reacted, the long sword was only an inch away from Luffy's throat. As long as Sha Tian lightly pushed it forward, Luffy would definitely die. The Divine Force sect lost the first round. There were a total of 3 matches. The Black Martial sect won the first match. The Divine Martial sect suddenly felt the pressure. If they lost the second match, then they would really lose. When the news got back, the Divine Force sect would probably become the target of ridicule. The second round was about to begin. Be careful. Lin Fei said to Jin Feng, this is a healing pill. It can help you recover from your injuries. Take it with you. Even though he didn't know who the second person would be, Lin Fei still took out some pills. He had to be prepared, lest he got himself busy. Jin Feng did not refuse, thank you. Who did they arrange for the second match? Lin Fei asked Dong Shan. Lin Fei didn't know the name list of the matches outside. The only thing he knew was that the third match would be against Qing Meng. That person was very strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent up. In a short period of time, Lin Fei accepted the fact that he was going up on stage and calmed down. If it was the night before, he might have revealed something, but after one night, his strength had increased a lot. Even though he was only in the middle stage of the profound practitioner realm, his strength had indeed increased. Yang Guang, a genius disciple of the Black Martial sect. He wields a long whip and has defeated many experts. He is a famous expert in the Shanhe County. Miss Jean has met a strong opponent. An expert who uses a whip? Lin Fei couldn't help but think, didn't Jin Feng use a whip? Back then, when Little Flower Garden tested him, Lin Fei had always kept it in mind. His whip technique was not bad, but now that he had met someone who used a whip, it would be a thrilling match. Even though Lin Fei hadn't practiced the whip before, he knew that for a weapon like the whip to be successful, it required a certain level of talent. Since both of them had mastered the whip technique, it would definitely be a great battle. Dong Shan didn't notice Lin Fei's expression. He seemed to be excited. Miss Jean will definitely win. Oh yes, you might not know, but Miss Jean is known as a heroine in the Shanhe County. She is skilled with the whip. That Yang Guang is good with the whip, he will definitely not be Miss Jin's opponent. I hope so. Lin Fei glanced at him. Yang Guang was tall and had a bright appearance. However, his pair of eyes had a lecherous look, which made people feel disgusted. Miss Jean, we meet again. Jin Feng said coldly. Take this. With a flick of his hand, the black whip lashed out in midair like a clap of thunder. On the other side, Yang Guang was smiling. He didn't seem to care at all. He threw out a red whip. A man with a red whip really had a different taste. This battle was obviously different from the previous one. In this battle, both of them were evenly matched, and both of them were using whips. It would be much more difficult to win than the previous battle. The battle between the two had attracted the attention of the Divine Martial sect and the Black Tortoise sect. It could be said that this battle would determine the final result. If Yang Guang won, then the battle would not continue. If Jin Feng won, then it would be the most exciting third battle. Pa 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 pa. Both of their whips collided continuously, creating a series of sparks. The spectators were confused. Another whip was thrown out, and it turned into a long spear. When it collided, both of them were sent flying. When they landed on the ground, both of them were injured. Miss Jean, look at your whip. It doesn't seem to be that powerful. Yang Guang said, but his hands did not stop moving. The red whip instantly turned into a long snake, curling towards Jin Feng's chest. Despicable. Jin Feng retreated. A long time ago, she had heard that Yang Guang's whip technique was despicable. Today, she finally knew. Her face turned cold. Phantom God Whip. Seemingly provoked by Yang Guang, Jin Feng changed her attack and used a high-grade yellow-class martial art. As soon as the whip was used, countless illusions appeared in the air. It was hard to tell how many there were. A high-grade yellow-class whip technique. Yang Guang is in trouble. When this whip technique was used, Yang Guang, who was originally smiling, was shocked. As mentioned before, the rank of a martial art was very important. There was a huge difference in power between a low-grade martial art and a high-grade martial art, especially when it was used by an expert. Phantom God Whip Technique. At this crucial moment, Yang Guang changed his original whip technique. Suddenly, it turned into countless illusions and faced Jin Feng's Phantom God Whip. He did not believe that his whip technique was weaker than his opponent's. Pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. The sound of whips rang out incessantly. Some of the weaker disciples were so frightened by the whips that they collapsed to the ground. A high-grade yellow-class martial art was not something an ordinary person could defend against. My Phantom God Whip technique is not as good as yours. Damn it! A high-grade yellow-class martial art and a middle-grade yellow-class martial art. The difference was obvious. Boom! The huge whip landed on Yang Guang's body and sent him flying out of the stage. The people from the Divine Martial sect who were observing the situation finally calmed down. The people from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were also excited. They had finally won a match. However, no one knew what the outcome would be. The Black Tortoise sect and Xianxia were like deflated balloons. They were clear about Yang Guang's whip technique, especially the middle-grade yellow-class whip technique. The whip technique was a relatively unpopular martial art. The Black Tortoise sect had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. However, they did not expect Jin Feng to master a high-grade yellow-class whip technique. At the crucial moment, she suppressed Yang Guang and lost the match. This was something that could not be helped. Although there was a difference between a high grade and a middle grade, it could decide many things at crucial moments. Both of them had similar strength and were using the same weapon. In the end, it was a battle of martial arts. The stronger one would usually win. Jin Feng fought hard and finally won the match. Lin Fei, who was watching from below the stage, was happy for Jin Feng. At the same time, many gazes fell on him. She is indeed strong. She would rather take down her opponent at the risk of getting injured. This kind of girl is the scariest when she becomes savage. Lin Fei had watched the earlier battle. The two had exchanged moves very quickly, so he could see some of the details. In the earlier probing, Jin Feng had been lightly injured. Being cruel to her was equivalent to being cruel to her enemy. Lin Fei believed that Yang Guang would not be feeling well. With a yellow-class upper-grade whip technique, he would be bedridden for at least 3 months. This was the simplest estimate. Yang Guang was quickly carried off the stage. The people from the Black Tortoise sect did not look too good. Originally, they had a high chance of winning the match. However, they did not expect sect leader Jin's daughter to have such a trick up her sleeve. The group looked at the long-haired young man, Qing Meng. He was the final disappointment. Chief Qing, I'll leave the rest to you. Qing Meng's eyes were originally closed, but when she opened them, the air around her seemed to be sucked dry. For some reason, she felt a dangerous aura. A beast in human form. This was the only word they could think of. This was a sitting beast in human form. They did not dare to look directly at him. If not for the fact that they had to ensure that nothing went wrong, they would not have invited such a savage back. This time, in order to invite him back, the Black Tortoise sect had paid a huge price. Compared to a small piece of ore, this price was insignificant. You pay the money, I do the work. Don't worry. The cold voice was devoid of any emotion. Especially when he spoke so directly, it made them frown. If not for this competition, they would not mind teaching Qing Meng a lesson. Chapter 223. The most crucial moment was about to arrive. The Divine Prowess sect's victory, and the Black Tortoise sect's final victory. The scene, which had been peaceful at the start, suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Everyone's gazes turned towards Lin Fei and Qing Meng, who were about to make their move. The Mountain River Club could not hide any news. Although news changed quickly, it was still very simple for them to find out. Hence, from the moment Lin Fei was about to take the stage, they already knew. Whether it was Lin Fei or Qing Meng, the relevant information was right in front of them. Imperceptibly, the significance of today's match was extraordinary. Victory or defeat would determine the situation in Mountain River County. If the Black Tortoise sect won, the influence would be even greater. If the Divine Prowess sect's influence continued to shrink, it was easy to imagine what the future would be like. Lin Fei, don't put too much pressure on yourself in this last match. Dong Shan had just learned of the situation as well. Although he did not know why, he had a very good impression of Lin Fei. It was not only because of what had happened last time that he had said these words. Lin Fei smiled. Don't worry, I won't force myself. If I really can't win, I'll let go. Although he said this, he was actually very helpless. One word from Uncle Master Zhang, and he had to go all out. If he failed, it would not be good. Although the other would not do anything to him, if he was frozen or something, it would not be good. It was important, but Lin Fei wanted something from Uncle Master Zhang. Hence, he had to win this last match. No matter who stood in his way, he would not give up. Whoever stood in his way, he would beat them to the ground. Winning meant that he had the confidence. Otherwise, it would not work. After all, it was no small matter. To outsiders, Lin Fei naturally had to put up a good front. He could not possibly say that he wanted to take credit in exchange for a small request. At the same time, Jin Feng walked over and said softly, "Thank you for the elixir." Lin Fei smiled. As long as it was useful. Jin Feng said, "Qing Mang is very strong. You must be careful. There are rumors that Qing Mang has a trump card. It will not be easy to deal with her. Do not try to be brave. Just because of what you said, I have to agree to the opponent's request and win this round." Lin Fei said solemnly. The Golden Phoenix didn't say anything more. It was not easy for her to say these things to him. At this moment, Uncle Zhang's voice sounded in his ears. "Bring out the power you used to defeat Jin Fei. That Qing Mang is very strong, and her killing aura has turned into a baleful aura. As long as the baleful aura does not invade you, with your water fire lotus, you can finish that kid off." Lin Fei didn't dare to say anything. He sighed in his heart, "I'm still too weak. On this continent, if one wanted true freedom, they would need to be strong. Looks like I still need to work hard." As such, the thought in Lin Fei's heart continued to grow, and his eyes were filled with determination. This time, I must win. And I must win quickly and cleanly. Zhang Wen had been paying attention to Lin Fei all this time. Seeing his strong fighting spirit, he subconsciously stroked his beard in satisfaction. He thought to himself, who would have thought that the sect would produce such a genius? Merely at the early stage of the mystic realm, but he can fight against a late-stage mystic realm expert. If he is nurtured well, in the meet in half a year, the leader of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, they had placed their last hope on Lin Fei. The disciples of the Divine Martial sect are indeed abnormal. No wonder they are one of the three great sects of the Buluo dynasty. Shen Sanbao sighed. No matter how strong the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was, in the eyes of the sect, it was just that. They couldn't say anything. Jin Feng, after this battle, why don't you send her to the Divine Martial sect? In the future, she will definitely be a great expert. Yang Kai thought in the long term. A sect needed a strong expert to hold the fort for a long time. We'll talk about it later. The matter at hand is more important. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly. No one knew what he was thinking. When Lin Fei walked into the arena, it drew the attention of some outsiders. They weren't as well informed as the upper echelons, so they were slightly surprised when they saw that person. Why did they change their person? An early-stage profounder? What the hell are they doing? Could it be that the extraordinary strength of a profounder can defeat a late-stage profounder? A secret expert of the Divine Martial sect? How is that possible? At the same time, the people of Xianxia and the Black Tortoise sect were also surprised. Why isn't Jing Fei going up? Their people are injured. Currently, besides Jing Fei, there doesn't seem to be anyone who can stop Qing Mang. What the hell is going on? Is there something wrong with the Divine Martial Sect's head? Do they think that they can defeat Qing Mang by sending an early-stage profounder disciple? They think too highly of themselves. The people of Xianxia immediately broke out into a discussion. The Divine Martial Sect is courting death. Let's see how they fight after we kill this disciple. A young man in black snorted coldly. This person was the eldest son of the leader of Xianxia, Chen Ting. He looked proud and condescending, looking down on everyone. There's something strange about this kid. Suddenly, Qing Mang, who had been sitting, finally stood up. Her eyes were cold and filled with the desire to fight. What, is this person very strong? The mystic spirit expert of the Black Tortoise sect, Xian Qi, suddenly spoke. Xian Qi was a mystic spirit expert. Others might not be able to see through him, but that did not mean he could not. As a member of the Black Tortoise sect, he naturally would not underestimate the people of the Divine Martial sect. Xian Qi could not help but feel surprised at how calm this person was after getting on the stage. Where did this young man come from? Why did Zhang Wen arrange this? Xian Qi could not understand. He could not understand why. There was no other way. Xian Qi believed in Qing Mang's strength. The Black Tortoise sect had always recruited geniuses from the outside, and Qing Mang was one of them. In order to win this round, the Black Tortoise sect had paid a huge price. Fortunately, it had all been successful. Qing Mang, what do you think? Qing Mang's long hair swayed, and she laughed coldly. An interesting opponent, worthy of my full strength. With that, Qing Mang stood up and walked down. The two quickly stood on the stage, and the crowd quietened. Do you know what my usual interests are? After going up, Qing Mang did not attack. Instead, she asked a strange question, which made the people in the box and on the high platform curious. What were they up to? Lin Fei could smell danger. This was a dangerous person. His dangerous aura surpassed that of the two late-stage mystic spirit experts. At most, they were strong. But on Qing Mang, there was a truly dangerous aura. I know you're in danger. Qing Mang said. Besides killing, I love to spar with others. Do you know what happens after a spar? Lin Fei laughed. I guess they'll find it hard to survive your hands. I hope you can survive my hands. Qing Mang licked her lips. I believe I can survive. Lin Fei smiled. He felt that this person's words were very interesting. But in reality, all his inner yuan gathered in an instant. Then let's begin. Qing Mang quickly extended a thick palm. It was covered in wounds, and gave off a terrifying aura. Kill. The low voice immediately made Lin Fei feel a sliver of danger. 10 black dots appeared in front of him. The sharp finger aura transformed into a knife-like aura, piercing towards Lin Fei's eyes. This attack was no weaker than a late-stage mystic spirit expert's attack. Lin Fei dared to believe that if this attack landed on a metal plate, it would most likely pierce a bloody hole. What a powerful attack! Lin Fei's heart sank. This person was dangerous indeed. It was impossible not to be dangerous. Once he revealed an opening, it would be a troublesome matter. From this move alone, Lin Fei could tell that Qing Mang's entire body was a dangerous place to attack. He had to be on guard. Facing a finger that could pierce through metal, Lin Fei forced himself to remain calm. He knew that if he retreated, the other's finger would definitely land on his body. Battle instinct. His inner yuan flowed at full speed, and Lin Fei punched out. At the same time, he focused on his 10,000 gene strength, using force to break force. He landed on the other's finger, forcefully dispelling this attack. As for why he could so easily dispel it, Lin Fei had the perception of a rune's master. He could just barely grasp the other's direction, and so he could easily block the attack. If it had been anyone else, this move would have left many bloody holes on their body. Even if they had protective stellar energy, they would still be covered in bloody holes. Qing Mang was unmoved. Seeing that this move was ineffective, her 10 fingers turned into black dots, and with a piercing sound, they pierced towards Lin Fei's body. Pa 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 pa, under the ferocious attack, Lin Fei was in danger. Immediately, a huge water fire lotus appeared beneath him, its layers of petals in full bloom, looking very lifelike. Lin Fei's defense gave Qing Mang pause. She knew that she had met a difficult opponent. What a strong defense! The people outside could not help but gasp in surprise. Some of them had seen the water fire lotus before, but that event had not been so grand, and not many people knew of it. Seeing the water fire lotus today, they could not help but be shocked. They were not fools, and quickly understood that the Divine Might sect had arranged for an expert to appear. When Lin Fei used the water flame lotus, a certain someone from the World Gang who was not far away couldn't help but frown. Will fifth brother die at that person's hands? Chen Ting could not help but reveal a murderous look. Whether or not, Lin Fei and fifth brother are closely related. It's best if Qing Mang kills him on the stage. Qing Mang's 10 fingers flew, and the air was filled with crackling sounds. Her murderous intent was strong, and her attacks landed on the water fire lotus. She only shattered the outer lotus, and was unable to harm Lin Fei. Explode! Shrunken water fire lotuses flew out continuously, appearing beside Qing Mang. They exploded one after another, turning into a ripple of energy. Puchi! The water fire lotus exploded, and Qing Mang's body was exposed in several places, covered in wounds. You're the first to injure me. Lin Fei was also shocked. How could there be such a powerful explosion by infusing a sliver of wind-type energy? He had not expected that Qing Mang would be injured. Qing Mang is actually injured. The people outside were also shocked. The late-stage mystic Qing Mang had actually been injured. The Divine Might sect disciple had actually injured the powerful Qing Mang. Qing Mang retreated 3 steps, her eyes turning red. She reminded people of a dangerous beast, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. After the bloodthirst, Qing Mang's strength had actually increased. Everyone's expressions changed again. Who would have thought that Qing Mang would be so strong? She's about to enter the great perfection realm. Qing Mang's strength had increased. This was unimaginable. Genius, a true genius. A late-stage mystic realm expert had advanced a little. Although it was still a small difference, her strength had increased. Lin Fei's expression darkened. He had underestimated Qing Mang. Water fire lotus. Bang, bang, bang. After increasing her strength, Qing Mang's 10 fingers turned into a gust of wind, pointing at the water fire lotus. This time, Qing Mang was prepared. Even before she neared, she exploded, and was not injured. This was clearly a weakness she had caught. If that's all you have, then you'll lose for sure today. After increasing her strength, Qing Mang laughed coldly. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Seal. She had already revealed her true strength, so Lin Fei naturally had to do the same. If he held back at this time, the loser might very well be him. Of course, even if it was true strength, Lin Fei still had to hold back a little. After all, Xianxia and the Divine Might sect were both here. If there was no one else, Lin Fei would not worry about any problems. But here, he could not. Holding back was necessary. Therefore, the only way to deal with this person was the water fire lotus. A huge lotus appeared beneath Qing Mang. It quickly closed, trapping Qing Mang within. Whoosh! After trapping, the nether sword pierced out of the lotus. Clang clang clang. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Qing Mang took a deep breath. Her clothes burst open, and her muscles turned gold. The nether sword landed on them, but only left a few white spots. Mastery of external skills, great success. The people outside were shocked once again. This Qing Mang was too strong. If they had met her just now, who knew how many times they would have died. Over at Tianxia's side, their faces grew solemn. This Lin Fei clearly wanted to trap Qing Mang, and use up his inner yuan to claim victory. Xianwu sects Xianqi frowned as well. He could see that the situation was not good, and at the same time, a murderous aura locked onto him. This Zhang is actually so protective of that kid. Forget it, forget it. With that guy protecting that kid, it's hard to say who will win this fight. The Waterfire Lotus. Xianqi did not know where this kid had learned it from. In terms of defense, it was indeed very strong. And now it had a trapping effect. If Qing Mang did not break out, they would be in big trouble. Zhang Wen, on the other side, had his eyes closed, but in reality, he had been staring at Xianqi. He knew what kind of people the Xianwu sect was. Chapter 224. Bang, bang, bang. Naked. Qing Mang's bare upper body and Jin Mang's fists landed continuously on the Waterfire Lotus. The wind attribute attacks turned into knives, landing on the other party's body. Large patches of white remained on the golden body. Just as Zhang Wen had said, Qing Mang had lost her advantage after being trapped. When a beast was trapped, no matter how strong it was, it would lose its strength. Hence, the phrase, trapped beast, came into being. Qing Mang was in such a situation now. Qing Mang is going to lose. An hour later. Qing Mang's vital energy had been severely depleted. Her thwart kung fu had long since been covered in wounds. If not for Lin Fei's mercy, Qing Mang's situation would have been far worse. Xianqi, who had been watching closely, heaved a long sigh. At this point, even if one's strength exploded, it would not be able to turn the situation around. Unless one's strength suddenly increased to the mystic adept level and broke through the Waterfire Lotus. This person is a strong opponent. Xianqi no longer paid attention to Qing Mang. Instead, he was concerned about Lin Fei. The Divine Martial sect had gained such a genius disciple. The competition in half a year's time was not looking good. Lin Fei cannot be left alive. If there's a chance, he must be killed. Such a genius should be strangled in the cradle. He cannot be allowed to grow. Xianqi's eyes flashed with murderous intent before returning to normal. Defeated. The Divine Martial sect has produced a genius. If they meet Lin Fei in the future, they must have their disciples back off. With the Waterfire Lotus, unless it's someone at the Absolute Realm, they can forget about taking advantage of him. The Divine Martial sect has failed miserably this time. Qing Mang has collapsed from exhaustion. Unbelievable. Qing Mang collapsed completely. Everyone present secretly sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lin Fei with palpitations in their eyes. As for the younger disciples, they looked at each other with envy. The self-proclaimed geniuses looked at each other in disbelief. You've lost. Lin Fei did not want to say it. He felt like he was bullying him. If it were anywhere else, Lin Fei really would not mind. Who asked him to use the Waterfire Lotus to trap Qing Mang in the bloody arena, wasting his Zhen Yuan? Qing Mang panted, her bloodthirsty eyes returning to normal. You are very strong. Seeing the savage look on Qing Mang's face, Lin Fei knew that she had remembered him. Based on those words, she was clearly not satisfied with her loss. So he squatted down. If I were you, I'd turn around and leave. Lin Fei stood up and walked out of the bloody arena, leaving a dangerous green light in his eyes. The confrontation between the Divine Martial Gate and the Black Martial Gate ended with the Divine Martial Gate's victory, making everyone pay attention to the Divine Martial Gate once again. The Black Tortoise sect was a first-rate sect, but its strength was still inferior to the Divine Force sect. Your disciple has returned. After a long battle, Lin Fei's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He had just finished speaking when his strength ran out. Fortunately, Dongshan supported Lin Fei. "Xiao Lin, are you alright?" Lin Fei said, "It's alright. It's just that I consumed a lot of quintessential essence." Zhang Wen said, "Then you go back first." That was what Lin Fei wanted. There was no point in staying here. At the same time, the murderous intent behind him appeared from time to time. Xianxia had her eyes on him. Just as Zhang Wen had said. Lin Fei did not have much to do at the Mountain River Club. The rest would be taken care of by the Divine Martial Gate and the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. This is a qi replenishing pill. Eat it and you can recover quintessential essence. Coming out from outside, Lin Fei had just heaved a sigh of relief when a fair, jade-like hand delivered a bottle to him. So Jin Feng had appeared before him. Personally delivering the medicine? Lin Fei thought to himself. Don't tell me you don't want it. Lin Fei revealed a smile. Yes, of course I want it. Leaving behind a jade bottle, Jin Feng turned and left. Dongshan blinked. "Xiao Lin, Miss Jin has probably taken a liking to you. You are the first person worthy of Miss personally delivering medicine." "The first?" Lin Fei said in shock, "You're really the first one? Could it be a mistake?" Dongshan laughed. "I can guarantee that I am not lying to you. Miss rarely has such a good time. You have to work hard, kid." Lin Fei laughed and did not say anything more. Returning to the headquarters of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, Lin Fei politely declined Dongshan's good intentions. "Huhu, it is not easy to pretend to be injured." Returning to the small courtyard, Lin Fei's pale face had almost recovered. It could not be seen that he was injured at all. "Fortunately, I have cultivated the 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra. My meridians have expanded and I can preserve more quintessential essence." Lin Fei thought to himself. "I am afraid that those people outside believe that I have consumed a lot of quintessential essence. They will not have any doubts about me. Others could hide their secrets, but so could Lin Fei." On the bloody stage, after displaying the water flame lotus, Lin Fei knew that he had been targeted by Xianxia. A faintly discernible aura had been locked on him. For the time being, they should not suspect that I have anything to do with Chen Xian's matter. But if they do, they might secretly investigate me. I am afraid that the matter in Gue Yuan City will not be concealed. Xianxia should have found out about me. After sitting down, Lin Fei thought about the impact of today. He was not worried about other influences. The only one was Xianxia and the Black Tortoise Gate. Lin Fei had always kept this in mind, especially today's unforeseen event. It seems that I should leave Mountain River City. Xianxia headquarters. I found it. This Lin Fei is related to Wuxia Xianxia's disappearance. In the conference hall, the door was pushed open. A young man with a face similar to Chen Xian rushed in from outside. I guessed correctly. Chen Xian's death must have something to do with Lin Fei. As the big brother, Chen Ting insisted that it was Lin Fei. The young man continued, "You should not know, but Lin Fei has a big secret. He actually comprehended the concept of wind at the age of 17. Kacha." Chen Ting, who was drinking tea, crushed the teacup in his hand with a kacha. In the conference hall, there were more than these few people. Several core members of Xianxia, including Xianxia's assistant, Chen Tianba, were present. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. A 17-year-old with combat ability in the late stage of Mystic Realm? Comprehending the concept of wind at the age of 17? The former was easy, but the latter, even in Xianxia, other than the dead Cheng Bo, no one could reach such a level. Chen Xing stood up and said, "Father, I think there's a high chance that Lin Fei is the one who killed Wuxia Xianxia and fifth brother. Wind element, water element, fire element, metal element, he can use them all. Third young master, Lin Fei should not be the murderer. He is very strong, and even Qing Meng was surrounded and used up all her inner energy. To kill Cheng Bo and Han Tian, he should not have the ability. But, this person must be related. A man stood up. He was not tall, and had a mustache. He was Tianxia's assistant, Chao Tian. Then bring Lin Fei back. He killed my fifth brother. I will use his heart as a sacrifice. The man who had just entered said with a murderous aura. He was Chen Xian's fourth brother, Chen Gang. Quiet, all of you, quiet. Chen Tianba, who had been silent all this while, slammed his palm on the table beside him. The table immediately shattered. Everyone calmed down. The hatred of my son's death is irreconcilable. Chen Tianba looked around. Whether this Lin Fei is the murderer who killed my son or not, this person must die. Chen Ting felt his father's murderous aura. Father, do you want me to bring people to bring Lin Fei back? This is a good opportunity. Zhang Tianba was a typical black-faced man. His every move carried a murderous aura. Years of accumulated murderous aura, coupled with a superior aura, made one feel immense pressure with just a glance, making one not dare to look directly at him. My son, you are still too inexperienced. Chen Tianba shook his head. Lin Fei must die, but we do not need to do it ourselves. Think about it, a 17-year-old genius who comprehended the concept of wind, who would be the most anxious? Chen Sheng came to a realization. Father, do you mean to say that you want to kill us with a borrowed knife? Chen Ting's face lit up. Father is wise. This way, that Lin Fei will not be able to bear the consequences. Let the Divine Force sect and Black Tortoise sect fight to the death, and we will be the Oriole behind the scenes. At the same time, the mountain gate of Black Tortoise sect was 100 miles away from Mountain River City. Xian Qi was meditating in seclusion. After losing a black spirit mine, Xian Qi had a terrible headache and did not know how to explain it. What happened in the day quickly ended. Black Tortoise sect naturally would not stay in Mountain River City after losing such a battle, so they directly returned to the mountain gate of Black Tortoise sect. Master, this disciple is in a hurry to report. Come in. Xian Qi opened his eyes. What is it that makes you so flustered? The disciple who was reprimanded felt uncomfortable all over and lowered his head. This disciple has received news about the Divine Force sect's Lin Fei. As it is an important matter, the people below do not dare to make decisions on their own. Give it to me. Hearing the two words Lin Fei, Xian Qi was slightly startled, and immediately revealed a cold expression. It was this person who had ruined their grand plan, causing them to fall short of success at the last moment. They had lost their opportunity and hope. After reading the record, Xian Qi's face darkened. However, his eyes fell on the information in his hand, and his expression became even more gloomy. Are you sure? There is no problem with the information. We have investigated and it is indeed true. The disciple replied. Xian Qi still could not believe that the Divine Force sect's Lin Fei had actually comprehended the concept, and it was the wind element that specialized in speed. Could this be God's will? Xian Qi thought to himself. No, even if it is God's will, I will make it a thing of the past. A 17-year-old master of the concept is even more terrifying than before. This kind of person cannot be left alive. A 17-year-old master of the concept, once he grew up, how terrifying would he be? Xian Qi frowned, feeling quite conflicted. How could the Divine Force sect have such a genius? It was not difficult for Xian Qi to guess that this was deliberately leaked by someone to make the Black Tortoise sect take action. Although he knew that this was the case, he could not refuse. A master of the concept and wind element, he would be a terrifying existence in the future. Chapter 225. That night, Lin Fei came to martial uncle Zhang Wen's room. Actually, Lin Fei wanted to go there a few days later, but because of what happened in the day, he had to prepare himself in advance. The reason was simple: he wanted to go out and train. Outside the door, Lin Fei saw a few other disciples. "Senior brother Lin, martial uncle is waiting for you inside." The disciples outside were originally angry, but now they were completely different. Even though Lin Fan was only an early-stage profound practitioner, he was able to suppress late-stage profound practitioners without losing. Just because of this strength, they had to lower their heads. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would know that with such a genius disciple in the divine martial sect, there was almost no possibility of them surpassing him. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to make things difficult for them. Many things were no longer important once they were over, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. "Come in." Just as he was about to open the door, martial uncle Zhang's voice sounded in his ears. Pushing the door open, Lin Fan saw Zhang Wen leisurely drinking tea at the tea table. Disciple Lin Fei greets martial uncle Zhang. "Why are you being so courteous with me? Sit down and have some tea." Lin Fei sat down on the stool and wrinkled his nose. He smelled a fragrance, and then a cup of tea appeared in front of him. This caused Lin Fei to feel terrified. He couldn't figure out what Uncle Master Zhang was trying to do. He lowered his head and looked at the tea. It was very clear, so clear that he could see the bottom of the tea. Picking up the teacup, Lin Fan blew on it and took a sip. He felt a fragrance in his mouth, and it flowed down his throat, turning into waves of true yuan, making him feel refreshed. A moment later, Lin Fei raised his head. "Thank you, martial uncle." Even though he didn't know what kind of good tea it was, Lin Fei felt that it was a rare thing to increase the true yuan in his body. That sip of tea had increased his true yuan by quite a bit. Unfortunately, no matter how much the true yuan in his body increased, he had to level up if he wanted to improve his strength. Lin Fei was also very concerned that the true yuan in his body had become more vigorous. "Don't rush. Let's talk after drinking." Lin Fei stopped talking and focused on enjoying the cup of tea. After drinking the cup of tea, Lin Fei felt refreshed. "What kind of tea is this?" Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Zhang Wen said, "This tea is called green spirit tea. Taking it often can increase one's true essence and also the power of one's divine soul. You can buy some." Facing martial uncle Zhang, who was in the cryptic realm, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. Martial uncle Zhang was, Lin Fei didn't dare to take him lightly. Lin Fei looked at Chen. "Speaking of which, you really impressed me today." Zhang Wen looked at Lin Fei and said, "You must have had a great encounter, right?" A hesitant expression appeared on Lin Fei's face. "When I was on my way home, I had a fortuitous encounter in a mountain. I learned the water fire lotus back then." Wu is martial Zhang Wen Tian Zhang Zhang Yang. Don, Will Lin Fei is Zhang Tian martial Zhang Tian Will. Is to Lin Wu. Tian Fei Wu Wen Zhang. Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that Zhang Wen wouldn't ask any further. If he had to explain in detail, he did not know how to continue. After all, in front of Zhang Wen, every word and action could easily be seen through. Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. "You comprehended the concept of wind?" Lin Fei was in a good mood, but Zhang Wen immediately said something unexpected. "Did the news reach Mountain River City?" Lin Fei's expression didn't change, but he was shocked in his heart. He didn't know what to say. He had comprehended the concept of wind through the system. He had comprehended it by chance. As for comprehending the essence of it, he really couldn't say. "I comprehended it a few days ago when I was besieged." In the end, Lin Fei decided to say it. He wanted to see Zhang Wen's reaction. Suddenly, Zhang Wen's face darkened. "You are honest. If you said you didn't, the divine martial sect wouldn't need a disciple like you." Do you know why? Lin Fei fell silent again. I don't know. Zhang Wen smiled again. You did well. No one in the divine martial sect has comprehended the concept for 50 years. I didn't expect you to comprehend the concept of wind. This is the blessing of the divine martial sect. He was stern at one moment, and amiable at the next. Lin Fei was shocked. He couldn't figure out what this Uncle Master was thinking. At least he could rest assured that this Uncle Master wouldn't do anything to him. Otherwise, he would have done what he did just now. An hour passed. When the disciples outside saw that Lin Fei didn't come out, they couldn't help but discuss. Senior brother Lin Fei is amazing. It seems that Uncle Master thinks highly of him, one of the disciples said. Is there a need to say it? When I can reach senior brother Lin Fei's level, I will be at ease for the rest of my life. I heard that senior brother Lin Fei wasn't strong in the past. How did he improve so quickly? Did he eat some elixir? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. It will be bad if someone hears you. In the room. The atmosphere was calm. In this hour, Lin Fei seemed to have experienced many unbelievable things. Many things that had been troubling him were solved one by one. The reason why I'm telling you all this is so that you can understand it more easily. Geniuses who have comprehended intent are not inferior to those who have treasure bodies. Don't waste this opportunity. Lin Fei could now believe that Uncle Master Zhang was doing this for his own good. I understand. Lin Fei said. I have a question. I wonder if a treasure body or an intent expert is stronger? Zhang Wen smiled. Most people who have comprehended intent would have this thought. But in reality, there has never been an answer as to whether a treasure body expert or an intent expert is stronger. 30,000 years ago, the strongest person was a treasure body expert. 10,000 years ago, it was an intent expert. Hiss. Lin Fei had always remembered the treasure body. The green yuan was taken away because of its constitution. Until now, Lin Fei didn't know which sect the green yuan was in, where it was located, or whether it was in the unfalling dynasty. But when he heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. The treasure body and the intent were actually the same? The only thing you need to do now is to completely comprehend the intent and comprehend the origin of wind. Only then will you be a true expert. Zhang Wen didn't want such a genius to return to an ordinary life. Among the 5 major powers, you need to focus on one of them. I suggest you focus on the wind power. As for the other 3, use them as support. Is there anything wrong with cultivating several major powers at the same time? Lin Fei had transmigrated to the Xiantian continent for nearly half a year. He was indeed inferior to others in terms of cultivation, like a rookie. Today, Zhang Wen's words were actually to let Lin Fei understand the focus of his future cultivation, so that he wouldn't make any mistakes on the path of cultivation. On the path of cultivation, if one step was wrong, the rest would be wrong. Zhang Wen was very happy that Lin Fei could ask the questions in his heart. For a disciple who could become a future expert of the Divine Force sect, it was best to give him careful guidance. Although this disciple was hiding some secrets, to Zhang Wen, no genius had any secrets, so he naturally wouldn't investigate. In the Xiantian continent, unless one is talented and cultivates several types of powers, it is easy to be distracted and difficult to improve. Now that you have comprehended the intent of wind, it can be said that you are close to touching the origin of wind. Focusing on the wind power will be of great help to you. Zhang Wen continued, I see that you are a saber user. If I were you, I would give up on using a saber and use a sword. Use a sword? Lin Fei asked subconsciously. From the beginning, he had first come into contact with the saber, then he learned saber techniques. The most powerful saber technique he had was also a saber technique. He had never thought of changing to a saber and should start with sword techniques. Using a saber to kill people was very satisfying. Regardless of the consequences, he would directly chop them down. As for using a sword, Lin Fei really hadn't thought about it. But for some reason, when Zhang Wen mentioned using a sword, for some reason, he didn't have any other thoughts. Don't speak first. Listen to what I have to say. If you don't think it makes sense, then speak. Zhang Wen interrupted Lin Fei's words. Lin Fei also wanted to hear what Uncle Master Zhang had to say. You don't dislike using a sword now, do you? Your control of wind is starting to surpass saber techniques. You feel like you can control it at will, right? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Faced with Zhang Wen's words, Lin Fei actually didn't know what to say. If it was in the past, Lin Fei could say that he didn't mind using a sword. But now, he seemed to be quite interested in sword techniques. Ever since he comprehended the intent of wind and read the wind cloud sword technique, he seemed to have a certain level of control over the sword. Follow me. Zhang Wen stood up and pushed open the window. With a light tap, he flew out like a gentle breeze, disappearing outside. Lin Fei flew out without hesitation. With the perception of a rune's master, he vaguely sensed the aura. What a fast speed! After coming out, Lin Fei didn't hide his wind intent and directly used it. At the same time, he opened his wind wings and turned into a ray of light. Indeed a genius. Comprehending the wind intent is indeed not simple. No wonder those with treasure body and intent could become the mainstream of the continent. Zhang Wen walked out step by step. With every step, he would appear a few miles away. It was as if he had entered the void, allowing others to track his movements and completely disappear into the void. Even so, Lin Fei was still able to keep up with him. It was just that there was quite a bit of distance between them. With the wind wings and the wind intent, my speed has reached the mystic master level, but I still can't catch up to him. He is indeed a mystic spirit level warrior. Lin Fei's eyes were red as he watched from behind. Zhang Wen, who looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, was actually very puzzled. A mystic spirit warrior actually couldn't shake off a junior disciple. If word got out, he would be a laughing stock. Flying ability and intent. I used Void Step with all my strength, but I still couldn't shake off that kid. This kid really knows how to surprise people. I wonder if he will surprise me again after practicing the sword. Originally, Zhang Wen wanted to test the other party's understanding of the wind intent so that he could give him some pointers. Unexpectedly, he was almost caught, which made him feel conflicted. At the same time, he felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Chapter 226. Xianwu Sect. Outside Xian Qi's room, there was a soft knock on the door. It seemed that someone was waiting for him. Xian Qi, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He grabbed the person outside with one hand. Why did you knock on the door? Didn't I say that no one is to disturb you tonight? Master. Lin Fei has gone out. Didn't you order us to inform you as soon as Lin Fei leaves the mountain river city? The disciple's forehead was full of cold sweat. Xian Qi's tone relaxed. Are you sure that Lin Fei has gone out? Eldest senior brother has been watching outside. I don't know why Lin Fei suddenly left the mountain river city. Fortunately, eldest senior brother can see everything from 1,000 miles away. The gears in Xian Qi's head spun quickly. He thought to himself, he went out? Could it be that something happened? Or is it because of something shameful? After thinking for a while, Xian Qi decided to capture Lin Fei. First, he had to get rid of a 17-year-old genius of the divine martial sect. The second reason was about the essence of the concept. If he could find out about it, it would be of great help to the disciples of the black martial sect. Tell Fan Song to bring people over and bring Lin Fei back personally. Remember, you must keep him alive. I will be of great use to you. Don't forget to do it secretly. Remember not to be discovered. Xian Qi emphasized the last few words. This was a rare opportunity. Xianxia thought about it and decided to take the risk. With Jianghu by his side, even he would not be able to gain any advantage. At the moment, he did not know why Lin Fei had left, but it was a good opportunity. Xianxia did not want to miss it. Go down. Remember to cooperate. Xianxia was not worried that there would be any accidents after arranging Fan Tsang to take action. That was the strength of a great perfection realm expert. Even if Lin Fei was powerful, he could forget about fighting against a great perfection realm expert. The moon was bright tonight. The silver moonlight shone on the outside and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. His speed is not bad. No wonder he is a genius who has comprehended the concept of wind. When Lin Fei landed, he gasped for breath. Even though his speed was astonishing, he still couldn't adapt to flying over 100 miles away. He had consumed a great deal of true essence in his body. Seeing Martial Uncle Zhang's calm and composed manner, Lin Fei was quite shocked. I wonder why Uncle Master Zhang would come here in the middle of the night. Lin Fei thought to himself as he waited quietly. He could not figure out the reason, so he could only wait and see. You must be curious why I asked you to come here, right? It would be strange if he wasn't curious. Lin Fei thought to himself, but he wouldn't say it out loud. There must be a reason why Martial Uncle brought me out. I dare not ask. Lin Fei decided to be honest. Jianghu appeared a few meters away. Now, attack me with your full strength. Lin Fei was shocked. What was this Uncle Zhang trying to do? Did he want him to attack him? What are you dilly-dallying for? What are you waiting for? Rumble. Lin Fei's mind trembled. Clearly, that sentence had triggered some pressure in him. Then this disciple will make his move. Use your blade and attack with all your might. I will suppress my strength to the early stage of the profound realm. Lin Fei threw all his thoughts to the back of his mind. Who cared what would happen? In any case, his martial uncle had asked him to make a move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dragon salure appeared in his hand, and 3 tornadoes swept out. This time, Lin Fei did not hold back and attacked with all his might. The blade light whistled, and a loud pa-pa-pa sound could be heard in the air, as if it was about to tear open a crack in the air. The nearby bushes were all turned to dust by the tornado. If it was described in terms of speed, then Lin Fei could say that the Ferrari could reach 200 to 300 yards in a few seconds. At this moment, the 3 tornadoes were like 3 Ferrari. It was so fast that it was impossible to catch. With his full strength, the power was terrifying. Lin Fei did not believe that his martial uncle would be able to block it, especially when his strength was suppressed to the early stage of the profound realm. I can even kill a late-stage profound realm cultivator, can you block my attack? Ever since that night, his concept had made some breakthroughs. When he slashed out with his blade, the power of the wind had fused with it, and his speed had increased by a large amount. If he could catch it before, then in the future, if he didn't kill anyone, then once he did, blood would flow like a river. Facing such a terrifying blade technique, anyone who faced this move would have the first thought of turning around and fleeing. A very domineering attack. Jianghu said softly, his face was calm and collected, as if the attack in front of him was beneath him. Break. 3 tornadoes swept over, the blade light turned into a cold wind, the clothes on Jianghu's body began to flutter without any wind. Clang. Jianghu unsheathed his sword, and a sword beam turned into a ray of light as he slashed forward. The sharp sword beam was like a cool breeze, pointing at the sharp tornado. It did not seem to have much power, but with a single slash, the 3 blade techniques that could kill late-stage profound realm cultivators actually shattered like glass. Jianghu pointed his sword out once again, his target was Lin Fei. Danger! Danger! Lin Fei had goosebumps all over his body. A huge sense of danger instantly enveloped his body, and he couldn't even move, as if he would be killed in the next second. What late-stage profound realm cultivator? What mystic master strength? This sword made Lin Fei feel powerless for the first time. What indestructible Vajra body? What water-fire lotus? What astral energy protection? In front of this sword, Lin Fei couldn't think of a way to break this sword. Whoosh! The incomparably sharp sword, the sword that could kill everything, instantly dissipated. Lin Fei only felt a cool breeze blowing through his hair. Crack! A few meters behind Lin Fei, a bowl-sized tree was directly broken into two. The middle section was broken into two, scaring countless birds in the forest. This is a sword technique? Unknowingly, his back was drenched in cold sweat, and the world seemed to have quietened down at this moment. Lin Fei had never thought that a sword technique would be so powerful. Even if he used all his powerful attacks, he still wouldn't be able to block this sword. If he wasn't severely injured, he would be killed in one move. This is the wind sword. Zhang Wen's sword not only broke Lin Fei's saber technique, but it also made him feel real danger for the first time. A casual attack was so relaxed, and only he could do it. Wind sword, like the wind and shadow, combining hardness and softness, killing without a trace. Lin Fei revealed a look of realization. Lin Fei had seen many sword techniques, but he never thought that they could be so terrifying. Immediately, Lin Fei exclaimed, "This is the origin of wind?" Thinking back, that sword just now had a familiar aura. That was clearly the aura of wind. After comprehending the wind concept, Lin Fei had a familiar feeling about the existence of wind. After being dazed, he immediately recovered and looked at this uncle master, dumbfounded. "You're wrong. This is just a wind attribute sword technique. After mastering it to the greater success stage, you will be able to reach the wind concept, and you will be able to integrate hardness and softness. For example, the sword technique that broke your saber technique was the hardness of the wind sword, and when it passed by you, it was the softness of the sword technique. With hardness and softness coexisting, it is the power of the wind sword." Lin Fei seemed to have understood something. "Uncle Master, could it be that after mastering the wind concept and learning sword techniques, I can combine the two? You're indeed a genius who comprehended the wind concept. Now do you understand why I asked you to give up on using the saber and practice sword techniques?" Zhang Wen seemed to know what he would think. The power of the sword technique was a combination of hardness and softness. The hardness could compete with the saber technique, and the softness could kill without a trace. If he had encountered such an expert with the sword, he would probably be dead on the ground without even needing to make a move. Lin Fei broke out in cold sweat again. It could be said that this was the first time Lin Fei saw the power of the sword technique. If Uncle Master Zhang used his full strength, what would it be like? At the very least, Lin Fei couldn't imagine it, but he knew that it would definitely be terrifying. Should I give up on using the saber and switch to using the sword? Lin Fei hesitated. Ever since he comprehended the wind concept, he seemed to have developed a certain resistance towards the saber. It seemed like he could execute sword techniques the moment he made a move. Wind blade. The drifting breeze struck a large tree in an instant, leaving a crack on the tree. You're born to be an expert with the sword. After fusing your sword technique with the power of the wind, unless you meet an expert with the intent or origin, no one will be your match. Lin Fei didn't doubt the validity of these words. He had only comprehended the wind concept, and fused a trace of wind speed into his saber technique. His attacks were already hard to defend against. If he comprehended the origin of wind in the future, he would probably be able to kill someone from 1,000 miles away with a single thought. Seeing Lin Fei in deep thought. Chase. That person is right in front of us. He just exploded with true energy. In the dark night, a group of people rushed out of the mountain. The person in the lead was tall, handsome, and had a fair face like a woman's. He was in high spirits as his long hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. This person was Fan Song, the strongest disciple that Xianqi had mentioned. If there were no accidents, he would inherit Xianqi's position in the future. At such a young age, he had reached the perfected profounder realm. In the entire mountain river city, Fan Song was a fully deserving genius. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it was unknown how many young ladies had fallen head over heels for him and entered into the boudoirs of countless young ladies. Thus, he obtained the name of the amorous young master. Really, master? Isn't he just a little genius? Why not let second senior brother and third senior brother deal with him? Fan Song revealed a charming smile. Since master is concerned about you, I'll just capture you. 2 late-stage profounder disciples followed behind him. Once eldest senior brother makes a move, a mere Lin Fei will be a piece of cake. If eldest senior brother makes a move, it wouldn't be Lin Fei's turn yesterday. The people at the side flattered Fan Song. Fan Song raised his brows and said with disdain, "That's all there is to a person who doesn't know how to act. Since he's fallen into my hands tonight, I'll let him know what a true genius is. If eldest senior brother makes a move, Lin Fei will definitely lose. Eldest senior brother is mighty." Zhang Wen remained silent. Actually, it wasn't easy to make a decision. Unless one thought it through, otherwise, no one could do anything about it. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. Suddenly, Lin Fei raised his head and looked towards a thicket behind him. His ears twitched. Zhang Wen waved his hand. It seemed like nothing had happened, but when Lin Fei saw a flash of cold light, he couldn't help but be delighted. Someone is coming to die. Sure enough, a group of people charged out from the thicket. There were no less than 10 of them, and all of them had powerful auras. Perfected profounder realm. When he saw a young man, Lin Fei's pupils constricted slightly because he sensed an aura that was even stronger than a profounder. It's fine. Let's see what they're up to. Zhang Wen's voice rang in his ears. Lin Fei could tell that martial uncle Zhang was angry. No matter where these people came from, if they didn't have a good reason, they wouldn't be able to leave tonight. You're Lin Fei? I don't think you're much. Fan Song revealed a charming smile. Do you want me to take action personally, or just surrender? His arrogant tone showed that he didn't put Lin Fei in his eyes at all. Lin Fei said. You guys want to capture me? We're here to bring you back. You're not worthy for us to capture you now. Since it's still early, follow me directly, or I'll have to do it myself. Fan Song's jade-like fingers stretched out from his sleeves and pointed at Lin Fei. The people behind them all came up and surrounded the two of them. It seemed like they were going to attack at any second. Xianqi's men only have this much ability. Zhang Wen said expressionlessly. As a high-ranking member of the divine martial sect, Zhang Wen could see the problem with one look. His tone carried some pressure. Fan Song said. So you have a helper. No wonder you don't care. It's still early. Let's deal with you guys first. Kill the middle-aged man and capture Lin Fei alive. You can't escape the wrath of heaven. A low voice came out from Zhang Wen's mouth and turned into a pressure. Kid, watch carefully. What is softness and hardness? Lin Fei calmed his mind, not daring to relax. This is the hardness of swordsmanship. The surrounding people had yet to recover from their shock. Their bodies were sliced into pieces by the sharp edge of a knife. Other than the blood on the ground, there was no one left alive. This is the softness of swordsmanship. Zhang Wen pointed his sword again. His target was the 2 late-stage profounder martial artists. The expressions of the 2 late-stage profounder martial artists changed greatly. They immediately collapsed. They couldn't even block a single move and died on the ground. You're a profounder martial artist. No, who are you? My master is Xianqi of the Black Martial Sect. I was wrong about tonight's matter. For the sake of my master, Fan Song's face immediately darkened. Initially, he still dared to question it, but it soon turned into fear. He knew that he couldn't kill two late-stage profounder martial artists just like that. The most important thing was that they died without making a sound. Why did your master accept a trash like you? You even dared to capture a disciple of the divine martial sect. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. No. Fan Song instantly appeared dozens of zhang away and went deep into the forest. This guy was smart. He knew that he had met a strong enemy. If he didn't leave now, then when? He quietly crushed a teleportation runes. Pooh! Fan Song spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he teleported. Chapter 227. So, killing can be done this way. Lin Fei's eyes remained unmoving as he was engrossed in the scene. His thoughts were clear and his blood was boiling. He understood one thing. There was no bad sword art, only bad people. In the blink of an eye, everyone was killed. Lin Fei didn't feel any killing intent. Instead, he felt like he was looking at a work of art, a work of art. In the past, Lin Fei didn't know what the art of killing was. Tonight, he finally understood it. The art of killing could actually reach such a level. A great perfection realm expert and two late-stage profound realm experts died one after another. This was probably the most aggrieving death he had ever experienced. Martial Uncle Zhang, mighty. Lin Fei said sincerely. Zhang Wen smiled. Go and take a look at the corpse. Lin Fei walked over. The corpse on the ground had already turned pale. He could still see the unwillingness on the face of death, as if he didn't expect such an ending. He was at the perfection stage of the profounder realm, and he could become a profounder adept at any time. However, he had died in the wilderness. Lin Fei felt fortunate in his heart. If it wasn't for his martial uncle by his side, then he would have been in great trouble if he was surrounded by them tonight. A great perfection realm expert and two late-stage profound realm experts. This was a powerful team. Lin Fei didn't dare to guarantee that he could gain any advantage from them. He didn't even have a 50% chance of winning. His internal organs are all destroyed. The corpse didn't seem to have any injuries. Other than a wound on his neck, his internal organs had already been destroyed by the sword qi. Even if this person managed to escape, he would definitely die. Without making the first move, he destroyed his internal organs silently. The other party didn't react. Lin Fei took in a breath of cold air. This sword art, this is the wind sword's combination of toughness and gentleness. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. This disciple understands. After witnessing the might of the sword art, Lin Fei couldn't resist the temptation. Killing in an instant, he was the one who was awesome. Practicing it personally was equivalent to a class, explaining the main points and making it easy to grasp. Lin Fei and Zhang Wen returned to Mountain River City. No one knew that they had left. You're preparing to go out and gain experience. I agree. After returning, Lin Fei expressed his thoughts and prepared to go out to train. Training is a good thing. Many disciples of the Divine Force sect go out to train. Whether it's saber art or sword art, you can only achieve great things through constant training, especially the genius disciples. Zhang Wen didn't refuse, you must come back in half a year. Lin Fei was stunned. Why is that? The reason Lin Fei went out to train was to increase his strength. How could half a year be enough? Zhang Wen said, half a year later, our unfalling dynasty will select 10 disciples to participate in the dynasty war. You must participate. Uncle Master, what is a war between dynasties? The Xiantian continent is a vast continent with countless thousands of great empires. Every 30 years, there will be a great dynasty war. Countless experts and geniuses will personally participate in this great dynasty war. Zhang Wen explained. Lin Fei listened attentively. A war between dynasties? I wonder if I'll see her. Deep in his memory, he recalled that night. And this mysterious Tenjin temple? After Zhang Wen explained, Lin Fei had a vague idea. The dynasty war was actually related to the fate of a dynasty. There were countless dynasties in the Xiantian continent, and they were divided into small dynasties, medium dynasties, large dynasties, super dynasties, and empires. The unfalling dynasty was just a small dynasty in the Xiantian continent. If a dynasty wanted to expand its influence, it would have to have a super expert appear in the dynasty and raise its level. Another way was to expand its influence through the grand competition mountain. For example, if a genius appeared in the unfalling dynasty and was accepted as a disciple by a large sect, then the medium dynasty would expand the territory of the small dynasty and expand its influence. The dynasty war was one of the most important events. A genius like you will be restricted if you stay in the Divine Force sect. Your future should be in the outside world. The dynasty war is your stage. I hope you will be able to step onto that stage. Lin Fei heard the expectation in Zhang Wen's voice. My stage should indeed be in the outside world, not limited to the Divine Force sect. This is the manual of my wind sword. Keep it by your side and study it. With your talent, you will definitely understand the essence of the wind sword. Zhang Wen took out a manual. If you pass by the Tianhai dynasty, help me keep an eye on someone. If there is any trouble, help me. I will remember it. Lin Fei nodded. I understand. He didn't ask why. You can leave tonight. I look forward to your return in half a year. Lin Fei was a free and easy person. He didn't like the sadness of parting. He understood the benefits of leaving tonight. If he left during the day, he would definitely be targeted by the Xiantian sect. Leaving tonight was the best choice. I won't let you down, uncle. Lin Fei stood up and said seriously. Phew. After coming out, Lin Fei looked at the night sky and let out a long sigh. Everything that happened tonight was like a dream, and it seemed to be unreal. It rose and fell indeterminately. After returning to his room, Lin Fei simply packed his clothes. After making sure that nothing was missing, he closed the door and walked out. Although the matter of Xianxia was half settled, there should be no trouble in a short time. As for the Xiantian sect, they didn't dare to say anything. Everything that happened tonight, the Black Tortoise sect could only suffer in silence. They couldn't say anything, and they wouldn't look for trouble with their own family. I will come back in half a year. Lin Fei clenched his fists. The wind wings appeared behind him. He was ready to fly out under the cover of the night. Who? Come out. Lin Fei's face darkened. He looked at the corner of the yard. Are you leaving? A beautiful figure came out from the darkness. Why are you here? The one who came out from the darkness was none other than Golden Phoenix, whom he had promised to protect. At this time, Golden Phoenix had a complicated expression. She stopped at a place 10 feet away from Lin Fei. At the same time, a fragrant wind blew over. Yes, the mission is complete. I'm leaving. You're not here to send me off, are you? Lin Fei had a good impression of Golden Phoenix. She was a strong woman, which could be seen from the battle in the ring. Ha! Golden Phoenix couldn't help laughing, revealing her white teeth. Your words are really interesting. Do you usually tease me like this? Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Apparently, he was shocked by Golden Phoenix's tone. She seemed to be a little more open-minded. The girls in the Xiantian continent were all powerful. When he first went down the mountain, he fooled around with a few of them and was chased all the way. At that time, Lin Fei understood that girls on the roadside should not strike up a conversation. The Earth and the Xiantian continent were two different places. The girls here had good strength and should never be flirted with. Miss Jean, you are the eldest daughter of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. I am small and weak. I don't dare to flirt with you. I am afraid that your father will chase me all the way. Golden Phoenix said, Are you interested in drinking with me? Drinking? Of course. Hey, we don't have to come to such a place to drink, right? Don't you think it's special to drink in such a place? It's like climbing high and seeing far. No feeling. It's all dark. I dare you to say it again. In the tallest building in Mountain River City, 2 people were drinking wine to the moon. These 2 people were none other than Lin Fei and Jin Feng. Are you under pressure? Lin Fei turned his head and asked after a sip of the not very pure liquor. Golden Phoenix's face was flushed, revealing the charm of a woman. Her red lips were lustrous, making people want to kiss her. Actually, I envy you very much. You can become a disciple of a sect without so much pressure. Jin Feng gulped down the wine and put down the jar. She didn't seem to be drunk at all. I grew up. My father was very strict with me. He raised me as his son. In my belief, a woman must be strong and ambitious. Jin Feng said. Lin Fei was a silent spectator. He knew that girls needed a place to vent. Until now, Lin Fei suddenly understood that the current Golden Phoenix was the real Golden Phoenix. The weak girl who had removed the mask of a strong woman. After removing the mask on her face, the strong queen was no different from an ordinary girl. Golden Phoenix was like this. The strong women on the earth were like this too. The principle was the same. Can't a woman be a leader of a sect? Suddenly, Golden Phoenix turned her head and stared at Lin Fei. Yes, a leader of a sect is nothing. A female emperor can do it too. I believe you can do it. Lin Fei said without hesitation. Golden Phoenix gently raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. You are the first person to say this to me. If there is such a day, I will thank you. When Lin Fei was about to speak, Golden Phoenix leaned on his shoulder and passed out. Maybe this is the real pressure you are under. Lin Fei didn't move. He looked at Golden Phoenix who was breathing steadily. She had her own pressure, but didn't he also have pressure? During this trip to Mountain River City, he made friends with the Rune Guild, but he also offended Xianxia and Black Tortoise Sect. At night, Black Tortoise Sect would send people to catch him. Whether it was Black Tortoise Sect or Xianxia, they would be a potential enemy of his. Half a year, I need half a year. I will come back in person and deal with the trouble. The rooster crowed. The morning sun gradually rose. Golden Phoenix, who woke up, didn't show a panicked expression like other girls. Last night was the most relaxing night I had. I will remember it for the rest of my life. Lin Fei smiled and said, I am very proud to have a beauty like Miss Jean by my side. The next second, Golden Phoenix looked hesitant. Her red lips directly covered Lin Fei's face. In a flash, her whole body flew out, leaving a blurred figure. Was I kissed just now? Lin Fei had been invaded by girls for a long time. Chapter 228. Bang! Xianwu Sect, Xianqi's residence. A gorgeous table carved with rare materials cracked inch by inch under a certain angry person's palm. The table, which was worth millions, couldn't be any more broken. Xianqi heard that his eldest disciple was dead. Xianqi's anger soared to the sky. His face was hideous, like an enraged beast. A terrifying aura burst out, and everything in the house exploded. The aura of the profound spirit realm was not something that ordinary objects could resist. Pucci. The disciple kneeling on the ground was pale and his body was shaking. His face was full of fear. God damn it, my eldest disciple died just like that. No, I must take revenge, I must take revenge, I must kill Lin Fei. A divine martial sect disciple can casually kill my eldest disciple. This resentment must be vented, Lin Fei must die. Bang! The trembling disciple was sent flying and fell to the ground. He was dead in mid-air. Rice bucket, they are all dead. You can go and be buried with them. Xianxia knew that he could not let anyone know what happened last night. His eldest disciple was dead. Xianxia was distressed. The result of 10 years of cultivation was destroyed. Other than his eldest disciple, there were also 2 late-stage profound spirit realm disciples. It was a heavy loss. Divine martial sect, Jianghu, I will definitely take revenge. Just you wait and see. Lin Fei did not know that Xianxia blamed him for the death of his disciples. He also did not know how angry Xianxia was. After leaving Shanha City, he gave up on the official road and chose to hide in the forest. After a day and a night, Lin Fei appeared in the middle of a mountain range. He did not know the name of the mountain range, but he did not know where it led to. No one should be able to find this place now. Lin Fei landed in a valley. He did not know how far he had flown, but he guessed that he was most likely out of Shanha City. Along the way, he could see people, but after entering the forest, there were no more people. There were more demonic beasts and he was almost found by groups of demonic beasts. He first checked the small valley and found no danger. Lin Fei chose a spot at the back of the valley and took out the baleful black saber from earlier. Using 5,000 kilograms of force, he started to carve a hole. It was a simple cave. He moved a huge rock and placed it outside. It was a temporary shelter, and ordinary beasts and demonic beasts would not be able to break in. I don't think there's anyone on earth who's better at digging holes than me. Lin Fei felt a little proud. He took out the dry rations he had prepared along the way and ate his fill with the clean water outside. After he was full, he took out the sword manual that martial uncle Jianghu had given him. Today, Lin Fei was preparing to study sword arts. He might not have the time to do so in the future. Wind sword. On the secret manual, there were 2 vigorous and forceful words. Lin Fei could feel a strong wind aura from it, as if it would jump out and hurt him at any moment. To be able to comprehend the concept of wind to such a degree, the person who created this secret manual must be an expert, a true sword expert. Every word and sentence is filled with sword chi. He gave up using a saber and switched to using a sword. After a night of contemplation, this was the final result. In the past, he had an advantage in using a saber. But after martial uncle Jianghu's reminder, Lin Fei suddenly realized that he was still a rookie on the path of cultivation. He was almost restricted by it. He flipped open the wind sword. The opening was, to learn the wind sword, one must first comprehend the concept. Others will never achieve great mastery in their entire lives. The first sentence brought a strong wind concept to Lin Fei, and he couldn't help but be shocked. This wind sword secret manual was clearly the original and not an expanded version. Lin Fei seemed to understand martial uncle Jianghu's intention. To learn the wind sword, one must first comprehend the concept. Otherwise, one would never be able to achieve the true wind sword. It was extremely difficult to comprehend the concept, especially the concept of wind. If it wasn't for the system's help, he would only be able to comprehend the concept. After calming himself down, Lin Fei flipped through the wind sword. There were many annotations on every page. Looking at the markings on the pages, it was left behind by the predecessors. Many parts were instantly enlightened. The wind sword had a total of 6 moves. The wind kill that Jianghu used that day had already broken away from sword moves. It was a move that could only be created. The wind sword was a combination of hardness and gentleness. The destructive power of the wind sword was still unforgettable even now. Jianghu has mastered his swordsmanship. He must have his reasons for giving me the original copy of the wind sword. I need to think about it carefully. After practicing martial arts, Lin Fei was no longer impulsive. He took out the wind cloud sword art, a yellow-ranked high-grade sword art. Comparing the 2 manuals, Lin Fei would occasionally frown and relax his brows. 2 hours later. Lin Fei opened his eyes and stood up. He grabbed the tree branch in his hand. It was bald, but when he grabbed it, it immediately emitted a sword aura. Wind sword, first style, wind-like. Wind sword, second style, drifting wind. Wind sword, third style, chasing wind. Wind sword, fourth style, windstorm. Wind sword, fifth style, whirlwind. Wind sword, sixth style, windstorm. Wind sword, seventh style, unity of wind and sword. The wind sword is indeed not easy to comprehend. Lin Fei stopped and looked around at the cracks on the wall. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Those were the marks left behind from practicing the sword art. I have comprehended the concept of wind, but I only managed to comprehend the fourth style. I'm afraid that I will have to experience it myself to comprehend the next 3 styles. Wind sword had a total of 7 styles. The first 3 styles belonged to gentleness, the latter 2 belonged to hardness, and the last 2 were a combination of hardness and gentleness. Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied with the 4 styles that he had comprehended. He didn't know that he had comprehended 4 styles at the age of 17. If Jianghu knew about this, he would probably stand up and scold Lin Fei. Silently revising, Lin Fei's sword art already had the taste of the concept of wind. It wasn't as rigid as before, with a routine sword style. As expected of a sword art of an expert with the concept of wind. Even though I have only learned the 4th style of a wind sword, if I were to face that Qing Mang again, I would be able to kill her without a killing move. Without training, one would not be able to comprehend the power within. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a fresh graduate who had only understood the meaning of a specialized course after a long journey. Like wind. Drifting wind. Chasing wind. When Lin Fei used the first 3 styles, his entire person exuded the aura of the wind. As for the last style, the cave was too small, and it was not easy to use it. Using the first 3 styles, Lin Fei could already move his heart freely, and it was very smooth. I wonder what I will gain from this wind cloud sword art. Drinking a mouthful of spirit liquid to recover his Zhen Yuan, he once again studied wind cloud sword art. The yellow class upper grade wind cloud sword art, if not for the existence of wind sword, would definitely make Lin Fei's eyes light up. After learning wind sword, it would be an existence of little value. Wind cloud sword art was also a sword art that pursued the pinnacle of wind. This sword art, compared to wind sword, was like comparing a child and an adult. One focused on the concept of wind, the other on the origin of wind. The huge difference could be seen at a glance. For Lin Fei, who had comprehended the concept of wind, it was still somewhat useful, and could be used as a reference. Within the wind cloud sword art, there were some sword styles that gave Lin Fei the feeling of being self-taught. It was as if he did not need to think much to be able to use them. This was like a high school student looking at a student's question. Naturally, it brought with it a sense of familiarity, and could be easily done. This was how Lin Fei was. After comprehending the concept of wind, learning a wind-attributed sword art had a different meaning, so it was naturally not a problem. Lin Fei still tried to learn it. Mosquito meat was still meat, and in the blink of an eye, he had mastered it. If Cheng Bo knew that the sword art that he needed 10 years to master was learned by Lin Fei in less than a night, who knew if he would crawl out of the ground and vomit blood again? After practicing wind sword and wind cloud sword art, Lin Fei felt that it was about right, so he stopped. Sitting on a big rock, he took out the rest of the spirit liquid. Last time when he came back, he used the spirit liquid to heal his external injuries, and half of it was used to expand his meridians. He had not used the rest of the spirit liquid. Since he had time now, he would expand his meridians. If there's a chance, I must get some spirit liquid. After expanding his meridians, the Zhen Yuan in his body also grew day by day, and the effect came from the 9 revolution heart art. After cultivating the 9 revolution heart art, the Zhen Yuan in his body rapidly increased, and the constant amount of Zhen Yuan suddenly increased by 10 to 20%. That was why Lin Fei was able to rely on the water flame lotus to trap Qing Mang and exhaust her Zhen Yuan on the bloody arena that day, obtaining the final victory. A drop. Drop after drop. Lin Fei concentrated on refining the Zhen Yuan while circulating the 9 revolution heart art at the same time. As the spirit liquid expanded his meridians, Lin Fei could sense that the flow of Zhen Yuan was much faster than before, like a small river turning into a huge river. After using 5 taels of spirit liquid, the remaining spirit liquid was converted into Zhen Yuan. The refinement took more than a day. When he came out of the cave, Lin Fei was in high spirits. There was no sign of fatigue on his face, and his eyes were shining brightly. I've finally finished refining the spirit liquid. The Zhen Yuan in my body is probably not inferior to a mid-stage profound cultivator. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Lin Fei was not an ordinary cultivator. It was easy for others to break through a small realm, but once he did, it would be a major breakthrough. Thus, Lin Fei could only increase the strength of his Zhen Yuan to make his attacks more ferocious. After learning the wind sword, I will be able to put up a fight against a perfected profound cultivator. Even if I can't kill them, they won't have an easy time. In a single night, Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly. Originally, he could fight against a late-stage profound cultivator. After learning the wind sword, it was not as simple as 1 + 1. Demonic Beast Fluctuations? Chapter 229. What kind of people would come to the forest? Could they be hunting? Or an adventurer team? Or are they here for me? It was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. When he left the mountain river city, there was no guarantee that no one would follow him out and track him down. If it was before, Lin Fei would not have believed it. After last night's incident, Lin Fei could not help but keep an eye out. When they left the mountain river city, they did not see anyone chasing them. Instead, they met a group of people. Lin Fei remembered it thoroughly. The strength of martial artists was beyond his imagination. Later on, from Uncle Master Zhang Wen, Lin Fei found out that they were being chased because someone cultivated a tracking mystique. For example, clairvoyance, etc. You might say, how could such a thing be possible? In reality, that was the case. When Lin Fei heard it, he did not believe it either. After understanding it more, he found out that once a mystique was used, it would leave behind some impression. Last night, they were sparring in the mountains. The energy fluctuations had attracted their attention and led them to this place. Soon, Lin Fei understood. Now that my strength has increased and I have mastered the first 4 styles of the wind sword, I can use them to test my strength. In a short night, Lin Fei's strength had increased tremendously. If it was not a mystique master, Lin Fei was not worried at all. Even if it was a mystique master, he could escape. A mystique master was not as strong as a mystique master. Be it in terms of movement or even in terms of defense, they were weaker. In a forest. Woo, a large number of steel wolves lay dead on the ground. Their corpses were strewn all over the place. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them. Nearby, there were even more ferocious-looking wolves. A bunch of demonic beasts, how dare you ruin my plans? A young man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes exuding a bloodthirsty aura. This person could be said to be Lin Fei's old acquaintance, Qing Mang. Roar! The surrounding steel wolves pounced forward once more, opening their ferocious mouths to bite down on Zhang Xian. Courting death. Qing Mang's hand exploded with golden light. Her fist landed on Tai Lang's head, and the 9th level Tai Lang was sent flying. There was a cracking sound in mid-air, and he fell to the ground, dead. Bang, bang, bang. Qing Mang transformed into a wild beast, and in a few moves, she had killed off the remaining wolves. As for the smarter ones, they had long since fled with their tails between their legs. If outsiders saw this, it would definitely cause quite a stir. It would also let them know Qing Mang's true power. Iron wolves were demonic beasts that lived in packs. Most of them were at the 8th or 9th rank. They were cruel and cunning, and liked to live in packs. Once they encountered humans, they would attack together. Most adventurer teams hated to be surrounded and attacked by iron wolves in the mountains. Qing Mang had single-handedly killed Tai Lang. That brat must be in this mountain range. I must kill him. Only by killing Lin Fei will my martial arts cultivation be solid. He will be a stone on my path. Ever since she had been injured that day, Qing Mang had left Black Tortoise Gate and returned directly to the stronghold. She had quickly recovered, and her power had even increased greatly, directly entering the Great Perfection realm. This was the person Qing Mang had immediately sought out for revenge after coming out of seclusion. Qing Mang was a vengeful person, and had inherited the ways of the wild beasts. Anyone who harmed the wild beasts would usually be hated by the wild beasts, who would then find a chance to attack. Lin Fei had injured her, and Qing Mang was going to kill Lin Fei. Ever since Lin Fei had left Mountain River City, Qing Mang had used her bestial abilities to tail him. But she had been surrounded by the steel wolves, and her aura had mostly disappeared. Just as she took a step forward, Qing Mang sniffed. Her eyes flashed dangerously, and her face twisted into a snarl. Come out, Lin Fei. Don't you know that if anyone is hiding within 100 zhang of me, I will know? From the forest, a youth walked out. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had been searching all the way here. Your nose is pretty sharp. No wonder you can't be killed even after being surrounded. Lin Fei said lightly. He had only arrived for a while, and had not expected Qing Mang to be so sensitive. She had immediately discovered his whereabouts. In the forest, encountering Qing Mang had been unexpected, but he quickly understood what was going on. Qing Mang was here for revenge. The world was full of wonders. Lin Fei had not expected that Qing Mang would be able to find him when he had snuck out early in the morning, when most people were asleep. Qing Mang said proudly, "You don't need to use a bunch of good-for-nothings to say anything. They don't have the ability to kill me. Every time, I beat them until they threw their helmets and armor away. They even dared to say they wanted to kill me. If not for the experts in Mountain River City, I would have killed them until rivers of blood flowed." She was ferocious. Lin Fei gave his evaluation. "Do you remember that day in the blood-type arena, what I said to you?" Qing Mang pushed herself up with both hands. Her clothes tore open, revealing her firm muscles, as well as the streaks of scars. Some of the scars were fresh, clearly from a few days ago. "Ha ha ha, thank you for not killing me that day, and allowing me to become a mystic great perfection expert." Qing Mang grinned. "This place is beautiful. It's not bad to die here. Kill." After becoming a mystic great perfection expert, Qing Mang's speed and attacks were many times better than those in the blood-type arena. She attacked like a ferocious tiger. Her fingers were like the wind, lifting up the corpses on the ground. They were instantly torn to pieces, and a bloody mist fell onto Qing Mang, making her look even more ferocious. "Today, I will crush every single one of your bones." Lin Fei slapped his waist with one hand, and a long sword appeared. It was the one he had gotten from Chen Xian. A long sword of the middle stage of mortal weapon. "You want to crush my bones? Let's see if you have the ability." Lin Fei's feet moved with the wind, and his entire person retreated. The long sword in his hand flashed, and he thrust it forward. Like the wind. Pft, 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 pft. The sword chi was like the wind, clashing with the finger winds. Occasionally, some of the sword chi would land on Qing Mang, but it would only leave a white dot, or perhaps not even a white dot. I didn't expect you to know sword skills. A pity that your sword skills can't even break through my defenses. Take out your water flame lotus, and I'll let you die knowing." After becoming a mystic great perfection expert, one's defensive skills were unstoppable. Qing Mang believed that if she met the water flame lotus again, she would be able to break through it easily. She would not lose like last time, when she had used up all her inner yuan. Against you, I can use my sword skills. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Like the wind just now was just a test. Qing Mang, this person has become a mystic great perfection expert. Perfect for me to practice with. From these few words, Lin Fei could tell that this Qing Mang was a very conceited person. Someone who was not conceited would not have said this. Wings of the wind. Mystique of flight, he flew into the air. Hum hum, the long sword vibrated, emitting an excited hum, as if it wanted to drink blood. Like the wind. Like the wind. Chasing the wind. Instantly, a cool breeze howled in the little forest. Although it was not at the level of a howling gale, the longsword's sword skills swept up countless fallen leaves, shattering them one by one. Sword marks were left on the surrounding trees. Mystique of flight, I want this mystique. Qing Mang's face lit up, her eyes filled with greed. If she had a mystique of flight, who below the mystic master level would be her match? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sword chi constantly landed on Qing Mang's body like a wind. White dots. A sea of white dots. It was a beautiful sight. Seeing the seemingly dangerous sword skills leave white dots on her, Qing Mang finally had no qualms. She laughed heartily, and with a tap of her foot, she leapt into the air to grab at Lin Fei. Bullsh *T sword skills. They're just for scaring people. Lin Fei was unmoved. With his wings of the wind, he perfectly dodged the attacks. Each time, Qing Mang would return empty-handed. From start to finish, he had a faint smile on his face. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Tempest. Lin Fei's sword changed. The originally light breeze turned into a tempest before a storm. It formed a tempest, and a heavy aura pressed down. Cross-training mystical art. Qing Mang's eyes narrowed. She instinctively felt danger, and she retreated, no longer able to deal with Lin Fei. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As she retreated, Qing Mang's body was filled with sword chi like the wind. It rained down on her body like a tempest, and red lines appeared on her powerful cross-training technique. No, no. The tempest came quickly, and left just as quickly. The entire area behind Qing Mang had become an empty space. The noon sun shone down on them, giving them a sense of warmth. But blood flowed from the corner of Qing Mang's mouth. There was no warmth, but a chill. Pfft. A jet of blood spurted out, mixed with some blood clots. Her body swayed, and she knelt on the ground with a thud. She lifted her head weakly, her face devoid of color as she struggled to speak. What sword skill did you use just now? Wind sword. I didn't lose unjustly. I should have listened to you, I shouldn't have, come. Qing Mang lost her strength, and her vision went black. She lost consciousness, and before she died, she had a strange thought. Cross-training mystical art can't block the attack of soft sword skills. Lin Fei descended from the sky, retracting his wings of the wind. He shot out 2 beams of sword chi, but there was no reaction. After confirming that Qing Mang was dead, the system notified him. She really is dead. From start to finish, Lin Fei had only used 3 sword skills, plus the final tempest, which had activated the soft sword chi within. Do not underestimate these 3 sword skills. In terms of power, late-stage mystic martial artists would have long since been killed. As for Qing Mang, that was because she had a cross-training external skill, and had blocked the attack of the sword chi. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lin Fei had lost count of the number of sword chi he had sent out, but he had understood the use of softness in sword skills. Qing Mang had died from arrogance. At the same time, he had died from sword skills. His organs had been shredded, and he had died from the pain. If Qing Mang had trained her cross-training external skills to her organs, Lin Fei would have needed a lot of time to kill him. It would not have been as easy as it was now. This also made Lin Fei realize the power of the wind sword. There were many things scattered around Qing Mang. Lin Fei realized that many of them were good stuff, especially the bottle. Could it be spirit liquid? Because the bottle looked very familiar. It really is spirit liquid. Just when I want to doze off, someone sends me a pillow. There was about 1 caddy of spirit liquid, which surprised Lin Fei. Qing Mang had brought many good stuff with her. Very quickly, Lin Fei found another bag of Xian spirit stones. There were 10,000 low-grade Xian spirit stones, and 500 mid-grade Xian spirit stones. Lin Fei was all smiles again. Good stuff, really good stuff. 10 mid-grade mortal longswords. Where did this guy steal them from? After opening a sword case, 10 longswords were revealed. They were all mid-grade mortal weapons. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. In the system's storage, Lin Fei had 2 longswords, neither of high quality. Seeing these 10 longswords, Lin Fei could not bear to part with them. With these 10 longswords, I can build a 10 longsword array base, and use the first level of total annihilation. Total annihilation was divided into 10 levels. The first level required 10 longswords. The second level required 100 longswords. The following levels required more longswords. Most importantly, they had to be of the same quality. Only then could the true power be unleashed. 100 might be possible, but what about 1,000? The continuous increase in grade was a huge number. Even a large family would have a headache and a dilemma. Killing and robbing is the best way to do it. Having obtained 10 longswords in one go, Lin Fei pulled them out. Using his soul power, the 10 longswords turned into streams of light and shot into the sky. Controlling 10 longswords, Lin Fei could barely bear it. He could feel his soul power depleting. At most, he could maintain it for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. After that, he would not be able to hold on. Go! The 10 long swords whistled through the air and crashed into a towering tree not far away. Unexpectedly, the towering tree was directly smashed into pieces. Hiss! If I had used this move just now, even with green glow brute training, it would have pierced through my heart, right? Lin Fei secretly guessed in his heart. Even if he could not kill him, he would at least severely injure him. Awesome, this is really awesome. This is only 10 long swords. If it was 100 or 1,000, I'm afraid no one would be able to block it, right? Lin Fei finally understood the true meaning of total annihilation. Only after reaching a certain level of sword array would it be able to display its true power. In the system, he had actually drawn out such an awesome sword array. The power of 10 longswords was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine what would happen next. Putting away the remaining items, he threw out a water fire lotus. It was a good item to destroy corpses. Just now, there was an energy fluctuation. Lin Fei packed up his things and did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that others would come to investigate.